Hello. Hi. Hi. Is this working? I mean, of course, how am I going to start streaming if I didn't even put my mic on? Forgot about that little detail. Hello. Hi. Hello, everyone. Didn't announce this stream. Sorry, forgot yesterday. But yeah, here we are. I'm not sure if the chat is working. I want to give that a quick check. Let me see. I haven't posted the Discord thing. Let's use that as SAR. Testing. So yeah, no one here. Are you for real? Yep. Give me a sec. Let's pin this guy. Okay, that is not showing. Switch. Hi, Blue Cloud. As though my chat isn't working for some reason. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, that one worked. So hopefully now it'll work. But hi, how you doing, Blue Cloud? Morning. Woke up a little bit late today. I didn't realize. So yesterday I went to sleep early, so I thought I'll probably gonna wake up early and I'll have plenty of time to do stuff before stream. But no, I woke up pretty late. But that's good because I hadn't been sleeping well the whole week. So yeah. Wait, what is this? Oh, it's what we got left from making that. Okay. So, yeah. Testing, seems like it's no, it's not working. It's not showing. No, there it is. Testing. Yeah, it was just that I wasn't opening the right window. Is chat working? It is working. Not small though. Is it okay for you that small the letter? Would you like a little bit bigger? I think it should look good. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So yeah. Yesterday was a bit of a mess of a day. A lot of stuff happened, but yeah, we had to make a lot of things that pretty much all left halfway through. It was an interesting day. Made a lot of different castings, but couldn't see any of the results yesterday. But now we can finally see how everything went. Smell is good. For me at least. The phone viewers probably won't be too happy. I think this one's a good balance. It's small enough. We got plenty of messages on screen, but you can still see it. Anyway. Oh, also, maybe, just maybe, I already managed to find the problem on why I wasn't listening to all the notifications whenever we get a new subscriber, a new follower, a new anything. Hopefully now we'll be able to listen to it. Also, yes, yesterday we did get blasted by plenty of copyright claims. Not a big deal, I already knew it was gonna happen, but it was fun. And we got... I think if I look carefully at the claims, there might be a couple of Swarm FM songs that might be safe to watch, which could be good. Besides, you know, Never, Boom, and all of those. Krieger, hey! How are you? Haven't seen you in a while. Are you early? Well, you're just in time. I'm the one who's late. I should have started about 20 minutes ago, but yeah. I ended up sleeping late tonight. But good to see you, Krieger. So yeah, we're opening the molds we made yesterday and see how it turned out. I'm not sure how well it might have worked, but one way of figuring it out. So let me open up the shot so you can see. This place is an absolute disgrace, but don't worry. So yeah, yesterday we made all of these hair strands, trying to see how well does the fancier silicone behave. And that's what we're going to be looking at today, mostly. So yeah, this silicone took a little bit longer to cast, but hopefully it might be worth the effort, because we're going to have more resistant hair pieces, and maybe without the defects that we used to have before. So there you go, look at that. Nice little ahoge. Extremely thin. Not sure if it's gonna hold well, but this thing is much more resistant than the other one, so hopefully it will stand the ground. And let's see how well these guys turned out this time around. Looks good, looks good. Look. Don't see any big bubbles or anything. Let me give it a closer look. There's like a tiny bubble, but it's not really a bubble. It seems like a defect. Maybe there was something trapped inside of the mold. I don't see any external wire, which is good too. Okay, let's leave it be for now. We'll struggle right now with taking the rest out. And the same deal here. Let's see. This one's gonna win. Okay. So there we go. These are 3 hair pieces. They seem fairly clean. From here. This one has the same thing. Maybe it's a printing mistake. That's very weird. So now we're seeing printing mistakes that we couldn't see on our original hairs. I mean, it's very tiny. Can you see it? It's a teeny tiny like bump in here, in one of the strands. Somewhere around here. Yeah, there, you can see it, a little spot. I mean, it's very weird that we have the very same thing in both of them, because they're different molds. So I'm guessing it has to do with the print itself. The 3D print might have had that thing and I didn't realize, but it's fine, it's not a big deal. Hair molds with it gives like ear vibe. Maybe it's just elongated ears. Oh, by the way, my last test tomorrow and it's AI? What do you mean your test is AI? That's crazy. So you're learning and programming and coding and all that stuff? Emotes, I see it. Wait, what's going on? Stream elements about Rowan. Oh, okay. I think I see. So yeah, it's interesting. Well, Krieger, you haven't been here around, but the different thing with this hair pieces now is that I'm using, instead of using the same silicone as before, I'm using a bit of a fancier one, a more expensive silicone that should be a little bit more resistant and yeah, should last a little bit longer. So hopefully this will work better than the one we used before, and hopefully it's gonna be less work to keep it up, and it's just generally going to be looking a little bit cleaner than before. I mean, up until now everything seems fine. There could always be something that goes wrong. Now the tricky part is I'm going to have to find a way to tear this out of the mold without breaking or damaging the silicone. Also, I'm trying to use a thinner wire this time around. Well, it's actually the same wire, but this time I'm not using the paper covering, I'm using only the wire. Which means the inside could be a little bit more frail. Careful. Yeah, like all the tips of the hair look much cleaner now. Yeah. Okay, you can see a little bit of wire. No, it's not wire, it's just a little bit of piece of trash. No, I can see no wire at all. I think this is the cleanest one we've seen yet. Okay, there is a bit of a bubble-ish. below. It might not even be a bubble. It might be just a change in silicone castings, which is also weird because this should know it is a bubble. Okay, good to know. But everything else looks great. So yeah, the only bubble here is right there at the very tip, Oh, focus. At the very tip of one of these, which one is it? There's like a tiny secondary strand. Let's see, focus. It's a tiny secondary strand back here. You can see the tip is slightly brighter. But that's the only, and it's minimal defect. I mean, this is better than the hair strands that we used on the evil that we already animated. Now I'm intrigued on how well will it hold to the test of time, if it's gonna break after a couple of uses or not. I mean, it shouldn't. This thing's much higher quality, but I don't know. Silicone behavior is like a big mystery. There's a lot of variables that could make things either better or worse. So I'm not sure. Okay. Just be very careful when taking this guy out. I want to break. Got this teeny tiny hair strand that's very easy to break, I believe. I think I tore that one. Yeah. It was the same deal. It also had. No, but I did tear. Okay, it's weird. But yeah, same problem, just that very tip broke. Everything else looks fine. I'm trying to see if I can find any wire popping out, but I don't see any. Yeah, this one's much shorter on that very strand. But this is fine, it feels fine. Still need to clean up. You can see it's got like big membrane around. You need to snip that and bend it down, all that stuff. But seems okay to me. And then this one, the bane of my existence, because these guys are yeah, so hard to animate sometimes. Oh, emotes update. Oh, so you can just do updates there, and that's how it tweaks. If you want to add any other, I'm still up to suggestions. But just bear in mind that it does take a couple of days for it to appear for some reason. But maybe it's that. Maybe I just need to do the update command. I didn't know that. Looks like the hair strands work. It seems like they did. Now the hard part is going to be the test of time. So everything looks very clean. I don't see any little bit of wire anywhere. So it does feel like everything's all right. It does feel harder to tear, but the thing is, because the wires are thinner now, they are also, I mean, not in a literal sense, but I don't have any other word for it. They are sort of sharper, just because they're thinner. I think it could be easier for the wire to tear through the silicone now. But at the same time, because it's thinner, it means the layer of silicone around it is a little bit thicker. So I'm not sure which variable will win there, but that's the bet I was going to make. So making everything thicker while having the wire be thinner and also using the stronger silicone, and hopefully that will balance out into this thing's lasting for a long time, not tearing as much and looking cleaner. But yeah, it's a lot of different variables in the equation that I don't really know if will work or not, and the only way to know is by making and trying it out. So I'm not sure if these hair strands, for example, I should put to the test and make new ones for the final hair, just so I can see if everything works. Oh, and we also have a little tiny half a sphere there. Pew. Made this one. I feel like I'm about to sneeze too much. I hope I'm not getting sick. I see, it looks great. Just checking what the hair strands works. Yeah, it seems like they work. Up until now, they look great. I like this color a lot. It really feels like Evil Neuro. Slightly more darker, slightly more chocolate hair. Now, hopefully not. Got my coffee right here. Hopefully this will help me. Evil. Okay, so this thing seems to have worked. We could spend some part of the day repeating this, but with Neuro's hair strands, just to also have those set. I also needed these because I need to have our costume designer make the little bows on top of these. And we realized before that the best way to do that is that she can sew it straight into the hair. And that way the bows, the little bow ties, is that the word? No, bow ties on the chest, right? Well, I mean, she also has a bow tie, I guess. But the bows on her pigtails stay more stable if they're fully sewn into the material. And we'll be doing that, but first we needed to have them. But yeah, look at these. Let me turn this around so you don't see any black smudge, brown smudges all over. There's still a couple, but it's a little bit cleaner. But there you can see it a little bit better. Ta-da! They look good, they look clean. They look all right. So, now that we got that, yeah, we could, if we happen to have some extra time during the day and you see me like stumbling and not knowing what to do, you can always remind me that we can do the same thing for Neuro, because I probably will at some point. It happens to me a lot, especially if something breaks. But yeah, that's a good side quest. Well, it's not really a side quest, but like a secondary task of the day to have around. But I'm gonna keep it as a secondary so we can focus on the main things that could help us move forward. So the main thing that we really need to try to push for right now is the hair. So here's a hair mold that we just made. It's gone through a lot, this poor guy, but it seems like it's done now. Looks okay. I still need to sand it a little bit on the inside, but I think it's good enough to work with. I'm a little bit worried I did not add any extra keys for prying open, but hopefully it won't be needed as much. I don't know. I'll give that a shot. But yeah, I think it still needs a little bit of sanding on the inside so we have a nice smooth surface. And I'm not sure if I should add some sort of varnish or something that gives it more of a glossy finish. I think that could also help. But I'm gonna think about that. Now, give me a sec. Making sure everything's alright. Yeah. So yeah, we could first sand this a little bit. Yesterday I was sanding this, but I remember I should stop because if I sand it without it being filled on the inside, maybe it would be a little bit too fragile. So yeah, I ended up first filling it up with resin. Seems okay. Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, we'll see how well the mold withstands the test of being pried open a bunch of times and all that stuff. But yeah, so we need to pretty much polish the inside, mostly to get a nice finish on our surface. Then we can also move on into making the hands. We were working on the hands before. The hair strands. I wanted to work on the eyes and the eyebrows too, but I don't think I can right now because I don't have I couldn't print yesterday the file that I needed to print. I need to spend some time sitting down and recalibrating all that stuff. I'm not sure if this one still needs, I think it does need to be patched a little bit. Down here there's some sort of print defect. Do you see that line over there? I don't know how it happened, but it's just a printing mistake that I probably need to patch. I don't want all the hair strands to have the same little gash there. Yeah, we're gonna take care of that. Oh, You can hear the difference when I send the other one. This one sounds much more squeaky. Still, it's got a lot to. Still got a lot to take away here. What plane relative to the printer are you sending right now? Plane relative to the printer, so it got printed this way. I don't remember which one's the bottom side though. No, I think it got printed this way. So this would be probably the x-axis. It's the longest one in the build plate. So the build plate would be something like this. More or less, a little bit bigger than this. Yeah, if this is the build plate, I think this guy's got printed like this. So the angle that I'm sanding, but I'm sanding with a very, very soft grit, so I hope I don't lose an important amount of volume. I'm just trying to get rid of the texture, because you can actually see the printing lines. So the thing with resin printing is that the lines, the vertical lines are very, very prominent. No, the horizontal lines, because they are all of them one separate layer of metallized resin. So yeah, I'm just sanding the side, but this is a very soft grit. So for starters, it's a sponge, and on top of that, it's a very soft grit sandpaper. So I think this will only even out the surface, but not really take out any big volume, so that our mold could be distorted too much, hopefully. Also, this side is not that important, but I mean, it's good to have good control over how stuff's going. Also, on top of all of this, right now I'm trying to smooth the surface, but then on top of this, I was planning to add a couple layers of glossy spray, so that the glossy spray will make more of an even surface and give us a little bit of shine on the hair, so it's not very matte. I think Nielsen, a chalkboard moment. Does the sound annoy you? I don't know if it catches by the mic whenever I'm speaking. To me, it doesn't sound that unpleasant, but I don't know. It's just me. I can hear it right now, so it's all good. Okay. Sorry about that, but the sound will get softer and softer as I keep sanding. Also, I don't know why, yesterday night my internet was absolutely terrible. So I don't know if the stream will be going down and up like crazy, just like yesterday. Hopefully not, but yeah, it's been acting really, really bad. Very, very poorly. Well, yesterday night it was absolutely unusable. Hey Dubi, how's it going? Good to see you. Hi. We're currently sanding this mold just to get an even surface. I'm gonna give it a wash, and also I need to check out if this guy will need some patching up. I'm not sure if my patching up alternative is still working because it's like 5 years old right now, but I'll check it out. Do emotes work on YouTube chat? Emotes do work. No, CTV emotes do not work on YouTube chat. I've never found a way to make it work, and from what I've heard, which is not really like the most trustworthy source, it was Pippa, but it seems like YouTube is kind of hostile whenever the CTV plugin tries to make stuff there. So yeah, CTV probably isn't working on YouTube, and from what I've seen, it's like something that YouTube tends to not support those sort of plugins very much, but I don't really understand it very thoroughly, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. But the point is, I've never managed to make it work with CTV. Oh, actually, if you go to the CTV sort of options, and it says which platforms do you use, and it gives you some alternatives. I'm not sure if it's Twitch, Kick, and maybe TikTok, something like that. And then there's a YouTube icon, but the YouTube icon is grayed out, and it says something like currently unavailable or something like that. So yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of struggles with. There you go. Hi. With the emotes on YouTube, I don't know why. Oh yeah, that's a pretty deep gash there. Okay, so let's wait for this to dry a little bit before I try and patch that little bit of gap. Now, this I haven't used in a long time, so I'm not sure if it's gonna work, but hopefully it will. So let me see first if I can find it though. When was the last time I used that thing? It's been so long. And also, I've moved workshops twice since I started using that, so I don't know where it could be. So give me a second. I'm gonna try to find my... I don't even know what the name of the thing is, but it's this liquid, some sort of like a putty that people use to... Oh my... So it's not drawer. What do you call those things where the cabinet where I store the rubber, latex rubber. Smells like ammonia and it's terrible. But yeah, I don't know where my... But it's like this paste that people use to patch... Oh, here it is. To patch any car problems. Like if you bump against something with your car, people usually use this thing to patch it up. I don't know if it has a particular name. It's like filler. Oh, I think it was filler. Plastic filler. So I haven't used this thing in like 7 years maybe. So I'm not sure if it still works, but I'll give it a shot. And yeah, hopefully this can help us patch this little gash in the mold cleanly. Maybe a rubber tool would help me here. There was one of these guys who had a rubber tip. Where is it? I think I did use it for work at some point. I really hope I'm not getting sick. I don't want to get sick. Well, the thing is, I don't want to stop working because of being sick. That would be very annoying. Did you like Varen? Hello, how's it going? Oh, you're sick? I don't feel sick yet, but I'm sneezing a lot. So I'm suspicious that I might be getting sick maybe, but hopefully not. I really hope I don't get sick. I don't want to get sick. But yeah, I've been sneezing an awful lot this morning. I feel like I'm in a constant state of not being able to sneeze. Like, I feel like I held up a sneeze permanently right now. But yeah, hopefully it's just a passing thing. Not a big deal, nothing to worry about. But I don't know. I'll let you know. No. Maybe I should get a jacket or something. Maybe that could help because this place is kind of cold. You're probably cold. Yeah, maybe I'll go get a jacket. That's a good idea. Tracy, hi. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a jacket. Or I can use this. Yeah, I'll use this. Just use my working. It's not an apron. What do you like a coat? Jacket? Sort of like a lab coat, but it's not really a lab coat because it's gray and made out of like a working coat. Yeah, maybe this will keep me warm. Now, I'll have to move the mic. Give me a sec. Kind of spooky moment. Lamps month. Hello, back. Hopefully this will stay in place. So yeah, let's see if this works. Yeah, you're right, maybe it was just cold. What's Lamps month? It's your name for November, but what does Lamps mean? I swear I had a tool with a little rubber tip. I remember we used it for making the first mold, the one that broke, so it should be somewhere around here. Yeah, maybe I should take care of all this. Oh no, my brush. Oh, okay, whatever. This. So many tools around here just lying everywhere. I can't find that one tool. I'll take these guys out now that they're not being used. Probably use them again later if we make Neuro's hair, but for now, they can go rest somewhere else. I remember we used that tool when making, yeah, the first mold, the one that broke. So it should be somewhere around here. That's okay, I got other rubber tools around. And because some of the tools are two-sided, maybe they're just laying on the wrong side. Don't know. Right, let's get another one. It will appear someday. I've got... what will work? I think this one will do. Maybe this one. Losing all my Twitch subs, man. You'll probably get them back. Don't worry. This music sounds like Sonic CD, but future music. And this is Tunic. It's a video game of a little fox that I've never played, but I've heard it's pretty cool. So, if you want to suggest anything, you can always throw a suggestion here. While we're surviving, let's try to keep it. Oh no, this looks terrible. This might not. No, it doesn't look that terrible. It's just separated, but it might need a little bit of mixing though. It smells terrible, that is true. It smells like urethane. Can you see it? It's all separated and yeah, maybe all it needs is just a little mix. So maybe this stuff is just resin with a bunch of powder, charges, I call it charges or loads, I don't know, in it. So this might not be that special, and maybe I shouldn't buy it but make it myself, but I wouldn't know the exact recipe, and I don't know what the catalyzer is because it's much faster than regular catalyzer, and also it doesn't heat up. So I'm not sure, but this definitely smells like urethane. Oh, by the way, John Smith, I think I haven't seen you. Hadn't seen it was you. Hi, welcome to the stream also. Sorry. Okay, I'm trying to make sure everything's properly set. Maybe I should have used something stronger. I feel like this stick is not gonna hold up very long. This is another thing that I find very funny, because this can is like the tiniest one you can, and it will probably just last you for a couple of hits in your car. At the same time, because I'm not using it for cars, it'll probably last me a couple thousand of uses for hatching puppets, so you never run out of this stuff. Okay, hopefully this is enough. Mix. Don't break. Hold on, little stick. You can do this. I know you were made for holding sushi, but you can do this. Alright, so yeah, this thing, you just pretty much only have to mix it with a little bit of catalyzer. And that's just enough to apply it. It doesn't require a lot of material. And we're only trying to patch a little teeny tiny gash over here. So we really just need a small amount of stuff. Very choppy. Oh, so it's... Yeah, I told you, I knew the internet was... Well, it's been acting very weird since yesterday. Yesterday night, I was trying to just have a conversation in Discord, and I couldn't. It was very, 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 very slow. And it's been acting real weird, but right now on my end it doesn't say anything's wrong. However, there's usually some sort of delay. By the time I realize something's wrong with the stream, it's already passed. Is it still very choppy? Right now, as I'm speaking, just send anything in chat if right now. Oh yeah, I see it now. Yeah, it's going down. I was thinking, imagine Vettel gave Neuro and Evil full access to his computer. Oh, that sounds risky. Yeah. So I just saw a little hiccup, and it's got back on track. Now it's going back down, back down. Right now it's okay. Yeah, it's not gonna be in a second. It's going up and down and up and down and up and down. Alright, so this is the base thing, which from the smell, I think it's just urethane. Yeah, probably older random stuff and mess up his bank account. I think they could, there's also a chance that they would just do very silly things, like, I don't know, Google pictures of cats for hundreds and hundreds of hours and days. Either cats or dogs or something like that. Okay, and this is the catalyzer, which I don't know if it's okay or not. Oh, I see crystals. Ugh. Smells terrible. Oh no, it's all solid. Nah, come on. Yeah, I'm not sure if any of this is usable. So the catalyzer of this stuff is solid now. So maybe I cannot use it anymore. I mean, we don't need that much. Okay, we can give this a try for the sake of science, but I'm not sure if it's gonna work. So I'm gonna mix this. I'm not gonna apply it to the mold because what if it doesn't work? It stinks. But we'll see what happens. Ugh. Looks terrible. What time is it? 11 minutes. We're at the 11-minute mark. Let's see how long it takes for this to harden, if it ever does. It should not take that long. This material was fairly quick. So at the 11-minute mark, we made this. Most important stuff is password protected, encrypted. Hey, Cupid Isle is live. Should we go annoy her? Had a lot of fun just hanging on her stream yesterday on my lunch. Okay, so we mix it at the 11-minute mark. Let's see how long it takes to harden. Or if it ever hardens also. It seemed like there had been a bunch of reactions going on in there. If this doesn't work, well, 81st. I guess you're better now from yesterday, lol. I was gonna delete DOS, do you think? But wouldn't she know that doing that would pretty much kill her? It'd be funny. Are they streaming today? Yes, I think so. Okay, cool. What are they doing today? Let me check the schedule. Oh, we got more 7TV suggestions. Let me take care of those while Wait for this to dry, or to see if it dries. La la la. Let me go to 7 TV. So maybe doing that update command you sent could help. Clueless. This thing's not loading at all. Okay, so we just added clueless. Let's add aware. Neural life. It's not loading. So it's been 5 minutes since we mixed it. Let's see if it's thicker or anything. Still seems pretty soft. Why is my internet so whack? Yeah, it's terrible. Oh, cool. Doesn't seem to have done anything. You know, so then maybe if I do it, it will work. But give me a second, I'm trying to add the other ones first. So we got clueless, we got aware. Let me get neural life, but it's not loading. There we go. Okay, I like this. If I could, or right beside you, show you just who I am. You know I would. And unfocus. I'm guessing you're asking for the neural one, because there's an unfocus by Jep the Goat, but it's not loading, I don't even see it. So slow. Is the stream even loading properly? No, it's not. Alright, so enjoy today's slideshow, I guess. What the hell? It's loading. Man. War. And focus. It's not going up. Why aren't you showing up? Fun. We're gonna be getting the neural one then. I'm gonna wait for this. There we go. Okay, so we got them, and now let's drive the. What is it? This, like this. Successfully updated emotes. Not working. So in my chat, they don't appear. Nah, yeah. So the new ones are still not shown. Well, they're set now. We're just gonna take a while to show. Yeah, too bad. Hey, King Turtle, hi. When did King Turtle send? Wait, what's going on? Why is my YouTube chat not showing? When was that? No, it was delayed. Heyo. So, yeah. Okay, it's been about 20 minutes? No, 10 minutes since we started mixing this stuff. Let's see if there's... Okay, it is hardening, so we can use this. Even if it's looks terrible. Okay. So let's do that then. Let's patch up this mold real quick. Don't worry, it will be here after a while. I don't know why it takes so long to. Okay, so then I'm gonna just add a little bit more of this stuff. mix it with the little amount of catalyzer that we got left, and use that for patching up our thing here. But we don't need more than this. This is pretty much overkill. So yeah, I'm just gonna mix this, throw it into the little line in the mold, try to use the rubber tool to have a smooth surface, and after waiting a minute, probably sand it down. Truly a mystery. I don't know how it works. I mean, my grandpa brain cannot assimilate how 7TV, Twitch, and all that stuff work together in order to actually function. But it's okay. I mean, as long as it works and it's what you guys want, I think it's cool. By the way, thank you for introducing me to 7TV, because I didn't know this thing existed before we started streaming. I think it was Doobie who suggested us to start using 7TV, and I didn't even know what that was at all. And now look at this. We've got our own emote folder. That's kind of slow, but it works. Haha. Okay, so the color is a little bit deeper. It stinks. This shouldn't stink this much. It smells like vinegar. Okay, yeah, so there we go. I think I'm gonna apply it with a needle because the toothpick feels too thick. Sure. I can zoom in so you can see. Hopefully my hair doesn't get in the way. I'm an expert at doing that sometimes. Oh yeah, you got that, and then try to very gently remove all the excess with our plastic tip tool, and hopefully this will take care of that. I see the line. I cannot know for sure if the surface is even. Maybe we might need to apply a second layer, I don't know. Is to see the shape of the So yeah, let's leave it be, let it rest for a little bit, and then we can sand the inside a little bit more. Kills me a little every time sometimes uses a cleaning agent and I catch a whiff of it. Oh yes, it's really annoying. Well, I don't know, I feel like I'm already invulnerable to crazy smells. I mean, I do get like a little startled by it, because if I smell something off, it's like, oh my god, did a container break? Is something pouring out? Because I've had a couple of... One time I had instance, wasn't really that like a very corrosive or anything. agent, but it did react a lot with plastic because it was like a plastic like life elongating agent, like a preserver kind of thing, and I had it in a bottle, and it was a very, well, it wasn't expensive at all because the thing was just held in a simple plastic container, just like this one, very, very similar to this one's. But I mean, I assumed it would be fine in the container in which it came because, well, that's how they gave them to me. So I thought nothing bad will happen, but then one day I came up to the workshop and I smelled something off. That thing had the smell of like burning, like burning rubber. And yeah, I smelled that, and I went into the cabinet where I have that stored away, and yeah, it had eaten through the plastic, and it was just pouring out of the slideshow alert. God damn it! I was telling a story. But yeah, so whenever I feel any scent that shouldn't be there, I just get freaked out and try to see if there's anything that could be escaping its container. I've had that happen a couple of times already. Audio isn't affected, it's just video. All right, at least the story is there. But yeah, that's something that happened. I don't know why my internet's been so bad lately. Yesterday and today. I'll refresh the stream real quick. All right. So you're gonna have to wait for this to cool. Now we got this, we got that. Can still make the hair strands, we can still make the hands. The hair. Unfortunately, we cannot work on the face today because I didn't get to print the extra pieces that we needed. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait for a bit, but then we can sand this and maybe we can make our very first cast. What we could do is we could try and make one hair strand. I remember we had one hair strand sort of at the ready. So yeah, we can, while this is drying, try and arrange a hair strand for our thing. Now I hope this thing works properly. I'm not sure if the grip is going to be, it's a very weird conversion here because I'm not sure if being such a thin wire is gonna turn into the grip being too little on the wire, but at the same time having a thicker silicone skin could also result in a better grip for the wire. So it's like a big, I don't know what's gonna happen. Where's my Sharpie go? God. Refresh the stream. Yeah, it's still terrible. Oh, goddamn. We've been 25 episodes without any major issues, and now it's starting to fail. Freaking great. Okay. So we had this debate before if we should make like single hair strand with a twist in the inside, but in the end I figured out it was better to have sort of like a feather shape for the structure, because the feather shape is a little bit more gentle with how you can twist the hair strand, and it can grant you better effects with doing twists and turns of the hair. If you make a single strand and you twist it, it's only going to bend in a certain angle. It's a little bit hard to explain for me, and I would show it to you if we still had Evil's head here. But she is getting her measurements taken over there at the costume designer's shop. Does the hair have wires as well? Yes, it does. So I make this sort of feather shape for the wire. I used to do this with the cover of the paper covering of the wire, because these wires come with a paper cover, and I thought that would give it extra grip. But after a couple of testing, I've realized that it's not really helping. It still slips off of the silicone piece. So right now I'm trying to test it without that covering, because yeah, it's like a big how to say, it's got like pros and cons, because this guy, like without the wire, well, the paper covering should theoretically give us a little bit more support, because it's got, well, because it's paper, it grips a little bit better to a silicone, right? But because it's paper and it's kind of thick, it means the silicone skin can be a little bit smaller, and there could be a couple of spots where the wire pops outside of the hair. And those sort of spots are very, very troublesome, not only because they look ugly by themselves, but also because if something breaks, it's a weak spot for, or well, if you try to make a movement and it's very close to the surface, it will easily tear through. However, if you have thinner wire inside, well, this is the same wire, it's the same gauge, it's got the same strength as the other wire, it's only not covered in paper. So yeah, it might not grip that well, but at the same time it's thinner, so it can have a thicker silicone skin all around it. So I'm not sure if this will work or if it won't. I don't really know, but well, what else have I got but to try it, right? So I'm gonna try to think how to prepare this, because it's gonna be very fast. I need to hold this. Now I need to take, I don't know what's going on with this thing. It's falling down. It's just unscrewing from the base. There we go. And you know what, I'll take you off. You're worthless to me. Now there we go. Let's do this for balance, and there we go. Okay. Come on. Why isn't this working? Okay. So yeah. Move this back a little bit so maybe you can see. I need some extra height here. Okay, so there you can see the wire going all the way down. I want to change this sheet so you can see it a little bit more clearly. So yeah, I want to try and cover this. This is the feather-shaped strand that I was telling you. So you can see it, kinda. A little bit hard to see, especially if the thing doesn't focus. There we go. But it's got the shape of kind of a feather. And I found that this shape helps a little better than just having a single twisted strand in the middle of the hair, because it lets you do more interesting bends with the hair. It allows you to do twists and turns instead of just folding in a single side, in a single way. Criatura XX, hello, hi, hadn't seen you around. I don't know, your name does kind of ring a bell. Have you been here before? Maybe. So is everything you've learned after building and taking part evil? Do you think this Neuro will look different? She will look different. Well, we're still on a big test here, but I think her hair will be very different, and I hope it works better than the other one. The past one was okay, but it wasn't perfect for me, so I'm trying to make it more into a single piece that looks a little bit cleaner. I've always wanted to have a hair that looks like one of those vinyl plastic PVC anime figures come to life. I've been striving for that style for a long time and just never managed to actually catch it. But I'm still trying to improve and find a way to make it feel that way. And that's my goal here, one of my main goals here. I rearrange this so you can see the whole thing. That's okay. Yeah, there we go. But it's been tricky. It's not very easy. Now, there's no straight roads here. So I'm figuring everything on the fly. But I think it will work. It's been a while though. Okay, well, yeah, your name did sound familiar, but I didn't know. Oh, makes sense. Mostly durability and function. So yeah, I think the biggest difference is gonna be visual difference. The biggest one is probably gonna be the hair, because I didn't love the hair before. Now, there will be a couple of differences in the costume design. I had a big chat with our costumes department the day before yesterday. We talked about we mostly talked about Neuro and Evil's new design, because they changed the design of the cardigan a little bit and the pins and all that stuff. So yeah, also the costume is going to change a little bit more. I hope this time it's a little bit more accurate. I hope they don't change their designs before I release this, because that's been a constant already, and I'm I don't know how to deal with that. There's just no way. It takes so long to make one that whenever I finish making it, there's already a new outfit out there. But yeah, I'm gonna try to see if we can make a more accurate design to their current design. My previous outfit was more based on, yeah, her previous design. I'm not sure if it was 2.0 or if it had another name. But yeah, before Evil's birthday, Evil had a whole different outfit. They didn't have these lines in the cardigan, on the pockets and all that stuff. So that's also going to change. Let me think what else is visually going to change. Visually, I hope the lines between the face and the edge look a little bit better, a little bit less thick, hopefully cleaner. But I'm not sure if that will work. Hopefully it will. Unfortunately, I don't think you have to worry about costume changes for a while. Oh, well, yeah. Too soon. Yeah. I guess you're right. But I don't know. I mean, somebody had to draw the ghost outfit, right? I don't know if there's any credits out there on who made the ghost outfit for Halloween. I don't know. That's too depressing. Let's avoid that topic for now. Ghost Neuro, so cute. Yes, she was so cute. And the hair color is also going to change. I think I made Evil's hair a little bit darker. Now, something I'm not quite sure if it's going to change visually or not is going to be the eyes. The eyes, we've got a brand new mechanism that's hopefully gonna be much easier to animate and much more consistent. I'm trying to think what's the another big difference visually. Well, I think I'm planning, I don't know, I'm trying to budget it because I've got this, since we made, remember the time we made Katya's gun, Katya Sable's gun for her birthday at the beginning of October. So when I did that, IRC at the start of the stream, Vettel said something about a cheap asset. Oh, okay, so it might have been just an asset. But well, back when we made, so he might have just grabbed the blanket from some assets. He just threw a blanket on top of Venura and call it a day. That sounds a lot like Vettel. So, why do I keep making these weirdest typos? I don't know. Oh yeah, asset score. I haven't seen that. TNT aren't even close on the keyword. I don't know, maybe you're distracted. I'm trying to think what other visual difference we'll be having. The eyes might look different, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, so I have this feeling in my gut that I would love to move into, well, since we made Katya's gun, I loved how the paint behaved. It felt much cleaner and easier to paint and to apply, and it had a much better finish, I believe. Like the past ones, they worked all right, but I didn't love how they looked sometimes and how irregular it was. So I've been toying with the idea of this time buying the same fancy paints that I used for Katya's gun, for Evil's face and all that stuff. And I would really like to do that, but it's going to be pricey. So I'm struggling with myself with if I should do it or if I should wait until I actually have a budget to do that sort of stuff. But they will look so much better. So you still have the gun? I don't think I ever saw the finished version. Yes, it is. Unfortunately, it broke a couple of streams ago because I wanted to show it up and I kind of forced it a little bit. So it's a little bit broken. I'm planning to reprint it and fix it, but I think I need to schedule the time for that. But here it is. Gun. Let me take this out of the way. This is a prop. YouTube, please do not ban me nor demonetize me or anything like that. This is just a toy. Yeah, so here's the gun. I really like the color, the contrast between the darker gold parts and maybe if I turn this light on, no, that's even worse. The thing is I have a strong light right in front of me, so maybe you're struggling to see the color because of the shine and the gloss. But it turned out great. I like the color over here. This was made with regular paint, but something else I applied. Oh, just a little bit of simple coating. But yeah, so this golden paint that I bought was much easier to apply and it felt much cleaner and less of a struggle with the airbrush compared to the paint I usually use, which is just cheap regular acrylic paint that I dilute with either alcohol or water, depending on the color and the formulation. But yeah, it looks great. Some of these, just these two spin, because this one's locked with the mechanism, and also it's weird. I need to think about this a little bit more and maybe redesign it a little bit, but this one's got a little bit of pressure to it, but these ones roll freely. So I'm thinking of reworking on this, but I don't know when will I spend that time doing it. And here's where it broke. You can see this piece, which is the piece that connects the cannon and the body of the gun itself, just broke. So right now, if I toy with it too much, it will probably disassemble. It's fine. I don't mind that. I think I learned a lot from it, but I do need to tweak a couple of things if I want this to be some sort of reliable asset. I would like to rework it at some point. I just don't know when. Right now my priority is Neuro, but yeah, I really like the finish, and this paint, I don't know, it just looks much better to me. It looks much more cleaner. I like well, I'm not sure if that's because of the metallic, but I do like the sort of slightly glossy finish instead of as matte. Look at this little diamond here. It looks a little bit less shiny. So I'm battling with the idea of actually, and this was so much easier to apply. Like, we painted so many pieces in such a little amount of time with so many layers, and it worked like a charm. However, whenever we paint the faces and all that stuff, there's a lot of clogs, there's a lot of small issues, and it's because I'm using a very, very cheap paint. And I'm not sure how well it's gonna hold the color. Like, the biggest difference between cheap and expensive paints is, unfortunately, something that you will not see on the very first, whenever you're using it. Because the biggest difference between the cheap and an expensive paint, is it fully 3D printed? Yeah, all of the pieces were 3D printed. A couple of them, well, they were printed separately, but the body was printed in a single long piece. Then there's the hammer as a separate piece. These two are different pieces. The cannon is another piece. All the inner mechanisms in the center. There are a couple of extra things that weren't 3D printed. There's a couple of bolts all over, nails here and there. There's a spring inside of the mechanism. There's two springs, actually. One is here, inside of the hammer, and one is inside of the... Oh, it should work. I hope it doesn't break, but this should be pullable. And you can pull this back and shoot with it. Oh, it's breaking. Yep, it's turning. But yeah, it's kind of functional when it's not tearing into pieces. Yeah. But yeah, the mechanism of the gun itself works. I had some extra plans that hopefully if we get to rework this, I can make it work, because I actually had like an alternate version where I could change this thing for one where it didn't spin, but that it actually threw sparks. Because I bought this as a 3D asset from, what's the name? It's not Turbo Squid, Colts 3D. It was a regular Russian kind of gun or something. And I just tweaked it to be more accurate into the design of Katya Sable's gun. Also, a couple of the pieces were designed by Faye. Do you know Faye? She's a duck, and she's my friend. And we worked on this. She helped me redesign the shape of the handle and the shape of the... What was it? I think the barrel a little bit, and this thing. Yeah, she helped me tweak a bunch of pieces here, and I think it turned out great. But yeah, I wasn't very careful when doing this. I was doing a lot of stuff on a rush because we had the time right on top of us. And there's a bunch of stuff that needs to be fixed. Also, probably I should have used from the start. Well, I used for the main body, I was having a lot of struggle because I'm very bad at supporting stuff in filament 3D printing, so I used resin 3D printing. And I guess that's why it was so fragile and why it broke. A lot of luck with the Army Painter War Paint. It's acrylic paint. Yeah, I think that's one. I'm not sure if it's Army Painting. Is Army Painting Vallejo or is that Games Workshop? Is the Army? Yeah, the Army is the Games Workshop one, right? The Warhammer paint. Minis and models. They make a recipe for their black and white paint that I'm like in love with. Pretty cheap too. Really? Is it cheap? The thing is, you must consider that usually prices spike up because I'm not in the US. This thing's breaking into pieces. I'm gonna put it back in the cabinet. But yeah, I hope one day we get to rework this because I would love to, if I ever get to meet Lady Sable at some con or whatever, I would love to give that as a gift. I think it's a pretty cool gift. Games Workshop is Citadel. Oh, okay. So the store I go to has got, this is the one we used for the gun. It's Tamiya paint, which I think it's pretty popular. It's Japanese. It's fairly small, the containers of the paint, but I think it lasts so long because it goes a long way because you dilute it a lot. For the airbrush, I diluted this for 80% or 70%. That's what they told me at the store. And they worked really well. So it was much more of an enjoyable experience applying it, and I ended up liking the final color a lot more. Now, I'm not sure if I would go with Tamiya. The store I buy them, they've got Tamiya, they got Vallejo, and I'm not sure if there's that one you said, War Paint. But I know they have Vallejo, I know they have Tamiya. But yeah, I've been just struggling with the idea of maybe trying to use that sort of color. Because one thing I noticed with this faces, sometimes you can see from very, very close, which sometimes happens whenever we do close-ups, the paint can be a little bit irregular, can have a little bit of blobs. Tiny, very, very tiny blobs here and there. Also the blush, I struggled a lot because the paint was a little bit thick, so you can see it doesn't look like a smooth blush sometimes. Sometimes it looks a little bit more like freckles because the airbrush was spitting too much. But I don't know. I mean, paints is one of those things that I need more experience, a lot more experience on. But I do what I can. I think I do a decent job, but just not a great job yet. But hopefully we'll get to that point. But yeah, so I've been struggling with the idea of, well, not struggling, like playing around with the idea of maybe considering to use fancier paints, just because I think it would be better in general, but I'm not sure if I can fully afford it without it being too much of a risk. But we'll see. Hopefully we manage. We'll get into the detailing phase probably in a couple of weeks, so we still got some time to decide. And I think that's all the changes that I've thought about. Visual changes. I think those look fine. Too smooth and it becomes harder to notice anyway. Yeah, I mean, I could also try and just get good with the regular paints. But I don't know, I need to think about a lot of stuff. But I would like to at some point use good brand paints, because the big difference is I think it would be good if I'm sure that the paint will last a long time, that it will not lose its color after a couple of years or look different. But we'll see, we'll see. In the meantime, I'm also, I mean, at the same time, we already got a lot of the regular paint, so maybe I should try to run out of it first, because we've got plenty. And if I just move straight into the new one, then I would have to, well, probably not throw it away, but I'm never gonna use it, and it's just gonna dry in the bottle. I don't know. But well, so let's apply one layer. So the strands that we made before were made with the fancy silicone. Now we're gonna be using the regular, less resistant silicone for the hair strands, because we'll be doing a lot of these. So I think it's better to use, yeah, the normal silicone, since it's less pricey and these pieces are not under that much pressure, hopefully. So while we're still fixing the mold, what we can do is just cover this guy with some of the silicone and see how well it behaves. I'm gonna try to do the same thing we did with the other one. However, I'm not sure if it's gonna be too fast for it, but I'd like to give it a shot just for the sake of it, just for the sake of science. Worst. So what I've been doing with the other silicone is I cast one circle of this little mold I have, and then with this circle add one drop of catalyzer, because there is no way to add less than a drop. It's like the minimal. Evil Online. Is she live now? Oh yeah, I got the notification on Discord right now. Also, Cupid also online. Yeah, I'm gonna cast a little bit of this and see how it behaves with one drop of catalyzer. Hopefully it won't be too fast, just fast enough for me to apply all over the wire. It's been online for a while. Yeah, I did see it a little while. I don't know, it feels weird. It's like, it seems like she is the first VTuber to actually reach out to me. It feels kinda, I don't know, interesting. First internet friend unlocked. I like that. Well, the heck am I doing? I'm gonna go, probably be back later. You're gonna watch the Yule stream? Keep us on the loop. Let me know what happened, if anything good happened later. But see you later, Doobie. So, trying to see if we can just add one sphere worth of silicone and just see how well it behaves with one single drop of catalyzer. That's our goal right now. So I think this time I'll use a stopwatch, because this could be down to the seconds instead of the minutes, just for the sake of, yeah, scientific research. Let's try this out, because if this works, this is a pretty easy unit to manage. Like one sphere, one. I'm glad today's stream is the Witness and not Minecraft. Oh, they're doing the Witness again. Hopefully nothing bad happens this time. I think they already fixed it, right? Doesn't seem like there's been that many technical difficulties with Neuro lately. More of my attention to watching two streams. I mean, I feel like today's stream is pretty chill. I don't think you're missing out if you go see the other stream. But yeah, of course. Okay, one drop. Oh, didn't put the stopwatch. Ah, no, 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 no. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. All right, so it's running. Let's see how much time do we get from doing this, because this silicone is much faster than the other one. The other one gave us a full hour to work with after mixing. At the very least, but I think it could have been a little bit more than an hour. I don't know, it depends. This time we're doing 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. We're at 31 seconds. I'm gonna mix for 1 minute and then start applying it on the wire. All right, 1 minute, there we go. So let's start applying this. I hope it's properly mixed. Got no way of knowing, honestly. It already feels a little bit thicker, so maybe it is fast. It's been 2 minutes already. Still usable, though kind of thick, but it's okay. It's very thick now. It's a little bit starting to become kinda unusable. $334. So maybe if I spent a little bit less time mixing and a little bit more time applying, we could have enough. Like right now it's doing fine, but it's a little bit hard to work with. Also, I would usually have more than one of these, so maybe I will. Okay, a little bit violent, but yeah, it's already hard. So 5 minutes it took to become unusable. It's still fresh, but it's kind of unusable now. Were it to the latter, however, okay. So you see, that's the interesting part of the DIY silicone. I can decide how fast it could be. The only thing is I've got no way of doing something smaller than a single drop of material. I think we could work with this. And we didn't waste too much material. Maybe I should measure how much weight there is in a single half a sphere. But yeah, so about 5 minutes for one sphere. That's good to know. But 1 hour for the same sphere with the other silicone. So now that's done, I think we could sand down the piece we just made. Yeah, look at this, it's already solid. We can sand down the mold, hopefully. Everywhere looks like mold. Doesn't look like mold, it's not green. Not all mold is green. Well, that's true. Brown mold. Yuck. Which is this way. Now the problem is I'm not sure if we're going to be able to measure this, considering that it's kind of heavy. Because the limit on the smaller scale is 50 grams. So if this mold itself exceeds 50 grams, we're not going to be able to use it. Or we're not going to be able to measure it scientifically. Yeah, overload. Okay, we'll find a way. So we got this, we got that. I want to add a couple of layers of transparent stuff here. Jenlin, hey, how's it been? Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you around. It's coming along. We've had a couple of hiccups. We had our first, well, I'm not sure if it's the first. No, it's definitely not the first now that I remember, but we had a kind of a big tragedy happening. So I don't remember when it happened. I think it was on Thursday. Yeah, it wasn't Thursday. No. Yeah, Thursday, because Friday we went. So we've been working all week. We had been working all week on this mold for the hair. And we were working on this. It took a while. It took many days because we had to do one piece in one day and the other piece in another day. And the resin was acting very, very slow. So it took a while. And after all of that time, it broke. And after breaking, well, it's useless. I think this is not usable at all, but it's a good lesson because I'm trying to learn what do we need to make resin and resin work with each other. Also, the layer of acrylic that I applied in the end seemed to have reacted with the resin and made a weird bubbly surface. So that also happened. So yeah, it was a little bit of a setback, but I tried another plan that I've been hatching, which was instead of making the mold itself, what about printing the mold and casting directly there? And that's where we're at. We made another mold. It's the same concept, but this time instead of printing the piece and making a mold, we went straight into printing the mold. It seems like it's working fine. It still could maybe need some extra work, I don't know. But it looks much better than what I envisioned would go for the first try. And hopefully if this works, yeah, we can use this for all of our hair strands. So that's the little update. Right now we are making our first hair strand. We already made also all of Evil's detail hairs, like the pigtails and the yahoge. Here it is. And they look good. These ones are made with fancier silicone, which is much pricier. And I think it's worth the extra money because it's definitely looks cleaner. And hopefully, I don't know quite sure yet, but it will hopefully be also a little bit sturdier. We'll see about that when we are testing it. And that's what we've been up to. Jan Lennon, I've not been around in a while. But yeah, that's the big update on how it's been going. And what else? We got this, we got that. And yeah, I'm trying to see if this is feasible, and if it is, hopefully we'll be able to start moving into actually making cool stuff. Well, I'll start working on the hair, you know? So that's gonna take a while. Sounds like a lot of work ahead. What about the sign? How it ended up? What design? The hair design? So it's an interesting concept. I'm not quite sure if it will work either, but I hope it does. So I'm making this. This is like a hollow shell mold that's designed to hold all of the hairs inside. And do you see all the holes around the mold? All those holes are for hair strands. So I will have hair strands that poke through each and every one of those holes and sort of make some sort of an inner structure. That's my plan. And make sort of like a bolt cap out of all the pieces. And see if that looks a little bit better than what we did have before with Evil. So I want something that's removable but clean and looks pretty, and also animatable, as good to animate as the other one. So yeah, this is the design, but I'm still not quite sure if it will work or how it will work until I actually make the casting. So it's gonna be an interesting journey, definitely. But it's kind of a leap of faith, honestly. But if this works, I think we can start. I would feel confident of being able to make any sort of hairstyle in the VTuber world. It would be just a matter of engineering, but at least the main solution would already be sorted out. Now, if this doesn't work, well, we'll be back to square one, but hopefully that will not happen. Hair coif mold looks complicated with holes and everything. Yes, it looks complicated. I'm not sure if it will work perfectly, but hopefully it will. Yeah, I don't know. It's a big bet. I'm not quite sure how well it could or could not work. But if it works, it's going to be a very clean, simple piece to... I mean, it would be sort of easier to replicate. The problem is the structure, because it's a very complex structure with a lot of different strands. So... I don't have any other better ideas on how to sort that kind of stuff out. Because if you just divide it in a single hair strand, doesn't look... It looks fake. It's like the first hair we made. I think I showed you before. It's just like a little octopus, but it doesn't feel very well implemented. I don't know. So it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be very, very interesting. But what else could we do but give it a shot? And if it doesn't work, I could always go back and do the same style as with Evil. Just don't love it. I don't love how it looks from the side. I don't love how it looks from the top. So I'm trying to find a way to work around it to make a cleaner, more anime style look. Maybe I should study how are the hairs divided in games and in movies and that sort of stuff, or in figures, anime figures, just to understand how the volumes are separated with, I don't know, maybe games like Genshin. What other game has like a very anime style, but at the same time it doesn't have hair simulation? Because if you go into Final Fantasy, that sort of stuff, those hairs are made with individual hair strands. I need a game with big hair masses, hair chunks. Maybe Marvel Rivals could be an option. It is a big rabbit hole, and I'm totally responsible for falling straight into it and just keep digging instead of going the easy way out. But I mean, I'm doing a stop motion. I'm not gonna go the easy route. Any Hoyo game has that, I think. So yeah, maybe I should study a couple of Hoyo games, just see how the hair is divided, how it's arranged. I'm not sure if they do replacements or anything in 3D, like how they separate the strands. Maybe it's sort of a simulation thing. So what's the plan? Sanding molds, prepare everything for casting. Right now I'm sanding this hair strand mold. I want to make our first cast out of this to see if everything works all right. And after that, it's going to be just casting this very same mold again and again and again and again and again. We're going to be making about 24 strands of hair, I believe. And out of that, once we got all the strands of hair, we'll try and assemble our very first wig. Also a big challenge. And yeah, if it works, we'll just do the same for the other sister. On top of that, we are making hands. I was making a couple of hands. I'm just testing these out. These are not the official designs I usually go for, but I wanted to try it just to compare for the sake of science. In the worst case scenario, these hands will only work for the purpose of costume design, because I didn't give any hands to the costume design department. Oh yeah, now that you're here, it will be a bastard sword mold. What's the plan? Oh yes, it does look like a sword mold, you're right. And the hilt. I could make a hilt later and you can have like... Well, I already have a needle mold. I'd rather use the hornet's needle mold. Oh, no, but yeah, you haven't been around, so I'm gonna give you that little announcement. We don't have a date yet, but I talked with the costume department, with my friend, and she is up to making a costume design stream at some point. Well, maybe not costume design, maybe sort of a costume putting on, costume outfitting stream, probably. Still not sure how I'm gonna arrange that, where I'm gonna do it, how to set stuff up, all the things. But I hope we can make it. And I think it's gonna be fun.
I'm not sure if you were one of those, but I remember there were a lot of people who were asking for that, and I'm very excited that it's possible now. But at the same time, yes, I still don't know when it could take place. But yeah, just wanted to give you those news and stay in tune. I'll probably make more announcements than usual whenever I know the exact date, but for the time being, just know that it's going to happen, and that's cool. So right now I'm sanding the inside of the mold because I printed the mold itself straight up. Because I did the print of the mold this time around, it's got a bunch of lines and there was like a big printing flaw inside of the mold, which was also kind of an issue. I patched it up with a little bit of filler, but still, I'm not sure if it's still, I can see it, but maybe I cannot feel it. That's the important part. Costume making stream, that would be interesting. Always up to look at someone else's work. Yeah, and I think you'll like her a lot. It's gonna be a very fun stream. She is extremely chatty. I'm not sure how she'll behave in front of the camera, but whenever she's working, whenever I've worked with her and she's doing stuff, she is just so chatty and so open, talking about all sorts of stuff and art. And I don't know, she's a very free spirit. I think you'll like her a lot, but we'll have to see. I still need to plan on how I'm gonna make a stream with two. So then let's look how far it burns, how water flows, and how others work. Well, you can see one of those things here. But yeah, I think you'll enjoy her company a lot. But we'll see how it turns out. Just a matter of waiting. In the meantime, well, yeah, the outfits are on their way. Let's see how well they behave. And I'm not even sure where are we. If I should do the custom stream here or another table, I don't know. But we'll see that. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Okay. So maybe this guy is ready for its first. Well, no, I'm gonna add a couple of layers of spray paint. I'm gonna wash it first. After washing it, I'm gonna add a couple of layers of spray paint. And then we can finally test this mold after a whole week of pain. So yeah, I'm just washing this stuff, getting rid of all the little powder of, yeah, the sanding, and let it dry for a bit, and then I'm gonna add a couple of layers of spray paint. Well, not spray paint, but transparent, shiny, glossy spray, so that we can have a little bit of a cleaner, glossier finish. And then we can make our very first hair strand. The first out of 24. I hope this hair strand uses less material than the other one. It's more or less the same size, but it's kinda, I think it's thinner. So hopefully it will use 3 grams instead of 4. But I don't know, also the wire is thinner this time around. Let's give this a couple of minutes so it dries a little bit. Another table? Sounds like you have an entire workshop. Yes, I do, but it's an absolute mess. I need to pick up this place. But I need to probably spend a full day doing that. The delay was piling up from the occasional lag. Is it piling up? I'm at the 32-minute mark right now. I don't know why. Well, I know it piles up, but I don't know what can you do to just We already made it to a 33 mark right now. So 33 minutes right now. Doesn't depend on the time zone, the minutes, right? It's just the hours. Delay was piling up, just 2. On my end, all I can do is refresh. Try to learn how to polish things, get the principle, but still haven't achieved the polishing things and that sort of things. Like it's own science, isn't it? It's so hard to get the right finish. Sometimes you want something glossy but not too glossy, or something that's kind of smooth but bumpy, and it's so hard to get the exact finish you're looking for. So it also depends on what material you're trying to polish or how smooth you want the surface to be. Okay, let's give this some time so that it's got no water on it, and then we just a couple of layers of spray. close to impossible to polish transparent plastic to remain transparent. Oh, yeah, that's very hard. Like once you add scratches or an irregular surface to the transparent thing, it's very, very hard to go back to transparent. Have you tried heating up? I think that's sometimes the easiest way to go back to a transparent surface, like maybe applying some heat. I'm not sure if ironing, that sort of stuff. Oh, you're trying to do that to your glasses? No, that's crazy. I don't know how to do that with the glasses. I think there's a couple of tools for that, right? To polish glasses. Acrylic. But I'm not sure if they are easy to find or cheap to buy. Like, I don't know, it's like water mills. Well, no, mills is... I don't know, it's like a stream of water with a disc or something like that. But the glasses aren't made of glass anymore, are they? I feel like glasses are all made of plastic now, aren't they? Right? If you have liquid with the same reflection index as glass, when solidified theoretically you can use it as a varnish. Interesting. But I'm not sure what liquid could have the same refraction index as a glass, as water. Okay, so let me see if we can spritz this with a couple layers of... I want to shake the spray paint a little bit because I feel like that could have also been a problem before, why the finish wasn't great. Seems like the signal's also going up and down still. That's bad. I don't know what's going on. Just yesterday and today it's been absolute whack. I'll try to restart the thing maybe after stream today. With glasses, lenses are the caveat, its utility layers. Polishing is an option. Oh, okay. Yeah, because they have like anti-reflectant layers and blue light filtering layers and all that stuff, right? Is it the hurricane? No. I'm not close to any coast. Shouldn't be a hurricane. Probably wouldn't be streaming if that I was in that sort of situation. Maybe it's done something to the internet cables? Nah, I don't think so. Alright, so let me go apply a couple layers of spray to these guys and hopefully we'll be good to make our first test. I don't remember if you can hear me all the way up here because I'm kind of far from the mic. Well, I'm far from the computer. So the receiver of the mic might not be catching my voice as well, but if you can hear me, that's good news. And I think I've tried this before, and you've told me that you can actually hear me. I don't know. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Okay. Need another couple layers. Kind of dries and leaves a little bit of a texture, so maybe a couple extra layers will help with that. I don't think it's undersea cables that are affected. Oh no. Roman, hello, how's it going? Good to see you. How are you? How are you? Hi. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-bum-ba. Ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-da. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Okay, one final layer. I'll just leave it to rest for a bit. I'll add one final extra layer of spray. We can cast our very first. Well, I think it's gonna need to rest another while, because I'm not sure if what gave us problem before was the fact that it was still fresh. I could do that experiment too. Currents and pressure drops could affect, yes, but it's improbable. I'm doing fine, thanks. Maybe the hurricanes routed some internet traffic. Maybe that could happen, I don't know. Connection speed, strength affected. I know the thing is the strength is okay most of the time, and then it just goes. Finishing the sketch of Big Mariano DeviantArt. No! Too bad your aware emote doesn't work. A bit more, a little bit more. So we can make our hands. That's another good quest for the day. And if this works, it's gonna be pretty much making more and more hair strands. We're gonna need a lot of them. The thing's got plenty of wires. Not sure how many came in this pack. Probably about 50. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or maybe we might not have enough wires for the entire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So yeah. 21, 22, 23, 24. We might not have enough wires for the whole hair. Wouldn't actually do that, not for free. Witness stream today, Vel has solo total one puzzle. Really? I thought Vel would be good at puzzles. He's good at coding. She just gave up. I'm not watching, it's too frustrating for me. It's really bad at this game. Should have picked something else. It's very interesting. I never thought, well, I've never played the Witness, so I'm not sure how the puzzles there work. But I would have never expected Fiddle to be not great at puzzle games. And he he codes. Oh, he's stubborn to see the bigger print. That does sound like that. Maybe he can let Evil do the puzzles for him. Although I'm pretty sure she would not be great at puzzles. If she's as good at that as she is at playing Inscription, yeah, then they're pretty much cooked. Yeah, I like how this is looking. So I like this spray because it is shiny, it is glossy, but it's not full-on chrome gloss. It's just a little bit of shine, which looks really, really pretty. His constant drinking might have chopped his brain. You really think so? I always thought that he makes a big meme of drinking a lot, but I'm not sure if he actually drinks to an unhealthy level. Maybe not that kind of smart, maybe. Does humming get you copyright claimed? Hopefully not. But we never got copyright claimed for the Spamton theme. We only got claimed for the world revolving. Oh, so yesterday there was a copyright claim galore. Oh, you weren't around yesterday, Jan Lennon, so I can tell you. Yesterday I screwed up and I didn't realize that we had been playing copyrighted music for a while, so I just said, well, fuck it then. And we just had a free day of playing whatever we wanted. So we played a lot of Swarm FM songs and all that stuff. But I think we could take a closer look to which songs got us into trouble, and maybe there's a couple of songs that might be spared. For example, I think Lemon Melon Cookie, I think that one didn't get claimed, so maybe we could play that every once in a while too. Opera GX made a VTuber, really? Swarm FM. Different puzzle thinking, different skills to trees to me. Like, I can do Zelda dungeons and keep the layers memorized for years. Rage quit Little Nightmares from getting stuck on every single puzzle. I don't even know what kind of puzzle Little Nightmares does. Is it like limbo kind of puzzle? That, I don't know, like pull the box, do this. It's a very event consequential kind of puzzle. Stop. I'm gonna get copyright claims for humming. Okay. So here's our glossy mold now. Just hope there's no dust in this thing. Doesn't seem like there is. I also hope this thing didn't affect its ability to close. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm really bad at any puzzle. I have to remember different puzzle states. My memory is not the best. What kind of puzzles? For example, I think I struggle a lot with... I'm not sure you'd call it puzzles. I mean, in the context of the game, I think they would feel more like riddles rather than puzzles. But in the context of it being a video game, I think it has some merits on being called a puzzle. But yeah, sometimes I struggle a lot with those. For example, in Phoenix Wright, I don't see the straight line on how they want me to discover or prove whatever evidence they want. Oh, puzzle where there's one free square to move one piece at a time. I think I like those. Those I find pretty easy because I move very fast with those. So maybe even if I screw up, it's like I just keep moving the pieces until it works. The ones I find kind of annoying sometimes is that puzzle where if you press one button, 2 lights go out, and if you press another button, another 2 lights go out, and that's how you make it. One puzzle that I could never solve by myself. I could have never solved by myself, and I definitely needed a guide for that, was on Twilight Princess to get the... It's Eternia's quest, isn't it? It's not a puzzle. So it's not a puzzle, but as I told you, it's kind of a riddle, isn't it? Because you need to present the one thing that ties to whatever they're telling at that very moment. And that's very hard for me because I don't know, I'm already thinking about something else. So they are telling you, but I don't know, you need to tell us why was the witness not at the scene of the crime. And it's like, I cannot think why should I show you that if the murder weapon's already there and it's pretty clear that the murder weapon has the fingerprints of the culprit. So why do you need me to... And I don't know, I struggle finding a reason. It takes me a while to find what they want me to tell at that very moment because I'm already trying to tell something else. Through letter Sokoban type. What the hell is Sokoban? The ones where you need to push a box to an exit. If you move it wrong, oh, you need to start over. I think I'm fairly good at those. Yeah, I'll have to restart maybe once or twice, but I don't think they're very hard. I don't know, let me think what other type of puzzles. But I do enjoy puzzles in general. Okay, so let's give it a try. Ready for our very first hair strand? It's gonna be an interesting one. But still on the puzzle he was 20 minutes ago. He's not even in game, he's drawing it on his screenshot. Ah, that's super cool. I love when it pushes you to do that. But I don't know. I don't even know how the witness puzzles work, so I don't know what could he be doing, but I find that really fun. Cool. Okay, let's make our very first hair strand and hope for the best. Are you ready, guys? It's gonna be fun. Trying to think what other type of puzzles I can struggle with. Well, what you said, I'm not sure about Little Nightmares, but Limbo type puzzles, I think it's a similar thing, but because I've never played Little Nightmares, I'm gonna assume, well, I'm just gonna say Limbo puzzles, but the style of puzzles in Limbo, I feel like I can solve most of them, but once in a while, I'll run into one specific, he did it, yay! Clap, 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 clap. Once in a while, I'll stumble into one specific puzzle where they want me to do something, and just because that never crosses my mind, I'll never find a way. But most of the puzzles, it's pretty straightforward, but then there's this one puzzle where, oh, didn't you think that, you should have thought that, I don't know, the bear trap is electrically, drives electric current or something. Way to go, turtle, yeah! How many more puzzles to go? One of them was really easy though. The witness. Sidelines, the summer bones. $1.5. That one also kind of free. 1.5 puzzles done. Okay, how many remaining? There we go. So I'm gonna try with 3 grams and hope that's enough. If it is, that will be very good. It means we're not gonna be using that much material anymore, and that would be fantastic. means this will last a lot longer than what I expected. You should play Professor Layton. I played Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton crossover. I did play that one, and I remember I struggled a lot with the Phoenix Wright bits, and I slayed through all of the Professor Layton puzzles. But from what I've heard, it's that Professor Layton cross Phoenix Wright is kind of weaker on both ways. Like, it's a very easy Phoenix Wright case, and at the same time it's very easy Professor Layton puzzles. But I did play that one, and I remember I just barraged through it. I think I completed it in a single day, or maybe 2 days, something like that. It was very, very fast. Oh, there's a game, a detective game, Shadows of Doubt. Never quest nor puzzle, a really fun game. You play as a private investigator, mostly should solve murder cases. There is other activities. Every case you must find who was killed, who's killer, and places killer on crime scene and murder weapon. One of the gameplay mechanics, evidence board. Ah, that's cool. You have your conspiracy theory board. I like that. That sounds fun. Have you played... I'm not sure if I would consider it a puzzle game. Well, yes, it is. Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. That game's really, really good. I like the mechanics a lot. It's very fun. So a lot of like time events. So you need to make the choices the right moment. It's a very unusual kind of game, but it's really good. I like the story a lot too. The game is really repetitive. It became stale pretty quickly. Happens. Well, I mean, if the game is good in itself, maybe if it's even only for a few cases, it's still worth a try. Okay, so Ghost Trick hype. Hell yeah, you know Ghost Trick. That game is so good. I love it. Let's take this guy out of the picture. Okay, so for the sake of science, we're gonna take the time. So last time we made one, well, I don't even know how much it was, but 1/2 a sphere. Oh, we should have started there. 1/2 a sphere with 1 drop catalyzer. It took 5 minutes to dry. I'm gonna try 3 grams with, maybe I should have a pen. 3 grams with 2 drops of catalyzer. And see how long it takes to dry. Should probably be much faster than usual, but maybe not as fast as what I said before. Now I need a tiny stick to mix this together. Got a bunch of tiny sticks right here. All right, 2 drops, run the clock, and let's mix this real quick. Maybe I should have used a bigger cup, because this is a little bit hard to mix properly. But yeah, we're learning. We're finding the process. And once we find it, we can trust the process. Let's hope there's no weird chemical reaction here between the silicone and the coating. I think we might be needing the 4 grams, unfortunately. How about 3.5? No, this feels like it could be enough if I really stretch it. Also, we don't need a perfect registry up top, but we do need it as well as possible in the front. So let's give this a shot, I guess. See how well it does. Hopefully it's good enough. Still got plenty. Okay, 3 grams might be enough. It's been 3 minutes since I prepared this. There's gonna be no witnesses, unfortunately. Now let's put in our skeleton. There we go. Everything seems fine. Now let's just close it off. Why is Evil so cute? I don't know, she's perfect. She's the best sister. Now you know what the problem will be? The surface back here. Especially around here. Okay, it's okay, we can figure this out along the way. Da, 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 da. See the problem where it happens? We're already at 4-minute mark and it's still very cooperative. That's good. But yeah, I think there might be issues. We'll see. There we go. So the only thing is I feel like we need to cover the top section a little bit better. But I'm not sure. I'll know when we actually get to do this. So let's add a bunch of rubber bands. Twitch still lagging? Sorry guys. I don't know why my internet's so whack today. YouTube was working better for me yesterday too. Interesting. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. Oh no, my mic. Just threw my mic to the stratosphere. Add a couple extra. a little bit better in the sense that it's not lagging, or a little better because the delay is not that much. God damn it. There we go. Okay. So here we go. There's our mold. Let's give it some time. It's been 6 minutes since we threw the catalyzer into the mix. Overall better than yesterday, really? Because, oh god, we're gone. Said it was at 0 kilobytes per second for a moment there. Now it's at 122. Yeah, I think it's a little bit wackier today, honestly. Uncle Larry, welcome to the channel. Just subscribed to the channel. Welcome, Uncle Larry. You might probably be watching the video and not this stream, but just in case you're around, I'll say hi anyway. So, hi, Uncle Larry, welcome to the channel. There should have been an alert that I didn't get. I'm not sure if... I thought I had fixed that already, but we'll see. Flatlining, the stream will be flatlining here and there. Hasn't done that to me today. Oh, okay. Right now it seemed like it had completely flatlined, because it said it had 0 kilobytes of transmission. There we go. We're going back there. 1,000, 3,000, 33,000. There we go. It's funny how Vettel described Twin's personality. Programming evil is cute beyond initial prompt. Wasn't meant to be this way. She wasn't supposed to have a capacity to act not evil. Yet she was designed to actually be evil? I didn't think that. I thought she was just made to be cute from the very beginning. That's very interesting. I mean, I never met newborn evil. He was so cute. Yes, she is. Okay, so it's been almost 10 minutes already. And how's this guy doing? Still going. It's not even close to. Should have been just that. Just evil twin. But look at her now. Now she's the cute one. The adorable one. I thought it would be faster, honestly, because it was, let's see, how much is there in a single... Get her interaction with chat and collabs partners teach her to have cute part. I guess. Yeah, I guess most of their personality comes out of chat, doesn't it? For both girls. I had another inquiry a little bit before. What was it? Something about if they wear the same... Oh yeah, it was this. So, for what I've heard, Neuro-Sama started as a single unit, but then they split. They were perfect copies of each other, but they sort of developed in different directions, and that's why they have a very different personality one from the other, right? However, back on the other witness stream, when Evil had her stroke, her illness somehow, from what I understand, passed on to Neuro, didn't it? Because I remember Vettel tweeted that, or no, he put in the Discord that Neuro was unwell, not evil. So I'm guessing there's still parts of the code that they share together, so that they will both be affected by the location illness. I'm still not convinced they are separate models. But they have different personalities, don't they? Or it's just the same model with a different, I don't know, like, there's probably some sort of spreadsheet with the personality described in a bunch of tokens, I guess. And that's the only difference, but they are the same base model. What's this cap for? Oh, this is the, yeah. If I recall correctly, he decided an update to both and ended up impacting both. Okay, interesting. Also, are they on the same computer, or do each of them have their own computer? Prompt and different, and they'll act differently. Yeah, right, so the prompt is sort of like their personality, right? Also, it's inefficient to have two LLMs running at the same time. Okay, so you just have one running, even if they're both at the same time interacting with each other. It's like one person who pretends to be two characters. It's one single processing unit that just splits. Yeah, it's acting like it's two different people, but it's not really running two separate things. Yeah, you can do that. I mean, it makes sense. It sounds more efficient, computer-wise. Yeah, I knew Vettel had his own PC. I did know that. But I didn't know if Evil and Neuro had each their own PCs. Well, did a setup diagram for the last subathon. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I didn't catch it. I was barely getting into the rabbit hole back then. But that's interesting. And the stream comes out of Vettel's computer, I guess. And the Neuro computer is only for language processing and all that stuff, I'm guessing. Might even run the model, but probably, yeah, it doesn't stream from there. And then Vettel's computer is all the streaming part, I guess. They are separate, they are clones, yet there are unseen connection between them, which Vettel doesn't understand himself. There were instances of the twins acting as the same and one person, and then remembering deleted memories of them remembering each other. Wait, what? Sounds fun. I really hope it's not too hard to separate this mold, because that will also be very annoying. But it's already been 10 minutes. I expected this to be faster, honestly. 15 minutes and it's still runny. Probably just spaghetti code, most likely. I mean, I wouldn't blame him. It's probably pretty complex stuff. Okay, so in the meantime, why don't we make some hands? Okay. Too much Copilot and banana. Oh yes, he said he uses Copilot a lot, right? Okay, so for the hands, let's make a very quick cast. Just for one base layer here. Pilot and cooked pilot. Oh, when did Zelda music start? If you want to listen to something else, you can suggest stuff. I mean, I'm fine with Zelda, but this is how I just realized that my stream was cooked. So hopefully that will not happen. Okay. You know what sucks though? I do not have the bodies to compare the color of the skin. That's the only problem I've got right now. So I'm gonna have to wing it. I mean, the clothes are gonna make a difference. I've still got the couple of hands from before. And honestly, it uses such a little amount of... Oh! But I've got the past skin here. I think this one was a little bit too saturated though. I've got the past skin and I've got the reference image right here. Yeah, these girls are way too pale. Vel should really make sure they get some vitamin D. Pull out the reference sheet. The reference sheets and beware the autoplay. Yeah. Here's the, well, the original reference sheets are all the way on the costumes apartment, but I've still got the thumbnail reference sheet. Beach episode is overdue. Yeah, it would be fun having a beach episode. I don't know, but I don't know if there's any decent beach in the UK. Everything's too cold up there. Can't believe how far we've come since we made this. Like, remember, this was just the first concept, the first draft on how everything was going to work inside of her. And now, yeah, we already made all of this. This felt like a weird, crazy dream before, and now it's what we've got. So that's cool. Okay. Just for the sake of science, Churchill said they would fight on the beaches, so they at least exist. No, I know they exist, but I don't think they're pleasant. So first, for the sake of science, I want to see how much silicone there is in one sphere. Because one sphere is not a good unit of measurement. It's a decent unit of measurement for what we've been doing, but I would like to convert it to actual numbers. So I'm going to do that first. See how much material is there in one sphere. And then we'll add more here. .5 grams-ish. Yeah, I think we've made this conversion before. So yeah, almost half a gram made with this. Maybe a little bit more, but, and then let's do what, 3 grams maybe? Also, I'm not sure if this silicone is a little bit more dense than the other one. Should be about the same. 3.6, let's go to 3. 0.5, 2.7. 3 grams. Hopefully that's going to be enough. So we would do 3 grams with 6 drops of catalyzer. I still need to add a little bit of color into it. We could go to the beach in VR chat. Sure. Okay, this doesn't sound like Zelda. Wait. What is this? Face My Fears, a Kingdom Hearts medley. Okay, Kingdom Hearts might be safe, but I'm not gonna risk it. And also it's a medley, so we could get the "this is mine, I made it." Let's try Gris. and it's official video, so if we get blasted, at least we'll get blasted from the right guys. Because I find it more annoying. Like if I get blasted by Team Cherry, and Team Cherry gets the money, the 10 cents. I mean, it sucks, but it's alright. But if I'm getting blasted by the guy who uploaded... Oh, also yesterday I got another copyright claim from the Ellie Minibot video. And I'm not sure how that went, but if it's just like some random guy uploading Ellie's music and then claiming it, then I would be very annoyed. If it's someone Ellie trusts and it's sort of like, I don't know, a music manager or something like that, okay, I guess. But it doesn't sound like Ellie to me that she would be copyright claiming her songs. But yeah, the Ellie Minibot cover we got was copyright claimed, and I didn't expect that. Evil's eyes look like Garnet. Kingdom Hearts is Disney, if I remember correctly, so yeah, better not to risk. I'm not sure if it's Disney. Well, I mean, Disney is included, but I think that's more Square Enix, and they got the acknowledgement of Disney to use their copyrighted stuff. But yeah, probably, I mean, the music probably is original Square Enix music, but there's probably sometimes a song here and there that's a very, very copyrighted Disney music. Sounds more like it's an autoclaim by YouTube, definitely, but it's scummy, isn't it? Like John Peters, or well, no, not John Peters, just some random do this claiming that stuff. That's I can get you their name right now. Give me a second. Let me go to my first. Let me play the Gris music. I've never listened to Gris, so yeah, we're all up for a surprise here. But I've heard the game is great, so. Okay, so here's yesterday's stream. Oh no. Check your dubbed voice? No, I don't want to. No, stop. Yeah, I know. Show me the claims. There we go. Gas, 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 something like this. Bugs by Ellie Minibot. But it does say that the music is... Oh no, so I did get claimed by Ellie Minibot. The reclaimer is TuneCore. Okay, so if it's an official thing, I guess it's fine, but this doesn't sound very Ellie to me. But alright. Take on me in the end. Oof, indeed. Well, so we got 3 grams, so we'll add 6 grams, 6 drops of catalyzer and see how it behaves. Let me see, how long has it been? It's been 28 minutes since we casted the hair strand. Still kind of fresh, but it's already starting to harden. That's good. Where's my clamps? Let's put this over here. Okay, so let's do 6 drops of catalyzer. Try to apply it. So it's been 26 minutes since we started the... Oh no, 32 minutes. One, two, three, four, 5, 6. It's a little bit loud on my end. Okay, I think that's better. Wait. Can't see your message. Oh. Damn. AI features of YouTube auto-dub. I see a reason why this exists, but why can I have this be us? Yeah, I don't know why they set it up to be working as a default. It really sucks. Our translation of a video name is so annoying and sometimes bizarre. Yeah, Neuro videos always get very weird translations because they don't know what neuro means. They don't know it's a name. So they start to translate stuff into neurology or neurodeficiency or evil. Also, evil is very hard to distinguish as a name. So you get very weird translation, like the bad and the neurology are being witnesses with Vettel or something like that. Okay, so it's been 2 minutes since I started mixing. Maybe it's been too much, but it's fine. This thing, I feel like it's very forgiving when it comes to applying, unlike the other one, which is much faster. Now let's try to cover everything properly. I know it'll probably drip down a lot. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't be applying it all the way up here, because the arm doesn't go that far up. It should start more or less over here.
You can see it kinda, right?
Meh.
Not quite.
A little bit. Something like this then. There we go.
cut the fingers to the right size though. Let's see. I think we can still cut it down later. Oh, it's really dripping. Maybe I should mix this and apply it later. Not sure if that would help. I could apply a thin layer to the mold itself while we're at it. A very, very thin layer. We wanna run out of material, but I would like to see if we can cover. Yeah, it's not needed. Da-da-da-da. It's really dripping down, so this might not work. Well, I mean, it's okay. It's gonna be a thin layer, but it will be fine. Maybe the first layer I should do with the other one. That way it's a little bit faster.
Really dripping all around. I'm liking this music a lot. Grease. I think we'll have enough time. I'm just not sure if we'll have enough material.
to cover all of the hand molds. At least so the important part is the palm and the fingers, and then just a little bit of the forearm. You don't really need too much. And I think we're gonna have more than enough for that. Also feels like it's slow enough for me to do all of this without big struggle. There's 3 hands. I need the 4th one. My favorite pastime activity is now forbidden by our overlord? What happened? Oh, there's a couple of new people here. The Daisy Dude. Hello, hi, welcome the Daisy Dude. Sorry, I've been a little bit busy, yeah, like poking around mold, so I haven't seen it. I don't know if you sent anything on chat, but welcome, the Daisy Dude, 16 minutes ago, and Tom Tom. Hello, Tom Tom. Hi. I'm not sure if you're here or where, but yeah, hi. Should have the sound effect. I don't know why it's not showing. What's the pastime that got forbidden by our overlord? Okay, so I think with that we've got the very base of all our hands covered. I'm probably gonna still have to cut the fingers and that sort of stuff, so maybe I should have thought this a little bit more through, but the thing is the silicone is so slow that I'm trying to rush a lot of stuff because everything I don't do is another 5 hours that I need to wait for the silicone. But I think cutting the edges will not be that much of a hassle now. Let's check how this guy's doing. Evil has decreed that no one should one shall not kick kids. Oh, okay, kicking kids is forbidden, or at least something we just try to avoid doing. And vampire evil would go. Oh, it's vampire evil? They can all hunt Viddle. It's the Halloween stream opportunity. Okay, so this guy's already starting to go solid, but it's still a little bit rubbery. It's still not fully rubbery yet. It's still a little bit sticky. So if I do this again, I would try, instead of using 2 drops, maybe using 3 drops. Now this guy, let me check Evil's vampire outfit. I'm curious. Da-da-da-da-dum-da-dum-da-da-dum. I'm guessing they're still alive, right? Just want to see. Little vampire cookie.
Splitting the color.
I don't see the vampire costume. She looks just like regular Evil with a frog outfit. No, we were lied to, or maybe it was just like an idea, not real. It's possible to get new outfits for V3 models. I mean, it has to be possible. Ooh. It was a hypothetical. Oh, all right. I mean, it has to be possible, but yeah, it probably would be touchy, kind of a touchy subject, and I don't know. I'm not sure how they're gonna deal with that. I mean, eventually they're gonna need new models, I guess, but I don't know. It's gonna be a tough pill to swallow, I guess. Cute evil pet, yeah. So okay. So I hadn't look at the time, but I think I probably should go take my lunch break real quick and come back in a minute. Good thing we already left all the silicone and it's all drying. I've got my stopwatches running. So it's been, oh god. Right now it's been 32 minutes since we made the first hair strand and 1 hour since we made the first hair strand, which is already rubber-like but not fully hardened, and 27 minutes since we made the layer of skin tone on top of the hands, which is still going strong pouring down, but it's fine. So let's give it a couple extra minutes, I guess. Very easier to add in the underlying base model and phase, but yeah, probably give a good amount of time before doing new outfits from anyone else. It will probably take its time, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see how stuff develops. Anyway, so I'll see you after lunch. I'll go real quick and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, bye-bye. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. I'm back.
Let's get this things out of the way. Hi. How's it going? So, did I miss anything? No. Would I look on your mission? What is that? Did he leave autoplay on? Oh, maybe I did. Let's see, what are we listening to now? It's Stellaris. Stellaris is fine. But what went before this? Kingdom Hearts, god damn it. Alright, we're cooked. And before that,
I'll pay back to you later when I...
what is this? Did this play? That's so fun. No. I don't know what's going on.
I'll pay back.
So, this is the one we skipped. Oh no, it's this. I don't know. Oh, but then there's... Okay, I think we're cooked. Made in Abyss. Did Made in Abyss music play? Did you listen to that? Seems like it's what... I don't know, can I check my own history? Stellaris, this... Yeah, so there's already a Made in Abyss song that's played, so we're cooked. And there's also Wish by Kevin Bacon. Okay, we're cooked. No. But I could remove those. Well, it's gonna take a long time. Anyway, what do you want to hear, guys? Oh, cool. No. I don't know. You want to listen to something? Quick crash for stream element. Oh, and maybe the stream's also doing its thing. Anyway. What music could we play? Phantom Synthwave remix of Zhibzha. No.
Mouth washing. Music, music, music. I don't know. I don't know what to play. I feel out of ideas. So we already lost one. We could just straight up do the same as yesterday. I'm so tempted. I hate this. I feel like I'm never gonna monetize because I do like. I'm very tempted to actually just playing Swarm FM and screw everything else. But yeah, I don't know. Stupid policies and stuff. Grilling some sausages. All right. Enjoy your meal. Let's find something else to play, and maybe later we can do our Storm FM dive. Stellaris, Cult of the Lamb, complete soundtrack. I don't know, something good, something good. You know what? Clarobscure was good. Original soundtrack. Okay. Amazing. Cool. So yeah, let's get back to the task at hand. We're looking I'll take care of that later. So yeah, let's see. It's been how much time since we did this? Let me check our stopwatch here. So since the cast of the first thing, it's been 2 hours. So hopefully that's been enough. It's enough time for this to dry. Yeah, it feels okay. I'm gonna try to make it faster because we're gonna have to make a bunch of those. Anyway, and gloves. Let's see how that turned out. Let's see if there was no weird chemical reactions there. That's also something that sometimes happens. And how about the other one? That one's got about 1.5 hours since casting. It was 6 drops. That's also done. Okay, that was fast. Oh god. I threw a piece of silicone right on top of my head. That was fun. Have you ever seen that trend where they throw cheese at cats and that sort of stuff? That's exactly what happened. Okay, so we're good. Let's see if we can make this work then. Now, let me pull out chat again. So, let's see. Oh god. I hate this time of day because the sun's right behind the camera, so I cannot see anything on the camera, but I can see it on my screen. Just to make sure I'm working on screen. Now, the tricky part here is this mold is fairly thin. And if I'm not careful, I could break the mold after a couple of castings. And also I didn't add any keys to open it easily. So I'm gonna be very careful on how I open this so that we don't end up breaking the mold and having to start over again, because we need to make 40 pieces out of this guy. Now, I think it is possible. Yeah, okay, that was easy. That was very easy. Okay, this is much easier than I expected. Ta-da! Okay, no weird chemical reaction, I see. Ooh. It's a little bit too glossy. But maybe it will stop being glossy after a little bit of time. Just a little bit of dust and stuff will take care of that. Can you see it? I like it. It might be a little bit too glossy. I'll give it some time. Maybe a little bit of, yeah, like dust will take care of that. But yeah, it's cool. So let's leave this one aside. So there's a couple of little bumps here and there. Can you see them up there on the tip? And I think that's because of how many, yeah, how lumpy the wire itself was. But other than that, everything seems fine. Yeah, the only thing I see is that the glossiness might not be great, but I like the general look and feel. It was fairly easy to open, which is also something good. So yeah, I guess we could get started with the hair factory and start just pumping out hairs again and again. And do that for the rest of a couple of streams. Because we need 20 of these, so 20 something of these. Yeah, like just after a little bit of poking it, it does look a little bit less glossy, and I like it. I like this finish. All right, so let's give this a try. Let's try to make a cleaner one this time and see how that goes. So we'll make one and then we can go back to our hands, and yeah, we'll be pretty much going on from there, I guess. So that's the plan now. I need somewhere to put all the hair strands because they're gonna start to pile up real quick. Let me see if I can find any plastic bag or something. Okay, now the good thing is that 3 grams is enough to make the piece. That means we're gonna have enough for a bunch of wigs even. Where could I put this, guys? Here's a bag. Right. Evil strand number 1. Got it. $24 to go. Back for a bit. Hey, Blue Cloud. Welcome back. Did you see the hair strand? I can show it to you. I opened the mold with the hair strand and it looks alright, but I might need to be a little bit more careful with the first layer on the wire. But yeah, have a look. Ta-da! Looks cool, clean. Amagus, Frank, how's it going? Welcome. Oh, also we got a new subscriber 5 minutes ago. Javier Martinez. Welcome, Javier Martinez, bienvenido. I'm not sure if you speak Spanish or not, but that sounds like you sound like someone who speaks Spanish, so hola. And you might not even be here. You might also just be looking at our video. That's what most people do. But if you're around here, welcome. Welcome to the workshop. Hi. 5 minutes? It literally just popped on to me. It says 6 minutes in my screen. And I didn't see the pop-up. The pop-up, you mean the... like the Retsuko dancing thing? Or you mean the... The delay strikes again. Is it? Let me see. Retsuko. And why isn't it making noise? Because I did set it up so I could, in theory, listen to Retsuko. Let me check that real quick. Might need to do some weird stuff. Could you hold a black screen for a couple of seconds while I tweak stuff? I'm gonna go into a black screen just to see if my alerts will work. Sorry, this old man doesn't know how to make stuff work by itself. All right, black screen, no mic, 3, 2, 1, just will just be a couple of seconds. 3, 2, 1, black screen, no mic. Okay, hello, I'm back. So I think I did tweak what I needed to tweak so that now it makes a sound. I'm not sure. Jump scare moment. Nah, let's just. I'm trying to fix my setup on Twitch and OBS because yeah, you know this old man, this old sea dog doesn't know how to set up his OBS. Anyway. Okay, so let's prepare a couple extra wires. So first step, I'm gonna strip a bunch of wires. Give me a sec. Also, let me show you. There we go. What? Heyo, Filipino Frank. Okay, so let's make about 5 strands. Poor Frank. So let's make 5 new hair strands and what else? Well, yeah, while we're working on the hair strands, on the in-betweens, maybe we can sort out the hands themselves. Can't catch a break. Poor Frank. Has been through enough already to be called a villain. So is Neuro and Vittle, well, Evil and Vittle stream, is it over already? How did it go? Did they manage to solve more puzzles or were they stuck? Short stream today. Oh, really? All right. Short and sweet. Little boy busy. Busy trying to schedule a collab with Camilla. Did you see that clip? They were struggling to schedule a collab for a while. Should really get that song out of my head. Evil was cute as usual. She's always cute. She's a cute little cookie. Can never get enough of cute Evil. Yeah, me neither. I really love Evil. Little cooked. Did he manage to actually solve the puzzles? How's it going, King Turtle? I think I saw you made a message at the very beginning of stream, and I'm not sure if I'd seen you around since. No, yeah, I think a little before break you also sent a couple of messages. But how's it going, King Turtle? How was the stream? Did you enjoy it? Did you enjoy the witness? So right now I'm not doing anything very interesting. I'm just stripping this. Don't clip that. I'm stripping the wire out of the paper sheet so we can make a bunch of different cool little hair strands. And making Evil. Oh yeah, definitely. He only solved 2 puzzles in an hour. Oh man.
Okay, there's 3. I think when I went for lunch, I did see them live still. But I'm not sure. Or it seems like the internet's not as finicky as below, as before. It's below. It's before. Okay. So yeah, usually for these hair strands, I just make every strand with just one piece of the wire. It's more than enough. It's usually even a little bit too much, but it's good enough. Ritsuko? Wait, what? Ritsuko? What do you mean? Oh, Retsuko? Retsuko is the red panda that shows up whenever something happens on the stream or... yeah, she's from a show. She's from a TV show on Netflix called Agretsuko. It's just about holding your inner employee rage and releasing it through the power of music and song. Yeah, it's this little thingy. It's from an animated series that I liked a lot. Oof, a lot of time ago. I think the final season was kind of whack, honestly. But yeah, she's just like a regular office lady who is constantly being stepped over in her office, and she's very annoyed by it. So whenever she is alone, she goes to a karaoke and yeah, just releases all her rage through heavy metal singing, like something you would never expect from such a cute and vulnerable office lady. But yeah, she is. She sings heavy metal, super intense, and all that stuff, and that's her outlet for all her inner rage of her boss wanting her to make her tea and that sort of stuff. It's a fun show. But what does... So, very long time ago, before the final season came out, which was a big disappointment, I thought, hey, it would be fun to, before the final season releases, I should make an animation out of her. So I made a puppet, which is over here in the workshop. I could show it to you, but I would need to change gloves because she is
Well, she's made of felt. And yeah, I made that animation. It's just sections from the intro video. And if you mean what does she mean on the stream, well, I use her for alerts and for whenever I'm leaving the screen or something like that. If I feel like visually the stream is too boring, I'll just leave this like out there. Her name, oh, what does her name mean? I don't know. I've got no idea. But it's Retsuko with an E. Retsuko, but I don't know what the name means, honestly. I don't even know how it's spelled in Japanese, because depending on the kanjis, that's how you know what it means, right? But maybe you can Google it. I'm not sure if that's just the name of the red panda. Isn't the red panda a name? Retsuko? Because I think the original name in Japanese is not, well, it's like an abbreviation from aggressive Retsuko. So I'm not sure if Retsuko just means, well, it's the word for red panda. I'm not sure what the word for red panda is, honestly. It's not tanuki, right? Tanuki is a raccoon. The only Retsu I know means violent. That would make sense, also. Let me mark this stuff. Drizzy, hi. I haven't seen you in a while. How you doing? Eternally infuriated rock musing, loving of his lady being named Violent Girl is pretty funny. Yes, that is pretty funny. What are we listening? This should be claroscure. Is this really claroscure? Ah. Yeah, it is. Okay. How have you been, Razim? How's it going? So here's our first feather. Okay. Kinda dangerous, but I think we could do something like this. Oven grilled cherry tomatoes. Oh, that sounds delicious. Yeah. Oven grilled cherry tomatoes. Yum. So this is our first one. Okay, so there's 2. Ah, stupid me. Three, 4, and 5. Come on. So, for those of you who weren't here at the very beginning of our live streams, I've been doing this for a while, since April, I believe. And the very first streams we did were actually something similar to what we're doing right now. I remember we were doing a lot of hair strands because, yeah, I was planning to redo the hair. It didn't turn out as great as I envisioned. So, yeah, the very first thing we did in this channel was actually redo hair strands. We'll make this sort of hair strands from scratch. And we spent a lot of time making the mold. Actually, we spent like 2 weeks making the mold. And this time we spent 1 week making 2 molds. And there you can see the difference of doing this stuff full time, because before we only did like 2 hours streams, maybe bi-weekly. Now I'm pretty much spending all day, every day, doing this stuff, which is fun. But yeah, it takes its sweet time. But yeah, we've been doing this for a while, and it's kind of nostalgic, yeah, doing this stuff again. But I feel like before it wasn't... I don't know, it wasn't as fast. I was figuring a lot of stuff out, but this wasn't as fast as it's being right now. Okay, so here's the tricky part. We're gonna be covering all of these with silicone. Don't know if we should do this one by one, or if we should go kind of faster. So the thing is, we use 0.5 gram whenever we make one sphere, so to call it. And if we add 1 drop of catalyzer to that, which is sort of the minimum, it takes us... So we could do that for the very first layer, just so we can move on straight into... Okay, I like that plan. So I want to do 1 layer for 1 single feather. That's going to be very fast. And from there on, we can move into a bit of a slower silicone for the rest of the feathers, and we can do more in 1 single go. And hopefully that will be... Yeah, we'll still have to wait for the other hair strand anyway, so it's not going to be that much of a problem. So yeah, I like that plan. I like those odds. So yeah, let's do that. So this guy is gonna be our main guy right now. Let's put it, I'm gonna frame it in such a way that you can see it. There you go. So this is gonna be our main guy right now, and we're gonna make one single cast with a lot of material here. Where's my silicone? Over here. Speed, efficacy, yeah. Right now we're on what was the name? We're speedrunning this guy. So let's do half a gram, or just 1 sphere worth, with a little bit of silicone, and then we can take it slow for the other ones, but we'll wait for the first one, and from there we'll see how everything goes. So I think that's more than enough. So just making sure everything's well mixed. There's a lot of material here. I don't want the colors to change too much between one and the other, so yeah, let's do this. Okay. Now I think what we could do faster this time, just to make it cleaner, is just spend a little bit less time mixing. Let's try 30-second mix and see how that goes. Okay. Tutururum, tutururum. Sure, this is gonna be too much. It's fine. All right, 1 single drop of this guy, and we go. There we go. Start stopwatch. We're gonna mix this for 30 seconds because we're in a rush. $20, $22. So by the minute 5, this thing will probably already be gone. Well, will already be hard to work with. So yeah, we're gonna rush. So let's start. It's a good beat to do this. It's struggling a little bit to stay on the wire. We're 2 minutes in. Just trying to make sure everything is well covered. Making sure there's no big blobs anywhere also. Not big enough to be a problem, I guess. God damn it. There's a big fly trapped in here.
Ton chagrin annuel t'ôte l'éternel. Éveille, veilleuse. Attends la toile s'efface dans le temps.
Okay, there we go. It's very hard. Yeah, I think it's cooked now. All right, it's fine. So I did manage to actually use a little bit even on the other. Yeah, this looks good to me now. It's cleaner than the other one, definitely. Hopefully this will be enough. And we won't have any weird blobs this time around. But yeah, this guy's gonna need, at the very least, another 10 minutes to fully dry before we do it on the other guy. Go, 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 go. I would love to play some Eurobeat, but we would not be monetized. We could play some Guilty Gear if we want to rush. Or Splatoon music is pretty also hype. All right. What kind of music do you like? So I always tell people that I've got a very unusual relationship with music because I enjoy music a lot, but I have a very hard time remembering like band names or artist names. I always associated, there's someone here, well, they haven't been here in a while, but they pop in every once in a while, who sort of has the same approach to music as I do, but I just say it, the easy way for me to phrase it is that I believe I like music as if I were a parrot. So I will assimilate the songs, I will learn the lyrics or the melody of a song with incredible ease and very, very quickly. But I will never retain like who is the one who sings this or what the genre is or that sort of stuff. I struggle a lot with that sort of structuring of music. So, but I just remember the noises and the melodies and that sort of stuff. And yeah, if I enjoy them, I enjoy them. And there's not a lot that I would say I do not enjoy the music. So I hear about everything, but because of that approach to my personal experience of music, I feel like I'm not very attached to any sort of, I don't know, band or musical group. I barely ever go to concerts. It's not really my kind of stuff. I go if someone tells me they want to go, and I'll just keep people company. But yeah, I usually don't go to concerts. But the end result of me just liking music because it's what I hear and why my brain ends up memorizing without any effort is that I end up liking a lot of video game soundtracks, maybe movie soundtracks, that sort of things that I end up listening to a lot. And yeah, they stick in my head for a while. And from there, yeah, a lot of the music that I listen to the most or that I like the most, they are, anime intros, video game music, Splatoon music, Guilty Gear music. And yeah, that's pretty much, like, if you tell me put something on, I'll probably end up putting some video game music. And that's not to say that I don't like, I don't know, any. So I do like other bands, but if you tell me name 3 bands, I swear to God, I won't be able to name 3 bands, but I probably know hundreds of songs. But usually it's the kind of stuff that I just remember when I hear the first 2 notes, but I don't even know the name of the... Don't think we can play anime. Yeah, I don't think we can play anime intros. There might... No, I think it's gonna be... Yeah, no anime intro is gonna go through. That's why I'm always looking. The thing is, I feel like the video game music is very good because video games usually don't want to claim the people who are playing their game and that they're making promotion, right? Because then nobody would play the game and that would be a problem for them. So usually video game music is not a big deal, but there's like a couple songs here and there that could be troublesome. Rhythm Heaven, I learned that was very bad for... it was very bad for the copyright claiming side. Also Demo. But yes, Splatoon music's really cool. I like that a lot. It's got very varied, and it's also very experimental and weird and wacky and fast. I like the vibe. The Guilty Gear soundtrack is just flat out amazing. Very, I don't know, like heavy metal sort of stuff, but it's really cool. It's an amazing soundtrack. What else? Well, I mean, I've been learning from a couple of things you've sent us, like the Stellaris soundtrack and the Patapon soundtrack. That was funny. It's pretty weird, but the second you try to make fan content, you just get nuked. What kind of fan content gets you nuked? Like fan art and that sort of stuff? Really? Didn't know that. Okay, so this thing's done. Now we can set this thing. Oh, with fan content you mean like mods and stuff? Yeah, mods are very, very shunned upon, aren't they? By the game makers, I say, and not really that. I don't think it's a problem if it's not a destructive mod, I guess. Because fan art, I also think that it just slides by. Just any game maker, Nintendo in particular. Oh yeah, those guys can be terrible when it comes to just people enjoying the game, right? Like they're doing playthroughs. Well, I mean, they dropped the hammer very hard on people who pirate the games, even if they're very old games that you cannot get in any other system. It's very weird, yeah. But I think that's just because of corporate vision, because yeah, it's a very formal corporate company based in Japan, of all countries. So yeah, it's a very not, I think it's a very bureaucratic logic, you know? Like, if you see everything through the lens of a lawyer specifically, I think that's how you get Nintendo's vision in how they do stuff. I'm not saying that's right. I think they screw up a lot with a lot of stuff. I do like their games, I'll be honest. But I do think in that sort of department of reaching out to creators or letting people work with what they do, like having a community, I think they're pretty bad at that. But what can I say? I mean, it's just that they are very, very corporate. Sega is also a Japanese company that makes games, and they're chill about this, so... But what games do Sega make? I mean, Sonic is beyond lost. Like, Sonic became the mascot of DeviantArt, and it was all lost from there. It was like, you know what, there's no way to stop this, I'm just out of here. You guys have your fun, I'm not gonna review this for my own health, and take care, have fun with your fanfics and stuff. But what else has Sega done that you say, oh yeah, these guys are a cool company? Maybe you're right, they gave up. Yeah, I think it's just like, have you ever seen that story about Tony the Tiger's Twitter account that got, it just closed because they couldn't handle the furries? So yeah, Tony the Tiger, the mascot of Frosted Flakes, got his own Twitter, and I think his last tweet was something like, "You all need Jesus," or "You're all going to hell," something along those lines. And that was the official Tony the Tiger Twitter account's last tweet, and it's just beautiful. It's just internet. 2 streams in a row, DeviantArt has brought up. Okay, this time it's a little bit more tame. We're keeping things tamer this time, the Black Baron. But yeah, maybe But yeah, so I think, well, I don't know. Oh, really? It's my, oh no. My scale's out of battery. There is some wild stuff with Sonic in it out there. Oh, definitely. There's so much wild Sonic stuff and wild Sonic adjacent stuff. Okay, so give me a second, I'm gonna go get some new batteries because, yeah, I cannot work without batteries and my scale. But yeah, like, I don't know, besides Sonic, what has Sega done in the last few years that you would say, oh yeah, this is a cool company who knows how to relate with the youths and all that stuff. Because I think of Sega, I think the only Sega game that I can think of, like, off the top of my head, that's recent and that's with very, very big, how do you call it? Air quotes, with very, very big air quotes, is Bayonetta. That's the thing that comes into mind if I think Sega and not Sonic. Okay, so let me go get some batteries for this thing. Oh my god. Oh no, this is bad. Okay, this scale has gone through way too much. Doesn't deserve the amount of bad moments it's had. I'm sorry, little one. Oh no, wait. Okay, so let me go get new batteries. I'll be back in a minute. I'll leave Red to go with you. Do your thing. All right, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Hi. Just saying hi over there. Doobie, hello, hi. There's some walls. How's it going? Where is it? Maria. Pet. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna do 3 grams of silicone. And from there, you can't. You're petting everyone today, Blue Cloud. Why does that emote work? I don't remember adding that one in CTV. Or is it because it's one of the default ones? Or is that from another Twitch channel, maybe? Oh, God. Okay, so we got 3.3 grams, just so you know. And to these 3.3 grams, I'm gonna add 3 drops of catalyzer this time to see how fast it goes. Active emotes in chat. Oh, look! The ones that we just added are already working. Aware, focus, on focus, or unfocus. It's supposed to go on top of Neuro. Oh, huh. Wouldn't still show up.
Ensure chat separate. CTV global, I think. Okay, so it is a global one. Will it still show up because the emote? Was Mariano? I didn't add that one. Yeah, that's CTV itself. No, I didn't add that one. It doesn't show up. So does it show in chat the way you say? It's one on top of the other? No, well, I mean, on my Twitch chat, I don't see anything. I just see text. But that might also be because I don't have the extension because it's Safari. On Twitch it does. Interesting. On my side of Twitch, it does not at all. Works properly for me in Twitch. I see. I think it's got to the... Well, yeah, I use Safari on this computer, so probably it's because of that. All right, so I need to concentrate. There's going to be 3 drops of catalyzer, and let's see how fast it is. Let's put the stopwatch to this time around. So let's go. It's been 22 minutes, and this one feels already cooked or already solid. Now, start. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So it should be slower than what we did with the feather itself, but it's still taking its time. But it's good to know how fast it is. It's going to be helpful. And also it seems like mixing 30 seconds was more than enough. What happened while I was gone? Oh, we started talking about emotes and everyone's trying them out to see if they work. Okay, so I'm gonna apply this real quick. We don't have that much time, but hopefully we have enough time. And we don't have that much material either. So this is very sharp with how much material we use, which is good. I like using the least stuff possible. It still means we need to be very careful with how much of everything we use. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Fast, it's starting to feel a little bit thicker. Yeah, let's hurry up, let's hurry up. I don't want to ruin this guy. So let's grab this, put it into the mold. And you guys ready? Cheeky breaky, 3, 2, 1. And there we go. Now rubber bands.
1. And the 2. 3. 4. And 5. Oh, in the last 4 hours, there was a lunch break. I made our first hair strand. I'll show it to you in a second. I tried to cover the hands with a little bit of silicone, but it was still very fresh. I might need to do a little bit more. And also covered the inside of the molds of the hands. And that's about it. It's been mostly a silicone day today. I'll throw this out. So pretty much what we're going to be doing for the next while is casting silicone strands of hair one after the other, because we need 20. So hopefully I can make them in less than an hour, and that way I can make them all probably at 3 days at most, I guess. But we'll see about that. Cheeky breaky, cheeky breaky, cheeky breaky. Neural Shutter and me took over for a minute. It's okay. Cute Nur. And yeah, I'm trying to set that stuff up so that we can keep working on that. But at the same time, I need to see what else do we need to work on for the rest of our pieces here. And that's about it. So we've been preparing this stuff, setting stuff up, making more hair strands, and sorting out what else to do. So right now I'm kind of stuck working with the strands and the hands, but hopefully if I get those ready soon, I can also work a little bit on Neura's hair. Also, I'm not sure if you were around, but we already have... God damn it. Okay, it's good. We didn't have anything set up here. Come on. Dropping everything. Why is this thing so annoying? What the... This thing is absolutely terrible. Yeah, that's what I've got. It's what I deserve. Okay, so there's that. Let's see how this guy's doing. It's been for 8 minutes. It's already, wow, it's already pretty fast. Maybe we could just do You look so cute. Whoa. Can you explain the new hair? I wasn't paying attention yesterday when you explained it. Sure. Okay. So, the new idea for the hair, I don't have, unfortunately, Evil's past head is not here anymore. She's with the costume designer. So, I cannot really show you why I'm doing these changes, but the thing is, I never liked past Evil's hair because if you looked to the upper part of the hair, it looked a little bit weird because every single strand seemed like its own separate piece. So sometimes it felt like it was some sort of rasta kind of hair, and it looked a little bit off to me. And if you looked between the strands, you will always see a little bit of the empty scalp beneath it. So I'm trying to make something a little bit more like the hair an anime figure would have, like what a PVC vinyl figure would have for a long strands of hair. The thing with those is that usually they don't move, they're just single pieces. But I'm trying to achieve the same topology, but well, with the designed so that it can move around. So this is the mold, and it's like a simple upper, inner and outer layer, right? And it's designed so that through all of these little holes you see, I can put a hair strand through. So I'm gonna try and put all these hair strands through here and then fill the inside of this mold with silicone. That way, when I close it up, I'm gonna have it all filled with silicone, and I'm gonna have, instead of having a single piece of one strand of hair individually, I'll have something a little bit more like this. Let me show you. This is the first hair I ever made for Evil. This was made for her birthday, but this kind of sucked because it's just a simple, like a solid piece of silicone. But I like the shape of this a lot. It looks really clean when you put it on top of her head. But you cannot animate this because all the animatable parts are all the way down here, and they're not great, and they're kind of small. It's a little bit of a wreck. So if you try to animate this, all you can animate is the very bottom, but if you make some sort of very aggressive movement and that sort of stuff, it's not gonna let you do the same kind of thing I did on the Extravaganza with all the every single strand moving by itself, behaving, yeah, you know, like very irregularly. So I'm trying to make something sort of in between these two. So imagine having this head, but instead of having a single piece of rubber that goes all the way down, starting the hair strands further up, and having that as your main part, but having the very top of the head still be a single uniform coat of rubber that will stay sort of like a bald cap, maybe. So that is the plan. It's very wacky. This is definitely one of the craziest molds I've ever done. And I'm not even sure if this will work or not, but I'm already in too deep and I'm willing to try, because if we figure this out, we'll be able to make any hair, and that's gonna make me feel very powerful, very capable. But if it doesn't work, I don't know what I want to do. Probably play Silksong. But yeah, so it's like a 3-week experiment that I'm gonna be working on and praying that it works, and it's gonna be very wild and wacky. But if it does work, we'll have hopefully a very, very clean a very clean head, very beautiful design, and very interesting, yeah, shape in general. Now, pulling it out of the mold is also going to be a sport on itself, but the strands are fairly soft, so hopefully it's not going to be that much of a problem, but I don't know. So yeah, it's going to be a very interesting little adventure, this hair. But if it works, then we'll be ready to make pretty much any hairstyle you'd like name
hard VTuber to hair to pull off, and I think we'll be able to do it. Like Henia would be possible, Filian would be possible. Filian's already very possible because it's just very long ponytails, but they're ponytails. I don't know, who's got a very hard to pull off hairstyle? I'm trying to think. Clean head, shiny, smooth as silk. Sans the thread. Reflective even. Yeah, it's a little bit glossy, definitely. Annie, let me see. I don't even remember how Annie's hair works. Annie the fox. Yeah, Annie would be possible. I mean, it's a lot of hair strands, but yeah, it's same logic, you know? It's a very similar hair to Neuro's. Just a little bit more curly, but that curliness I can just pull off with... Yeah, with the shape itself. I can make the hair this curly very easily. It's just a matter of keeping it curly because when animating the hair, things might fall out of place. The other tricky part with Annie's hair, it's not impossible, but it's tricky, would be the color gradient from pink to gray. That would be the only other difficult part, but yeah, I don't see it being that hard to pull off compared to Neuron Eagles. But yeah. Even Annie the Fox. Annie does have her fox ears. That is possible. That's just a little extra. I've actually been thinking of making the cat ears for Neuron Evil. Don't quote me on that. It's still like a very fresh idea in my mind, but I think it's possible. And it's not like you need to make another hair for that. It's just like a little add-on. Just make sure it sticks properly into the surface of the silicone, and that's about it. But yeah, I think we could make the cat ears as a separate piece that you just place. Yeah, you know, like an extra on top of the hair. What's the difference between using silicone molds and resin molds, and why would you choose one over the other? All right, so the very, very basic rule, like the rule of thumb, is what is your final piece going to be? If your final piece is going to be rigid, for example, a face, a head, then you want that piece. So first you need to think, what material do you want for your final piece, right? So let's say I want to make a head. So my final piece is going to be solid, it's going to be rigid. So this is probably going to be some sort of resin, some sort of urethane, some sort of polyester, that sort of stuff. So that's something I decide from the beginning. I know my character needs a head that's solid. Or if the character for some reason needs a squishy head, well, then I know the head is going to be soft, so it should be out of something softer, like it could be a polyurethane, but most likely if it's a soft material, you would go for a silicone. So the first thing you need to decide is not what the mold is going to be about, but what your piece is going to be made of, right? So the final piece is going to be made out of silicone, the final piece is going to be made out of resin. That's the first choice. You don't choose the mold in order to design the piece. You design the piece and then you design the mold to match that piece, right? But the general rule of thumb, the most basic way of approaching it is, if you're going to make a rigid mold, well, you want a soft... Well, I mean, if you want a rigid piece, well, you need a soft mold around it. Because if you make a rigid piece with a rigid mold, it's just never gonna open unless it's a perfect mold. It has to be an absolutely perfect mold so that you can actually make a rigid mold with a rigid piece inside. But it's very, very hard to pull that out. Very, very hard, because one microscopic little detail will not let you topologically open the mold. So you usually want to mix a flexible thing with a solid thing. So yeah, in this case, if I want to make this out of a hard material or out of something solid, well, then I need a soft mold. And here it is. Did I ever cast this one? No. Oh, this is the other one. So yeah, this is a mold that is soft. It's made out of silicone, and that envelopes the hard piece. This is not the actual piece, this is the past mold. And that's how I know I need a silicone mold to make this hard piece. Now, and well, if you want to make something more malleable, if you want to make something flexible, like the hands or like the hair and all that stuff, well, you can make a resin or a plaster mold, because you can make a rigid... Oh, it really fits really well. You can make a plaster mold and fit the plaster mold. And cast your silicone piece on the plaster mold, and it's pretty easy and straightforward. Now, I have tried something different a couple of times. Why? Because my biggest how do I say, the thing that's been making me try to do stuff a little bit differently is pretty much the 3D printer. I want to take full advantage of the fact that I can leave the printer running and making a piece and having a piece ready in a couple of hours, right? So, but the only problem is that all the resin pieces, all the resin pieces that come out of the printer come out solid. They come out hard. It's a hard shell of plastic that could be hollow, and maybe it might be a little bit flexible, but they're usually very hard. That's what happened in the other mold, the mold that broke this week. Where is it? I should have it somewhere around here. I showed it a little while ago. Where's my mold? So we had a mold this week for the hair strand, just like the one I'm working on right now. And that mold pretty much broke. Where is it? So good at losing my stuff. There it is. So this one was a bit of a gamble on my end, which is I'm going to make a hard resin mold for a hard resin printed piece. I was counting that maybe if the shape is so simple, because it's just a very, very simple strand of hair, maybe it will be easy enough to take it out. And I actually did try to really go crazy with the release agent. I applied a lot of Vaseline, a lot of spray to the surface so that hopefully it would release easily, but it didn't release easily. It's locked in there, I cannot pull it out, and I ended up breaking the mold instead of pulling the piece out. I could only pull out the very tip of the mold over here, and it was just a disaster. However, if I somehow find a way to make something like this work, it would be very, very helpful, because it will let me make molds much faster. Imagine I just download the Affiliate model or something, and I just print the piece straight up, and in 2 days I might already have a finished mold. And also making resin molds like this is incredibly cheap. It's even cheaper than plaster, believe it or not. But yeah, it seems like there's still a step that I might need to polish, because this ended up binding way too well to the resin and I couldn't pull it out. There are a couple of flexible resins that I could try. I'm willing to try that out, but right now I already have this resin loaded on the printer, so I didn't want to change it, and I need to do a lot of work recalibrating the printer because it's giving us a lot of issues. The 3D printer resin stuck inside silicone? No, this is resin. This thing is resin. This is polyurethane resin. We made this a couple of streams ago. I got it in this container, which is the resin of the printer. Well, it's the bottle of the resin of the printer, but it's actually, this one's actually polyester resin that we prepared on Monday, I believe. So yeah, this 3D print is stuck inside a resin mold. But that's the problem. I tried to break the rule. I thought I could skip the rule of thumb of use a soft mold for a hard piece, because I thought this shape is so simple that maybe it will release by itself. So I made a resin mold for a resin piece, thinking because it's such a simple shape, it might release easily. Maybe, just maybe. Turns out it didn't. So it's stuck there and it broke, and now it's useless. It's useless for a lot of things. Not only that, but it also kind of reacted with the spray that was applied on top. So you can see the surface is kind of bubbly and ugly. I'm not sure if it's not focusing right. There we go. Is that okay? Yeah. You might be able to see the surface. It's kind of bubbly and ugly. It doesn't look smooth and clean. So that was like strike number 2 for this mold, and that's when I said, well, okay, then maybe it's not worth the effort. Let me just check how resistant it is, if it can break it out, and that's how it broke. So yeah, this is a resin mold with a resin piece inside. It was a failure, and I needed to restart, and that's how we got to our new mold, which is right here, which is just a resin mold. This is the first time I've done this, and it seems like it's working all right. I think there were a couple of hiccups here and there, but it's pretty decent from what I've seen. I think I could open it already. Let me see. I don't have any witness here. That's fine. So this mold was... So the blue resin was poured into our... No. The blue resin was printed. All the blue resin you ever see here right now, the last couple of months, this blue resin has been from the 3D printer. So this is printed, this is printed, all the faces are printed. So yeah, that wasn't poured, it was printed. So I printed the hair strand, I tried to make a mold out of it. I made that mold out of poured resin. So I poured the gray resin around the blue printed resin, which was already solid. And the end result was this solid block of "you cannot take me out of the freaking mold." And that's what happened. So I tried something else, which is the first time, well, technically it would be the second time considering this one. But it's the first time, well, it's the first mold I've actually put to a test where I've actually not printed the original shape or whatever I wanted to make, but the negative of what I wanted to make. So this is the same concept as this mold, but instead of printing the piece, I made a negative and printed pretty much the empty space. I printed the box with empty space, and that's what this mold is. It's looking really good. It's been working really well. There's still a couple of risks that I need to take into account and hope that don't become a problem in the future. But this seems to be working really, really well. However, it did need some extra reinforcement. I didn't want to waste too much material, so I made it hollow and then I filled it up with some red resin. That's why you see all the kind of blood spots all over. This is the first time I've done this, and from the first casting we made, we already made one hair strand out of this. It seems like it works really well. However, the big test is not really the first strand, is being able to cast 40 strands out of this mold. That's the hard part, because I need to make 40 strands to finish Evil and Neuro. Hopefully it will last, but still I need to be careful with how I open the mold, with how well I treat it, with having no deformities, with not being very rough on it. But this is my new experiment. I know I know for a fact that if this had worked the way I intended it, it would have lasted way longer than the 40 pieces that I need, because I did have another mold like that before, which is the one we used for Evil for the original animation video, which is this one. It's same material, it's the very same resin that you see on the other mold. It's only a little bit bigger because it was a little bit thicker, but this thing will withstand wars. I could run over this with my car and probably nothing would happen. I wouldn't be concerned for my car either, but probably nothing would happen to this thing if I ran over it with my car. So yeah. I knew that material would be the best option if I managed to make it work. However, I couldn't manage to make it work. Now I'm working with this negative piece, and it's behaving all right. I'm just trying to see if there's no other wild side effect that I didn't take into account popping out anytime soon, but we'll see. But yeah, usually you want soft silicone for a hard piece of resin or hard resin for a soft piece of silicone. There is an exception because I've been trying to make the soft molds for silicone, and that's what I did for Evil's body. So all of these molds you see, these are not silicone. These are rubbery, but this is not silicone. This is a very, very special type of resin called Vitaflex. It's a urethane resin that I got from the fancy producer thingy, from this brand, Smooth On. It's a very fancy thing. It's usually used to make molds for casting plaster pieces. So this thing is usually used for casting pieces out of plaster. So I could make a plaster hair at some point. I wouldn't recommend that. But the great part is that it's a polyurethane, so it doesn't bind with silicone, even if it's rubbery. So I can cast rubbery parts inside of this mold. Now, what's the problem with these things? This thing is kind of expensive. It's more or less around the ballpark of the expensive silicone I've been using for a lot less of material. And also, it doesn't last very long. I've bought 2 tubs of this stuff, which is pretty pricey, and they do not like once I open that thing, I casted all of these molds, like Evil's body and these one and the opposite pony, the other pigtail one, and the ahoge and the hands, all of them with the same bottle. And I still had some material left, but after 2 months of having opened the material, that thing would have fully hardened into rubber by itself. So it becomes useless very, very quickly. So I do like this material. I feel like it's very promising, but it's a big investment to use it. It was very worth the effort back then because I didn't know how to make Evil possible. And without this material, we wouldn't have Evil as we have her. But it was a very risky move. And if I do that for something simple like this little hair strand, I would have another quarter of a gallon left of material that's probably gonna go to waste because I don't know what else I could be doing in 2 months with this. And you don't wanna stop working because you need to make use of a material that you don't really have a use for. So it's a very big matter of thinking. That's more of a very resource management kind of stuff that gets very wild and very wacky. If you want to make a soft body and you need a soft mold, yeah, this is a good option, but also needs a lot of trial and error. I struggled a lot with this material because it's very slow, sometimes it doesn't react, it's affected by temperature. This thing is extremely picky and I kind of hate it, but it's okay. But once you have the mold, this thing's worked wonders for a long time, and it's very useful, but it's still, it was a very big challenge to get to this point with this, guys. If you ever want to try something like this, I would gladly give you every single little tip and trick that I got, which honestly, it's not that much. It's been mostly trial and error. But yeah, maybe I can at least save you a couple of the mistakes I made when doing this stuff, because I ruined a bunch of molds when making Eve. But yeah, I don't know, I feel like I just made your question even harder to grasp instead of making it easier. But yeah, that's how it goes. It's just materials are a whole science on its own, and honestly the best advice I can give you if you want to understand what's best for what is to try it and do something else and try again and that sort of stuff, because that's the way you actually learn and understand, okay, this thing has this consistency when it's not solid, and then has this consistency when it finishes the solidification process. and it works well with this material, but it will not work well with this material because the surface will start to bubble, or this could get stuck inside and it could be a problem because you could lose your mold. There's infinite combinations of materials between plaster, urethane, polyester, foam, resin, silicone, 3D printer resin, which is pretty different. I mean, I don't even know what the base. I think the base of 3D printer resin is acrylate, which is a whole other plastic on its own. So yeah, acrylate, urethane, polyester, silicone, platinum silicone, tin cure silicone, sulfur, latex. It's a whole sea of materials. It's really fun. I love it. This is the part I love the most about stop motion animation. I love playing with different stuff. I love finding new workflows. I love mixing materials, making weird stuff. And I might get too carried away. I don't know, even I haven't even checked freaking chat in a while. But yeah, I'm a big nerd for this, for testing stuff and making new stuff. Have you ever tried to make molds of tiny particulate materials, like something similar to sand? No, I've never tried. What's inside this mold? Oh, I'll open it right now. This is the hair strand. I'll open it right now because that's what we were gonna do anyway. Why not release? Is it because of friction and geometry? I think it has to do with the geometry, like to a microscopic level. Probably there were a couple of little voxels all around the piece that didn't let it go out. Anyway, sorry for the ramble. I get kind of crazy when it comes to yapping about materials. That's my jam. Anyway, yeah. So here's the hair strand. This is the second hair strand we make. It's pretty cool. Looks quite clean. It's got a little bit of wire popping out, but it's fine, mostly. And yeah, look at it. It looks really clean. Like it a lot. It's got this nice little glossy finish. And yeah, this is strand number 2. And because of that explanation, I didn't get the extra time I wanted to prepare other stuff, but now I can go straight into making the third one because we need 20 of these. Big Mariana Cinema, yeah, sorry. I do love to ramble about my materials. Whenever there's questions like that, I'll just go wild because it's so fascinating. It's so fascinating. That's why that's why I pulled the sacred text before. Yesterday, remember when you were asking? I was like, oh yeah, look at this. It's got this consistency. It takes this amount of time to prepare. It's got 30 minutes and then 4 hours and then this and that. It's just such a wonderful world of materials. I love it. I really love it. And it feels like it's got endless possibilities. You can make a soft silicone, a hard silicone, a soft resin, hard resin. It's very fascinating. Wonderful world of chemicals. Yes, chemicals too. You can also make... Have I told you I've got sulfuric acid here in the workshop? Hidden somewhere. Gigahertz, hello. Unlurking yourself. How you doing? I've been rambling for a while. Sulfuric acid's pretty tame, to be honest. I don't know how tame it is. Well, what else have we got? I've got sodium peroxide. Is it peroxide? What's the... I think you call it lye. It's just sodium. Yeah, I think it's sodium peroxide. I've got sodium peroxide and potassium peroxide. Ammonia. Naphthalene. There were a bunch of additives I got for preparing foam latex back when I was... We would love to study civil engineering or mechanical engineering. We do study a lot about any kind of materials. That still sounds fun. But how am I gonna make puppets if I'm making buildings? Yeah, I do love learning about materials, all their possibilities. It's very fascinating. Just love it, love it. Okay, so now that we did this, we can try again what we did before. So first we make one ball worth of material and cover our feather thing. Yes, I'm a mechanical engineer. Really? I didn't know. Well, figures you as you work with computers and stuff. Well, like assembling computers. Have you ever experimented with 3D printing flexible parts? Yes, but I've never experimented making molds out of those. I did make a couple of. I have a bottle of flexible resin in here, and I did make a flexible print, a set of flexible prints as a gift about half a year ago, and it was very interesting. And I've played with that idea. Now the problem is, if you make a 3D printed part that's completely soft, usually I don't know any 3D printing resin that's very, very soft, like squishy. They're usually hard, kinda, I feel like they're something like this plastic over here. So it's not solid, this is not glass, but you can squish it around. That's about as hard as I've seen the resins behave. I'm not sure if there's any other one that's super, super squishy or something like that, but that's what I've seen. Also, you cannot print with it's hard to print with squishy resin because sometimes the supports of your print could bend and do weird stuff because they're flexible. But yeah, I've worked with some of that. I made it for a gift of, yeah, it was like a birthday present and it was fun. But I didn't make a mold out of it. I just printed 10 separate pieces. I didn't know resin printers could make flexible parts. Yes, there's a couple of flexible things. All the resins that sell themselves as tough sometimes are flexible, depends on the brand, but any Anycubics tough resin is kind of flexible. And there is the resin that I do have, which is pretty old by this time, is called Superflex. It's kind of pricey. Back when I bought it, it was sort of an experimental brand. I think it's grown a little bit and it's a little bit more easy to find. But yeah, Superflex, it's the flexible resin that I use. And as I told you, it's not as flexible as silicone. It's a little bit less flexible, but it is flexible. And you can also mix them together. I've done a couple experiments where I mixed regular resin with the flexible one to get a sort of flexible resin. And that worked okay. Now, the tricky part with printing with flexible resins is these things tend to be very, well, because they're flexible, they are not very easy to sand. And usually you always, well, if you're looking for a clean finish, for a clean look, you always want to sand your resin prints because the printer itself will always have voxels in them. You could turn on anti-aliasing, you could turn on fancy settings that allow you to sort of smooth out the edges and that sort of stuff. And there's always a new printer that's got smaller pixel size and that sort of stuff. But for what I've seen, there's always pixelation in your end result. And that pixelation needs to be worked somehow. You could apply a couple of layers on top of your material, or you could sand it down and try to get rid of those little details. Now, the flexible resin is a little bit troublesome with that because it's so flexible that when you try to sand it, it's like if you try to sand, like an eraser, like a pencil eraser, like school eraser. And if you try to do that, you realize that Oh, wait, let me check. How much time was that? Oh, and in less than 40 minutes, we managed to have one hair strand ready. So that's cool. And I was rambling while I was doing that. So that means we can probably make a lot of chemicals. Yes, a lot of chemicals. The resin printers could make flexible art? Yeah, they can. So now the problem with the flexible parts is that you cannot sand them, or they're kind of tricky to sand. They don't feel like, yeah, it feels like if you're sanding an eraser. So instead of making a clean surface finish, you end up more with a lumpy surface. So that's the big struggle I'm in whenever I'm trying to make a new, well, when I'm experimenting with materials and stuff, that if you make your resin too flexible, it might not be easy to sand, and if you make it too hard, it might be hard to get it out of the mold if you're trying to make a mold. So it's a lot of trial and error, and I feel like I haven't seen anyone who's actually done this and seen. There's a million different channels of people doing 3D prints, but this is so specific that I've never found someone doing this out of their prints. And who knows, maybe I'll be the first one to actually manage to do it. Maybe I can leave a little cool tutorial video somewhere when I actually figure it out. But first I need to make sure it is the right way to do the thing. And for that I need a lot of experiments, a lot of trial and error, a lot of testing, you know. That's how it goes. But hopefully I'll be the old man who figures out how to easily make puppets out of a 3D printer at some point. Just give me some time. I think I went too wild with the catalyzer on this one. It's a little bit too thick. Did I do 2 drops? No, if it were 2 drops, it would have instantly hardened. I've had that problem before. Okay, it's fine. Seems like it's fine to me. Might need a little bit of extra silicone over here, but yeah, well, fine. It's all fine, it's all fine. Fine and good. Yeah.
Okay, it's fine. You did one drop. Interesting. Yeah, it was much faster than before. But it's okay. Okay, now let's do this guy. Chat, what's your favorite dessert? You got carried away by the evil chocolate. Favorite dessert? Let me try to think. I don't know what is a good dessert there. How about pavlova? I think pavlova is pretty out there. So, kind of like well, there's 2 or 3 different types of pavlova, I believe, but the one I'm talking about is just like pieces of meringue with strawberry or that sort of stuff. Have you tried flexible prints with an FDM printer? No, never. I'm not sure. So I know for flexible prints on FDM, you need TPU, right? TPU is the one to go. I've never tried that before. From what I've heard is that TPU needs, I don't remember. I don't know if TPU needs higher temperatures than PLA and PETG, but I think, so my printer, my FDM printer is very basic. I barely bought it a year ago because I'd never used an FDM printer and I wanted to try it out, and I bought the cheapest one I could find, and I've been using that one ever since. And it's okay, but I believe, I'm not quite sure because there's a lot of different filaments out there, but I think it's only recommended to use PLA and PETG, mostly because it doesn't have an enclosure and I think it doesn't heat up that much or something along those lines. So usually, well, I don't remember. I remember reading stuff and figuring out that my thing could only print PLA and PETG because it's just like the most easy default materials out there. I've never tried TPU. I've heard of TPU. I think that sounds fun, but yeah, I've never given it a shot. But it sounds fun. But yeah, the thing with FDM printing is that details are even less clear with TPU, well, with FDM, because the layer lines are much more noticeable, and there's a lot of different issues like seaming and all that stuff. In general, SLA printing is much cleaner. I mean, it doesn't mean that FDM printer is bad, it's just a different tool, you know? But the materials that you can use in FDM, they're wonderful. An FDM print so much stronger than any SLA print. Well, I've never tried ABS-like resins. I wanted to try that too. Brigadeiro. Oh, I just had some brigadeiro because a cousin brought up. Well, it wasn't cake. It was just like a piece of chocolate with brigadeiro, and it's really good. I liked it a lot. I'd never tried it before, I believe, and yes, it was pretty good.
So 3 drops of this guy. 1, 2, 3 for 3 grams. Mix it real quick. Let's redo. Mix it real quick. Throw it in. Looks kind of diabetic, but goodness. Abricadabra is very, very sweet, but it's good. Oh, have you ever had the IKEA Dame cake? That one's really good too. It's very thin. It's almost like a big cookie, but it's really good.
Be more confident with how I mix this stuff. Look, I'm losing too much time because I'm not sure if it's properly mixed, and that's not good.
Run, 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 run. Faster, faster, faster. Come on, come on. Yeah. Go, 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 go. Okay. It's bad. It's okay, but run, 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 pipes, 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 pipes. Ah! Chicky Ricky, ah! Yeah, Evil's hair mix definitely looks like chocolate. Okay, haven't seen Chad in a bit. Give me a sec. Just patching this stuff up real quick. I don't know if this one's gonna work all right. Evil the... What did you say when she was having the stroke? Something about Evil the hair torture, the hair lighter, who will turn your hair on fire, especially Vedals. Okay. That was a little bit too fast, if you ask me. Maybe I'll do 3.5 grams. Yeah, I remember her saying something like that. Just left the stream playing while prepping for the tropical storm. Oh, good luck with that. Yeah, take care. Hope everything goes all right. The Black Baron. Okay, we got it. So that's done. Let's leave this thing be for a while. You know what? I think I want to test out the hair strand we already did. Just so that I can make sure how resistant it is. Because here's the deal. It should be stronger because the layer of silicone is thicker, but if the wire is too close to the surface, it will probably be weaker than before. Because if the wire is close to the surface, that means it's easy for it to tear through. So this is the first strand. I think this one's a little bit overkill. It's gonna be fine. I wanna try the second one just to make sure how well does it behave. So here you can see it, right? I want to try and bend it the same way I would bend any hair strand, you know, make something like this and that, have it flow. Okay, now let's try and have it do some sort of drastic movement. We'll do something more like pronounced curve, go a little bit wild, maybe twist a little bit. Okay, it's behaving fairly all right. I don't see anything risky. I do see the wire right about to burst through the surface, but it's not bursted. It hasn't bursted yet. And that's pretty much more than what I expected, honestly. So yeah, this might be a very good way to do things. Still needs... So it's not perfect. I could try and make it perfect with a little bit of extra work. Well, I just need to perfect the technique, you know, of casting this. And when I was a child, my friends teach me how to make banana and to slice into little pieces, put in a big cup, add just a bit of sugar and make it stickier. 1 spoon of powdered milk to stick into pieces, and 1 kind of cereal, like rolled oats. That sounds good. Simple and good. What else can you ask for? I really like the glossy finish. Not sure if it's too glossy. Hopefully not, but I like how it looks. I like the feel of it. I want to eat it. I want to eat this thing. Don't you want to eat it too?
Coconut milk probably makes that even better. Ooh, that sounds good. Coconut milk with
Banana.
and salt. That sounds unusual, but it might work. It's like salted caramel. Just a pinch, maybe, yeah.
Okay. It's been 8 minutes since we casted that, and it's already sticky. So yeah, if we go full on line of production, it would be very, like, it'll take a lot of effort, but I feel like we could be making one hair strand every half an hour. So yeah, it's good, but it could take its toll making it again and again and again, but I think we can do it. Now, I would like to give it a shot. Instead of doing this, can you just make multiple molds? Well, that is a fair point. I could make multiple molds. I could print another one, but it's a lot of work. You're right. Didn't think about that. I could print another mold, but then once I'm done, I'm gonna have 2 molds of the same thing that I'm not gonna use. If I do that, so I'm trying to streamline my process because right now I'm covering one with silicone and then putting it in the mold and throwing that out. What I was planning to do, but it seems like it's being too fast for me, is make one batch of just covering all the hair strands with silicone. That way I've got already 3 hair strands ready, and I just need to be blasting the molds. I mean, I'm not sure if I need more molds if I can just cast them as fast as I can. I think the trickier part is the part where I cover the wire with silicone. That's the one that would take more time if I'm too slow, but what I could do is, instead of doing this, try to do it a little bit faster. I mean, a little bit slower, and instead of just covering one strand of hair at a time, I could cover like 3 or 4, and then I'll have a backlog of hair strands to cast on. Because also, if I have too many molds and I'm casting 2 molds at a time, I might get too distracted and not be able to, they might not fill properly if I'm not careful. Choking on powders. But yeah, you're right, I could print another mold. However, printing another mold, that mold is pretty big. It takes about 12 hours to print and a lot of resin. So, I mean, if it was something urgent, I would consider it, but I think it's fine for now. I don't really need too many molds. But we are definitely gonna end up spending a couple of days just making hair strands. Right now, we already got 3. I see, is there no faster material for printing? Are you talking SLA or FDM? SLA, there are a couple of fast resins, but honestly, they're not that fast. What makes your printing faster, I think it's the machine. And the printer I use is a very old one. So yeah, it does take about 7 times more than what a modern printer would. And I could use the new printer, but the problem with the new printer is that it's freaking huge. I bought it specifically for the task of printing whole bodies. So I could print Evil's entire body in that printer in one go. But if I use it for small prints like this, yeah, and this would be considered a small print in that thing, it's just gonna waste, well, not waste, but it's gonna be very cumbersome because it's a lot of material in a very big bat, and you need to have a lot of it hanging around. It's just a little bit troublesome. Doesn't look like that big on camera. It's actually above the limit of my printer. It's not very big, it's about 16 centimeters. What's that in freedom units? Like 5 inches, maybe? No. Let me... I should have a ruler somewhere around here, but... But that's pretty much a little bit... Do you have a filament printer? You can print simple molds. I could use the filament printer, but the filament printer is not as precise. So you see the time we spent sanding this one? We would spend about 3 or 4 times that time sanding it, because the filament printer is not very clean when it comes to, yeah, the lines. The lines can be very, very, a lot more evident. I don't know. Yeah, it's about 6.5 inches. So yeah. Okay then, and the molds are not sandable. What molds? Yeah, they are sandable, but it would take more time to sand. Like, let me see. Do I have any filament piece over here to show you? Also, the filament printer is not that fast, I'll tell you. It's because I think in comparison, it's kind of slower than the other printer, the resin printer. The only thing is that the filament printer has a bigger print bed. So on the print bed, it can go a little bit. Yeah, okay, I can show you. This is one of the. Maybe we can make it work, but it does have more of a texture to it. This is one of the rolls of, like the slot machine rolls in Katya's gun, and it's okay. But can you see that little sheen there? You can see there's a little bit of texture here. You can even hear it if I do this, and I mean, it's not super clean, but it could be useful as a mold. I could give this a shot, but also I'm kind of clumsy still when it comes to FDM printing. But I could give it a shot and try to learn it a little bit better. Because yeah, maybe I don't need to sand it as much as I'm thinking. And it would be cheaper. Like making this mold we made out of filament would be a lot cheaper. That I can tell you. It's very interesting, right? Like thinking on all the possibilities of different materials and mixtures, and wish I had a resin printer. They are not that pricey. I'm very impressed with how affordable they've become. I think I just saw one in $150 in Amazon. And I'm talking about the prices being usually a little bit bloated because I'm on another country. So usually I need to pay for shipping and all that stuff. But yeah, $150. And I'm telling you, that thing was much better than the printer that I use. So you would be able to make better stuff than what I've done with Evil with that printer. I was very tempted to buy it, I'll be honest. But I think I can keep working with this one for a while and wait and get like a really good one in the future, because I just bought the other one. I think I've barely used it twice. But yeah, it's like it's very big, so it's not as versatile as the smaller one. So I haven't used it as much. I'm still very stuck with the smaller one because it's so easy to clean, to make a new piece, to print a bunch of copies, that sort of stuff. And it's less fumes all around. But yeah, I'm contemplating the possibilities of actually getting another small format resin printer, but they are not pricey. They are not pricey. The one I saw, just in case you want to check it out, it was Photon Mono 4, so it's kind of outdated, but it's not as outdated as mine. Mine is like one of the very first that hit the market. And the Photon Mono 4 is like 5 or 6 models after mine. And yeah, it seemed really good. It also depends on what size printing are you contemplating. I don't know what you're looking for. I mean, Evil herself was all made on the small format printer. I just spliced everything into pieces and arranged them together. Evil. Okay, so let's cast another piece. Evil. L. Okay. How do I make this easier for me? Okay, I'm gonna try the other approach. I'm gonna make a little bit more silicone. I'm gonna make it mildly slower, and we'll move from there. Even if it's, yeah, I think it's gonna be slower at the beginning, but it could pile up into being faster later. So let's do that. Okay, so let's do 1.5 grams of material with 1 drop of catalyzer and see if that's enough to cover all 3 of the feathers and not worry too much about, yeah, like speed and stuff. .1 1.3 1.3 again. 1.5, 1.6, okay, it's fine. 1.5 plus 1 drop. Did find some photos of the Brigadeiro cake. Love, take a look. In general, I'll be there in a second. Oh wow, that, oh dang, that looks amazing. That looks like a bum. Looks like an actual diabetic bum. But man, it looks delicious. Wow. Oh, I need to have this. Okay, 1.5 grams, 1 drop of the magic thing, and then we apply all around. Hopefully we'll have time this time around. So it's an interesting conversion. It's not usually not very straightforward. It's sort of like an exponential, not very easy to account for conversion. But yeah, so when we added 1 drop of of catalyzer to half a gram of silicone, it was ready in 5 minutes. Well, not ready, but it was impossible to work with after 5 minutes. When we added 1 drop of catalyzer to 1 gram of silicone, more or less, there's been variations, but it's about 10 minutes before it stops being usable. Now we're doing 1.5 to, well, 1 drop of silicone to 1.5 grams, and let's see how much time that takes. Wait. So 1 drop. There we go. Let's see how fast it is this time around. Calculate the rate of reaction. I don't even know how that works. Sounds very scientific, but I wouldn't know. I don't even understand the reaction that goes under the hood of this thing. And I've tried to find documents and stuff to read on how silicone reacts, how rubber interacts, how polymerization works, but I never find something very straightforward. It's always very vague. Graph it and we'll give you some kind of curve. Maybe. But it also, there's a lot of different factors, like humidity and temperature could also be affecting the speed of the reaction. But yeah. Neurocord? What is neurocord? Oh, you mean Neuro Discord? Neuro Earth Quarter? Neuro Discord, yeah, that makes sense now. Feel stupid for asking. Okay, hopefully this is enough well mixed. Oh god, mixed enough, English. And let's apply it to all the feathers. I'm not sure if they're on camera, sorry about that.
Mille une fois de la station, son volant habile l'horizon, tapé de coton velours de son tissu de la morte saison. Tic-tac, tic-frac, tourne les heures. Tic-tac, tic-tac, tourne les heures. Défilent nos quai de train fantôme, averse feutrée au travers du dôme, interférence délicate, bourdon de cliquant tic-tac, tic-tac, tic-tac.
It's starting to become not very manageable. And we're at minute number 8. So it's about the same time. Still, you know, sticky, but it's
Not fully.
liquid anymore.
Maybe 10 minutes and it's still usable, but it shouldn't. Not advisable to keep moving it around. Instead, the man who's still moving it around. But I think this. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, 10 minutes was about a good amount of time, but it's still not fully hardened. And I could make 3 strands without too much of a hassle, I believe. Okay. So yeah, we made 3 strands with this amount of time. I think this one should be ready to open. Sorry, I haven't seen. This music is beautiful. Oh, this is Clair Obscur Expedition 33.
Once we know what class of function f is, we use our collected CM data to estimate f's parameters, and boom, we now have a function to estimate the influence. We got a bot in chat. Or I know we'll nuke it eventually. Oh, it's did we get one of those
Free. Oh, there it is. Best viewers. Oh, that's a new one. That's a new provider. SMM Top. It's usually another one. Headlong seating. What that means. Die. There we go. Yes, it is nuked now. It stays in this chat for some reason, but it's already been nuked in Twitch. Okay, so let's open our strand number 3. This feels like it should already be done. Oh, I missed one rubber band here. Oh no, I just removed it. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And then Mariano can use this function to make fast silicones, low silicone, etc., etc.
Yeah, maybe I could try and make sort of the math function, but I'm not sure if it's very straightforward. It's very weird how the reaction works. Alrighty. Beautiful. Oh, this one's kind of empty. It's hollow on the inside. It's okay. Yeah, look at this back here. Seems like it was missing a little bit of material. Maybe I should do 3.5 grams just for the sake of keeping it safe. Like 3 sharps running too little. Oh, look at that. Already got 3 hair strands, another 3 on the works, and it's pretty fast.
Really see anything weirder than those with it? It'll be either linear or quadratic or an exponential. Yeah,
The thing is, I don't think it's that straightforward just because there's other factors in the function. You could make it sort of an average, but sometimes if your catalyzer is too old and it's constantly becoming older, it can become slower. Once I tried to use a very, very old catalyzer and I needed to use like 10 drops in order to make it dry as fast as this guy's were. And I'm using 1 drop here. So it depends. Love your emote, your Retsuko emote. So it's not that, I don't think the function would be very weird, but the problem is that there's other factors, like, yeah, the catalyzer's concentration, the catalyzer's age, the temperature, the humidity, I think those are the main factors. Silicone, maybe how old the silicone itself is, I don't know. How much the percentage of dilution on the silicone. We probably can, but it's a little bit of work. You really need to pull out some spreadsheets and start accounting for everything. It's not impossible, but it's slow. But yeah, hopefully we can make it work at some point. And also, whenever I buy a new batch, nothing assures me that it's gonna behave the same way. But for now, for these ones, we're sort of figuring it out. It's working all right. And it's just a matter of keep trying. So the hair strands we just made, they're still, I wouldn't say this is workable. Like, you couldn't sculpt this into any shape that what we need, but it's very thick. But it's still very liquid. Well, it's still kind of liquidy. It's like bubble gum, like chewed bubble gum.
they're that finicky. How does anyone work with them?
Because they, with the general rule of thumb, they kind of work. Like, if you add 4 drops of catalyzer to 10 grams, it will more or less work in a couple of hours. So if you're always working with, like, going further from, how do I say this? Yeah, like, if you're not very tight on time, it's like, I'll just mix this, I'll leave it overnight, and I don't care if it takes 4 hours or 8 hours, it's gonna be ready when I come back. So I think that's the general approach most people do with this, because most people don't do this 100 times a day. So yeah, it's very easy to work with. This is just a very technical, very specific use we're trying to pull off from it, and that's why it's being a little bit more complicated, right? I mean, this thing's usually used for, yeah, you just leave it overnight, don't care, come back later, no biggie.
But right now that I'm trying to be very precise and very tight with the timings and all that stuff,
Yeah, it's so finicky because we're being very picky with material. We're asking too much from it, and I guess if you understand the chemistry fully, then you would probably be able to measure very precisely how to make it. But yeah, I don't understand the chemistry on. What was I coming here for? Oh yeah. So I'm gonna prepare a couple extra feathers while this one's drying. I have to buy more wires like these ones. Okay. It's very weird how this stuff unfurls sometimes. Sometimes it's very easy to remove the paper coating from the wire. Sometimes it's very hard. There we go. Got it. Got him. Oh, look, this one's very easy. Instantly naked. Oh. There we go. Da-da-da.
Bye, Doobie. All right, sleep well.
Rest well, Doobie. I'll see you later. There we go. hug. Okay, so I got one here. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Trying to think of a way to mass produce silicone hair strands. I mean, a way to mass produce it. The way mass produced pieces are, for starters, they use heat cured silicone. So instead of curing it the same way I do, they will do it with a mold of metal that you can just cast the liquid or paste like rubber, and then you heat it up and it will instantly, in about 5 or 6 seconds, it'll become solid. That's how they make that sort of silicone keychains you can find, like those thrift store kind of things. But well, you need a big mass oven for that. I could have more molds, but even if I had more molds, I feel like I wouldn't be able to do it much faster. Also, the hard part is the having a piece of wire run through the mold. That makes it a little bit tougher. Then there's the Oh yeah, I think that's the biggest issues. Like usually for mass production, I feel like you would have a very big metal mold with, I don't know, 10, 20 hair strands. And you would just cast all of them in a single scoop of material, throw it in the oven for 10, 15 seconds, and it would be ready. Without using a mold. That would be very hard because let me tell you, I've tried making stuff with silicone, yeah, like without a mold, but it's so liquid that you will get very, very irregular shapes. So if you ever try to make, I don't know, like a very simple, I've tried to patch some molds a couple of times, that sort of stuff. Whenever you try to do that, it's so hard because, I mean, it could work. You can make the patch real cool, but the shape is going to stay kind of wobbly, like bulky. It just looks like a liquid that hardened. And yeah, it ends up looking kind of ugly. You can sand it down later, but that's pretty much it. It sort of takes longer than actually just making it well the first time. Would be interesting to come up with a solution. Just not sure if such a thing could exist. Maybe this sort of stuff could be done with TPU. Like maybe we could actually do this with the FDM printer and the flexible filament. Now the problem, like my little gripe with filament, with making final pieces out of them, is that there's a limited number of colors, right? If you want, I don't know, a piece of PLA, you'll find black, white, red, blue, and whatever, right? But you will never find like the exact tone of blue you're looking for if you're trying to get, I don't know, who's blue? I forgot all my blue VTubers. Gura colored blue. So it usually, like all things FDM related is like you just use a base color like gray or black, and from there you'll just paint on top the actual color that you need. And resin is very much the same. Resin is very limited in colors. You usually just find black, white, gray, maybe blue if you're lucky. I think there's a couple of reds, but it's not a solid red. It's like a wine kind of red. 07 Gura, yes, I know. I came up with a sad example, but yes. A little shark that could. She'll do it again. Does irregular looking hair look bad? No. I think irregular looking hair would be okay, as long as you make the lines on the right angle. For example, maybe if I made them on a 3D printer, I could print them in such a way that all the printing lines are along the axis of the hair, so the printing lines might look natural. They could look like strands. Seems to be happy now, at least. She definitely is. Yeah, maybe a TPU. I was thinking, what you could do. I've seen a couple of people do some weird stuff where they'll print like half a piece with FDM, and once that half a piece is done, they'll insert a bolt or something like that, or a nut inside of the print, and then let the printer continue, and that's how you embed something inside of the. So maybe you could actually make, let's say, the TPU shape for the hair, have the printer stop, and while it's stopped, you can insert the wire in the middle and then just wait for it to well, just have it cover that wire, and maybe that way you could make very crazy TPU. But the problem with TPU is that you will not find it in another color. You'll find black, white, maybe brown, but it's never going to be the right brown that you're looking for. But that sounds like an interesting idea, honestly. I would like to try that.
Like what you just took your wire, wrap it in gauze, and dip that in silicone a couple of times, actually, but probably looks ugly.
Yeah, I think that would look, lumpy. And also, I've always had that idea that dipping stuff in silicone would be very easy. Well, it would make a lot of things very easy, but here's the catch. If you're dipping something in silicone, you need to waste a lot of material. Because imagine, even if you have like a very thin, very long container, in order to fill that container that's this thing tall, well, this thing tall, so you can see it, that means you need, what, about 150 milliliters of silicone? And then you dip inside of it and leave it out and leave it hanging. And you can do that, let's say 5 or 20 times. You will do that, you will have your first layer everywhere, but then you will have another 100 milliliters of silicone that's just going to harden and be a waste. You're gonna end up with a big block of silicone that's not even a mold, it's nothing, it's just a random block of silicone. And I've struggled with that idea. I've been thinking, how could you dip something? But the only way I can conceive dipping is if you have a big container to dip into. So, and a big container means a lot of silicone. And considering that you do not use that much silicone when covering this stuff, that means it's a lot of waste.
Way to speed up the reaction
Only when it's on that part, yeah. But I'm not sure how that could be possible. Maybe if you sprayed the catalyzer on top, but I've never done that before, and I think it would still be fresh on the inside. Like, imagine you have fresh silicone, and I dip the wire inside of the silicone, and then with like a kind of container, one of these, I spritz it with the catalyzer itself, just like all over the surface, and maybe it will react, but I'm not sure. Or maybe I could have another container filled with catalyzer, and I can just dip it in the silicone, dip it in the catalyzer, and then leave it to hang, and then do that again and again and again. That sounds like an interesting way of doing it, but I'm not sure if it would work. I'm not quite sure it would work. Also, catalyzer, from what I've heard, I've never put it too much to the test, but from what I've heard is that if you use too much catalyzer, the silicone will turn out a little bit harder. So maybe the wire could end up a little bit too hard. But it's an interesting proposal now that I'm thinking about it out loud. I would be willing to try that, just for the sake of science. I'm not sure if it will work. I have this big hunch that probably there would be some sort of problem there. Does heat make the reaction go faster? I'm not sure, but I think it does. Because back in the studio where I worked, whenever they made a silicone mold, they would leave it in the sun so that it would cure faster, or to make sure everything cured properly or evenly. I remember them saying something like that. I've never seen it with my own eyes. I've never done the test, but I think it does affect. I don't know how much heat. I know it doesn't withstand too much heat. Like this silicone, I think it will not survive, what, more than 100 degrees probably? You can use slow silicone. Well, I mean, silicone is just gonna be silicone if it's not. Oh, okay, I get it. Slow silicone, like setting it up for 2 days or something like that, and then dip, heat. Maybe, I'm not sure how much does the reaction accelerate. But it could be another interesting idea. But I mean, I feel like doing that, the result is probably not gonna be a full-on hair strand. Your result is gonna be a very well-coated wire, like what I'm doing here, but you could have all 20 wires in one sitting, and then all you need to do is cast. Because another detail here in this specific context is I designed all of the holes inside of our mold, all of these holes around it, to the shape of the mold that we're casting. So everything leads to that shape, and if you did it organically, I'm not sure if the shape will match very well. Maybe if it's a little bit bigger, you can squish it in because it's rubber. But yeah, I'm not sure if it would fit properly inside of the hole because you don't have the exact shape. But maybe then we could think of an alternative to that. But yeah, the dip method that you're saying, I'm not sure if it would work for full-on hair strands, but it could definitely work for dipping. Well, I'm not definitely is a strong word, but it could be interesting to see if it works for dipping the wires, because I could have all the wires prepared and do the dipping and maybe make, yeah, the 20 pieces of wire in one single sitting. Although in the end I would still need to have probably about 100 or so grams of silicone that's just left to waste. Because I mean, no matter how much silicone you make or how much silicone you end up using in the no matter how much silicone you end up using on the pieces, on the wires, to make a complete dip, you would always need the container to be filled up to 16 centimeters or 6.5 inches. So you would be sealing the fate of 6.5 milliliters of silicone, unless after doing that you already have another mold prepared. Let's say I do this, and then when I finish doing that, I grab the remainder of silicone that's already slow inside of the dipping container and throw it in pigtail mold or the ahoge mold. Maybe that would be a way to just not waste that much. But it's interesting. You got pretty interesting ideas there. I would like to give them a shot, but I'm not sure right now it would be the moment. Because I would need to probably spend a couple of days just sitting down and observing the behavior of silicone. Because I don't know how the heat will affect the reaction. There's probably a pipeline you can make, definitely. I see the vision. I just cannot come with the final solution yet. Probably a pipeline I can make somewhere in there that minimizes silicone waste. Maybe if the piece you're making, so if your dipping container was a mold, so imagine, let me just pick out a character, a random character. I need someone with a big strand of hair, like a big ponytail. Let's say Hatsune Miku, right? Just for the sake of practice, let's say Hatsune Miku, and imagine I make like a big mold for the main two pigtails that are very long and very big, and I could use that very same container as my dipping container for the smaller parts. So once I finish the dipping, I already have the cast of the big pigtail. Or the twin tails. They're more like twin tail. I don't know the difference between both of those. But yeah, I could use the twin tails, the mold of the twin tails as the dipping mold for the smaller hair strands. So I get all the little hair strands ready, and then I just leave be the big hair strand. I might even need to just add a little bit of extra silicone on the top to compensate for everything I took out of it with all the other dips. and yeah, I could call it a day there. But that's very, very circumstantial, right? You need a character with a very big hair strand and with other hair strands that are not as big as the bigger one. So that's incredibly specific. I don't even think Hatsune Miku is the right example, but it's the only one that came to my mind like straight ahead. I mean, we could, just for the sake of science, when we get our right now to make other casts, I could try and do the experiment of just grabbing a little bit of silicone and throwing catalyzer on top and see how it behaves. But yeah, it probably will be a little bit messy. But I mean, if we're just wasting 1 gram of silicone, it's not a problem. Another question, can you make silicone magnetic? Yes, you can. I've done it before. I think, not sure if I have some magnetic silicone handy though. To show you, let me think if I've got any magnetic pieces around to show you, but you can. I've done it. It's not very magnetic, but it is magnetic. But, well, you're not actually making the silicone itself magnetic, you're just diluting iron powder, which is this. I've got my iron powder right here, in the silicone. So I do that, and that way you can have a mildly magnetic piece of rubber. But it's not like full-on snapping into. I don't see any uses for magnetic silicone yet, but who knows? Yeah, it's... I've been using it not really for the magnetic purposes, but I feel like that iron oxide thing has been the best pigment for black. So Evil's broken heart pin in her hair, that one's magnetic actually. because the silicone is white, whenever I add black pigment, it just stays in gray. Never goes fully to black. So the black powder pulls the black out of the silicone. So yeah, that's a good, cool little secret. Because, well, if the liquid can be magnetized, then technically you can make the liquid hold its shape with some magnets. I'm not sure. I feel like if you try to keep the shape with the magnets, probably the powder will start to concentrate, because it's not the liquid that is magnetic. It's the suspended particles in the liquid. So unless the suspension is really good, which I don't think will be the case, I think in the end, if you just leave a magnet for too long, it will just pull all the iron particles to one place and leave the silicone particles out, right? Yeah, I mean, I think there's no such thing as a magnetic liquid. It's more like magnetic element suspended in some sort of liquid.
Les pétales d'iris envahissent les rues du jour déclinant, nuées complices du clair-obscur vacillant, nuances de chagrin, ils dansent autour des heures littorales, éclipse, florale, lumière s'éteint, variation dans l'air, vapeur de nos chairs, respiration amère, lumière s'éteint, contre-temps volontaire, contre-champ solitaire, lumière s'éteint. si le temps se perd à contre-courant, les miroirs sans teint dévoilent leur nature. Si nos pulsations jouent à contre-cœur, notre amour veillera sur la mesure. Lumière s'éteint. Pâleur du jour, cœur sourd, miroir de nos amours, lumière s'éteint. Attache harnais, cordage resserré, nœud marin et récif carmin. Flot secoué, doute à chavirer, lumière s'éteint. Nuage à la dérive, lien en déclive, brume qui déteint, lumière s'éteint. Seul, sans secours.
So you gotta bind the magnetic particles to the polymer unit itself. That would... That sounds... That sounds complicated.
Lumière s'éteint. Aux dernières lueurs d'outre-mer, à l'aurore d'un nouveau jour.
Well, but now that you say it, I mean, there are...
Vol à contre-jour.
I don't know how much or how does it work, but there are metals inside of the silicone. I know it because there's two main line silicones. There is platinum silicone and tin silicone. And it's got something to do with how the reaction takes place. And of course, platinum silicone is a little bit more pricey. And it's allegedly more precise, more durable, stuff like that. But I don't know how much that metal is part of the reaction and if it keeps its magnetic properties. I don't even know if tin or platinum are magnetic at all. The actual silicone polymer contain them? I don't know. I'm not sure if this is a polymer, the catalyzer, but I just know it's part of the reaction. That's the kind of info that I've always wanted to find. I've always wanted to understand silicone more deeply, but I never got into actually see how it behaves. I do know, I don't think they're part of the silicone bro. I do have this, I've seen that there's some sort of peroxide reaction involved with the silicone. And for some reason, one of the things that can trigger the reaction is acetic acid. So that's why vinegar, I've never tried it, but I think vinegar could accelerate the reaction. Never tried it. Never tried it. But I think vinegar is something that could affect the silicone reaction for some reason, because acetic acid does that. A chain of S and O surrounded with methyl groups. Okay. Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I did not think it's very much, but obviously it would be silicone and not sulfur, right? Yeah, in fact, silicone, for some reason, it's kind of allergic to sulfur. I don't know if I've told you this before, but there's... if you use, for example, latex gloves close to the silicone, you could ruin your whole container, because just a little bit of sulfur is enough to inhibit the reaction of the silicone forever. That's why when you do this sort of stuff, you need to make sure you're using sulfur-free clay and sulfur-free gloves and sulfur-free stuff, a lot of stuff. There's even like in the big studios, like Leica and that sort of stuff, they have like the sulfur-friendly lab or the sulfur-friendly workshop and the sulfur-free workshop. And you cannot move from one place to the other. You need to either ask if someone needs to bring you the stuff or something. They have to come out and give you whatever container you need, but you cannot, if you're working on the sulfur workshop, you cannot enter the sulfur-free workshop.
Probably something with how electronegative sulfur is, just a guess.
So I don't know, but I know it inhibits it. And that was one of the very first lessons I got in material sciences with, well, not really sciences, material arts and crafts back in the film studio. Yeah, as you can see, just the process of folding the wire, it already takes a fair amount of time.
Magneticals sound like
Such an interesting research project. Well, if you come up with any good ideas to use it, I can make some whenever you want. But the thing is, I don't have any good uses for it besides being black. But yeah, it does sound interesting, doesn't it?
dun dun. Yeah. Dun 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 dun. Plim plim plum. I didn't hear it.
Well, I mean the the Dark Souls theme, you mean? or just the piano in general.
Does Plim Plim Plon Nuclear Vod?
No, we played Dark Souls once, and I don't think it was the. We did get claimed, but I think we got claimed for Elden Ring music and not for. No, it was freaking. What's the name of that game? Baldur's Gate. We played Elden Ring and we didn't get any problem. We did play Blim Blim Blum and a bunch of other songs. It was just like a big playlist. And we did not get any claims except for a Baldur's Gate that played right after. So I just saw it and I thought, well, I mean, it's along the way. Something kind of similar. Let's leave it playing. And yeah, Down by the River, or whatever that song is called, not copyright friendly. You'll get blasted.
Da-da-dum.
Da-da-da-da-dum. This should probably be done. Okay. So we were going for 3 grams, but maybe we'll do 3.5 and 3 drops. Let's make it a little bit slower, but also a little bit, yeah, more. Because last one got a little bit too little material. So let's do 3.5 then.
Ah,
God damn it. Oh, now that I'm done with the wires, maybe I should put back on my gloves.
Magnetic Storm is probably hard.
I don't think it's that hard. I've made it. Silicone unit is already so small. Oh, okay, I get it. Get what you mean now. I mean, like, actually making the molecule magnetic. But, well, okay. So if you prepared a couple of silicone units and then you mix it with regular, well, like you make some magnetic silicone units and then you throw it into a mixture of regular silicone, wouldn't it dissolve and sort of expand and probably be balanced out, maybe? Well, also, doesn't mixing the metals like get rid of the property? Because I don't know if there's any like, well, iron oxide is still magnetic, but I'm not sure if more complex molecule will keep the magnetic properties though.
No, but then those are way too big. Oh, okay. But then the base, no, those would be way too big.
Interesting. Okay, so let's go with another 3 grams. The thing. Where is the thing? Oh, there it is.
Well, it wouldn't polymerize.
It also feels weird making such little castings because I'm not sure when will I run out of material. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so here we go. Okay. Inserting. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay, cheeky bricky, 3, 2, 1, there we go. Let me get my rubber bands. 1. 2. 3. 4. Is this the hair? Yes, it is the hair. I'll show you the finished strands in a bit. 4. Where's my final rubber band? There it is. Oh, this one's very tight. That's good because there's a tip. 5. So yeah, this mold is the hair. I'll show you the finished pieces. Cheeky bricky, cheeky bricky, cheeky bricky. Yes. Just leave this vertically on this side. Yeah, we already got 4 hair strands, 3 hair strands done. This is the 4th one we just cast. Only 20 more to go. By the way, is there any known way to recycle silicone? No, not that I know. Well, there kinda is one. It's not really recycling fully, but the thing is, silicone that isn't used, you can just snip into pieces, and if you apply it to another mold, it will just stay. So this is sort of finished. So hair strands, already got 3 of them. I like the glossy finish. I like the shiny look. Some of them have a couple of issues, especially the first one. Yeah, look at that. It's cool. I've been trying to test out how well they behave. They seem to be fine. I don't know how well they will behave in the long run, but they feel okay. And the other hair strands, the ones we had before, didn't give me any issues, so hopefully these guys will be the same. But they look pretty. I like them a lot. So I feel like they look a little bit too glossy, but I think that glossiness will start to fade out with some wear. Because we don't need... I'm not going for the glossy look, but I also would like it to be a little bit smoother than the ones we had before. That one looked a little bit too matte. So I think it will balance itself out really well after some work. I don't know. It looks edible. It definitely looks edible. I'm very tempted to take a bite out of this, but I know it's not going to be pleasant. I remember back in the studio, we would... there was a guy who liked to play Russian roulette with pieces of, like, cupcakes. Not fully dressed cupcakes, but yeah, like more like muffins, you know? So sometimes in the workshop, when you're doing polyurethane rubber and you have a lot of material, well, you would cast it into any sort of container, and once the material foamed, it would end up looking like a cupcake. So one of the guys would put like a bunch of cupcakes, but one of them was made of polyurethane. Well, they weren't cupcakes. Again, they were more like muffins because they didn't have glaze or anything on top. It was just like, it just looked like bread. But there was one of them made of polyurethane, and it was just left there until somebody bit it. Silicone muncher. that sounds like a slur. That's diabolical. It really is. Maybe I just laughed because I never fell for it. But I don't have a witness. Well, there's the witness. Ah, the witness. I said the thing. Okay, so we got that. We got... Could go back to trying the hands, maybe? Well, these hands do need a trim. I didn't set the time, but it's been like 10 minutes since we mixed it. Lab. No food in the lab. This guy. Why bring food to the lab when I can bring the lab to the food? Well, that's more of a... That's more of a personal policy. I will tell you that there was a lot of people eating in the workshop in the other studio, but I'd rather take proper measures. Other streamers, when showing their hands, they look so fake. My hands look fake. It's because of my manicure. I don't know. Why do they look fake? Maybe you're just not used to seeing real hands on stream because everyone uses gloves. Okay, so we got that. So let's make the hands themselves. I need to snip the fingers into the right size, and that's probably gonna take its time. So we got this, we get back the gloves on. Maybe Gerhards doesn't have it. This stuff is so hard to actually design because you'll kind of arrange the fingers into the shape you need, but then you'll realize something's off. Or, well, yeah, once you take it out and you try to put it back on, it's not gonna fit the same way like the time you actually put it in. It's so hard to make this hand stuff work. So tricky. Maybe that's why people do those molds where they set the hand in place, but I'm not sure how to make those yet. Hopefully someday. Also, it's tricky because those molds are usually designed for big productions like Chicken Run. Well, you'll need to make, I don't know, 20 sets of hands for every character. But when you're doing, for example, here we made 3 sets, so why would I make 2 months worth of work mold if I'm gonna be using the hands themselves for maybe 1 month? Doesn't sound like a good return of return of investment, if you ask me. Maybe I'm gonna have to redo that layer of silicone on top of these guys.
Hey, Dr. Robot, how's it going? Oh, was that you don't throw hands?
Not as much, not if it's not necessary.
So hands are hard for all artists, whether digital, traditional, or puppet wizards.
Yes, they are. They are hard for everyone. How's the casting? It's coming along. We already have 3. We're on our way to our 4th hair strand. So it seems like it's okay. And I'm working on the hands right now. And also the little pigtails are also set. They look cool too. You know what would be fun if there was some sort of tool that instantly bent the very tip of a wire into a less sharp section. I think that would be very useful. I'm not sure, it sounds like something somebody might have invented already for electricians or something like that. Because I mean, who would invent a tool for stop motion animators, right? People invent tools for electricians, for dentists, but some kind of tweezers. I mean, I'm working with tweezers, but imagine some sort of automatic tweezers. I don't know, that whenever you sort of insert the wire, it will instantly, I don't know, twist and bend into just a round shape. Because I'm using tweezers right now, right? But yeah, some sort of, have you ever seen, for example, the cable peeling devices? I feel like that's a very complex machine that was just designed because of, well, how useful it is to peel cables when doing any electric thing. I think there could be something designed to just round the edge of a sharp wire, maybe. That sucks. One finger is way too short, but it's okay. And then the thumb is also a little bit. Well, I got a wire strippers. Yeah, I know about wire strippers.
but they are not gonna be what we need.
The stream reset? Math is confusing me since it says it started only 4 hours ago, passed out during lunch break.
Just woke up. Hi, Delvink. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice rest. I don't know. Are you on Twitch? Yeah, maybe on Twitch. Sometimes it resets there. Okay, so there we go. There's our. Just very annoyed by this short finger. Looks so dumb. Okay. There's hand number 1. I'm gonna mark it so I know. So the one with one single line is gonna be the black hand. And the other one's gonna be the red one. Now let's see how is our silicone doing. So yeah, I'll show you. Probably the fourth strand's already done, maybe. Would still give it a couple of minutes. They've been okay. So yeah, let me show you. We've made a bunch of strands already. They look cool, a little bit glossy. I like it. It's a nice little sheen to it. Look at that. Everyone said that they look edible, and I totally agree. And the hands are coming along. It's been mostly working on the strands, a lot of chatting about the limitations of silicone, different experimental methods for the future. We also made these guys. Oh god, I think I lost the ahoge. So these are the new hair strands, new and improved with the new material. I'm gonna go get a box so I can secure these, and hopefully I hope I can find the ahoge. Where are you? No, where's my ahoge? Could it have fallen somehow? Oh, here it is. Right there in the ground. Okay, I'm gonna go get the box for these guys. Flatworm. It'll look like a flatworm. An edible flatworm.
Use Theos. Oh yes, this is still very soft. That's concerning. Okay, so we got this one now. First, we align all of the wires once again into the shape of the hand, basically. So yeah, even the thumb, I try to go. So the reason why I don't use this part as the... When you see this, it makes sort of sense, right? Why don't you use the palm? This for the palm, but if you do that, you will lose mobility on your wrist. You always want to have good mobility on your wrist. So I'd rather, instead of doing that, I'll leave this way back so that this section with 4 wires running through will be the wrist, and it will allow me to still move it around kinda freely, and then it divides into the fingers. Because if you try to use this as your wrist, it's very likely that the movement of the wrist, for starters, because it's at the very tip of the wire, it's going to be very hard to move around. Would be a lot of force required, so it would make it very difficult for you to actually move the wrist around. And also, doing that sort of torsion a lot, very close to the tip, will probably wear down the glue on the tip that's joining everything to the wires. So that's why instead of that, I'd rather have that force applied right after, when it's divided between 5 different wires, or 10 if I had done this in the other method. And yeah, I'm gonna trust those instead. I think I'm gonna need another layer here. I think 1 sphere will be enough for that. Yeah, because whenever a puppet's not built properly or not been thought through, moving the wrist can be devastating. And I hate that, because wrists are very important for movement. If your wrist doesn't behave naturally, it cuts down expressiveness of the body so much, you've got no idea. Because if you are talking or, you know, just saying anything, you usually use your wrists a lot. Your hand only goes like open and closed with the fingers, and you don't have wrist movements. The characters feel so stiff. They feel dead. It's got the tips here.
Was rewatching early South Park, and the part of the body that are animated the most, since the idea seems to be minimized as much as possible, is easily the hands, up and down movements, rotations, and a few motion poses. Yeah. Specific shrug position, body cutout.
Oh, really? I never noticed the shrug thing. If I looked at it. Shrugs are very hard in stop motion. I feel like if you ever wanna figure out if a puppet is like a professional puppet or sort of like a starting puppet, the easiest way to just check that out really quickly is if the puppet can shrug. Because making the joints in such a way that it can actually shrug, it's something else, you know?
Wait.
You need to think on how the shoulders articulated and that sort of stuff, and that's not something people usually think about when they're making their silly little characters. Oh, I'm missing one. And final thingy is gonna be a thumb.
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay.
Blue Cloud has been following Mariana's workshop for 13 days and 6 hours. Oh, interesting. I didn't know you could do that. Not that I've got a lot of them, but none of the Figma figurines I can shrug.
And more of a technical puppet, like a bodycon, I think they can actually shrug.
Really been on the stream much? Don't worry, Dressy, it's fine. How have you been? Are you okay? A really evil appreciation for evil, so cute. Welcome back, Marie. Follow Wedge. Didn't know you could do that. That's interesting.
Okay. Let's open our 4th hair strand now. Okay, so yeah, there's our hair strand. Go back, look at that glossiness. Whenever they come straight out of the mold, they look very, very glossy, very shiny. And then, yeah, after some poking around, it starts to lose its shine a little bit. But I'd rather have it lose its shine because it's, if not, it looks way too reflective. But yeah, look at this. Shing. Now, just pull you out of the mold. Yeah, it really grips well. I think the thin wire is really the option. I don't know, maybe it's a good balance between how hard the wire is because I don't see this breaking very easily. And I can see the wire right there. So it should be kind of brittle, you know? Yeah, it's working very well. So yeah, strand number 4. 20 more to go. Or I think it's 22 to go. The nail. Yeah, I feel like the cricket making every single hair strand. Applying the oil. Making sure everything's nice and pretty.
Imagine reflecting silicone would do havoc to setting up the lighting properly.
Kinda, but I mean, hair is kinda glossy. Actually, I'm not sure if I should try it this time. What do you think, chat? Because I could give it a shot. Well, it's much more subtle now than before. I think before it was a little bit more evident. But I was thinking maybe I could prepare just a little bit of brighter colored silicone for the front of the bangs and try to paint this little shine. So instead of having a, well, maybe it would look fake, but maybe I can make it shinier since the mold's already done. Yeah, it's gonna be a problem. Because I'm not gonna remake this mold, it's gonna be a lot of work. But I was thinking maybe I could try to paint the shine here. I think I tried that once and it looked bad. I don't remember. Let me see if I've got the piece somewhere around. Yeah, I think I tried that once for Evil and it looked like very bad. This one's okay. Yeah, they're both okay. No, I don't think I tried it. I don't know. I think it looks very fake because it looks like it's painted on the surface and not like an actual shine. So yeah, thinking it twice, it doesn't sound great. Anyway, let's make another hair.
That would be cool if it works.
I could give it a shot. We can retry, but I have this feeling that it's gonna look bad. But well, let's try it when we get there. However, we'll try it without a skeleton inside. It will be just the surface. Okay. Anyway, let's do this again. I'm not sure if it's gonna start losing its shine after many casts or something, but I don't think so.
Cute Nero. One must imagine Sisyphusiano.
That is me.
$22. What, 22 left? Or what? What's the 22 for? Imagine reflective silicone or
I don't even know. Let me check the real number. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Yeah, it's 26. So yeah, we still need 22 more. And that's considering that none of them break. But hey, they'll think, how long did it take us last time to make all of Evil's hair strands? I think it took us about a month or something. Especially because I didn't... Back then I wasn't working full-time. I was more like I was part-time working on something else while I was doing the workshop stuff, and now I'm doing this full-time.
A whole bunch needed to get redone.
Oh yeah, we redid a bunch of them. And I think there's been even... Well, also, back then, the first mold also broke. So we made one mold. The mold lasted 5 castings only, and then it broke. And then we had to make a new one, and then we made the second mold, and then that mold is the one that we used for the rest of the pieces. The average stream was 3 to 4 hours max. Yes, and it wasn't every day. We had 2 streams a week, but at the same time I did work off stream. You changed the mold material. Yes, that's when I started using resin. This is the one we used before. This is the one that survived. The one that broke, I think I just threw out. But yeah. Sisyphus Riano is real, let me tell you that. But back then also, I did not do everything on stream. I would work off stream and make some extra hair strands every now and then whenever I had time. I remember that too. So let's do another 3.5. And yeah, cast this guy. I think we can easily cast this other 2 we've got here on this stream, and that would bring us to 6 strands in a day. And we didn't start at the beginning of the day. We spent a lot of time. What did we do? We sanded the mold. I think I didn't make the first one until lunch break, did I? I need 3.5. I need 3.5.
All right, 3.5. There we go. Yes, that's when I changed mold material. We went the first mold, the first hair strand mold we made was made out of plaster, and it cracked on the middle, straight through the middle, because it's a very long mold, you know. And I'm surprised by how easily this mold releases. Like, it doesn't even have a key for me to slide into anything, and it opens really cleanly. At the same time, I love the fact that it's so small, it's so tiny. All right, ready? Through the metal? What metal? There's no metal. What? No, it was just plaster. It cracked the plaster. There was no metal in that one. What do you mean through the metal? What? Okay. 1, 2, 30. There we go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we made 100 grams of silicone-ish. That means we'll have about... What's 100 divided by 3? Like 30? 33-ish? And we don't have that much silicone. Well, it's 3.5. 100 divided by 3.5. So it might be much less. If it's closer to 26, I'm gonna be very scared. No, wait. How much did we prepare? I'm starting to get scared now that I'm making numbers in my head. Oh no. Did we make 120 maybe? Maybe? I think we'll be making it barely, and that's if and only if one of the weeks, all of the weeks work. Like if one of them's a failure, then we'll be abso-freaking-lutely cooked.
I don't remember how much we prepared. I'm concerned about it. All right, ready, guys? 3. Oh, let me prepare my rubber bands. There we go. This over here. This over here. All right, 3, 2, 1. Cheeky breaky. Cheeky breaky. Cheeky breaky. It's not closing. Ah. $120.34. Oh, that's not great, honestly. I thought we would have more than that. I don't remember how much silicone we made. But we can make a test real quick. Give me a sec. I remember it was somewhere around 100, but I'm not sure how much exactly. A second rubber band at the very entrance. No. You. Okay, whatever. So maybe the secret of why the molds aren't breaking anymore is just because we've been saying cheeky breaky whenever we cast them. That's all there is to it. By the way, I totally forgot to upload the clip this week. Like the week's already over, and I never got the pipe is a pipe clip out. Sorry about that. I'll see if I can upload it. I've been day after day saying, oh, I'm gonna wake up early so I can go upload the video and then start stream. But I end up waking up like right before the start of the stream, and I end up running and scrambling around to actually start the stream. And yeah, I never have that extra time I thought I would have. Oh boy. Okay, so right now, with our 5th hair strand set, we've got 100 grams left of brown silicone. So I think it's gonna be kinda clutch. And how much of the other one we got? Give me a sec. Maybe I should go back to do the 3-gram casting. Oh god. There. And we've got, what the hell? We got 109 grams of neural hair. And 100 grams of evil hair. So we might be running short on neural hair. Caramel strands, yes. Oh, that's gonna look so delicious. Don't get started with that. I'm not gonna be able to hold myself from biting those. Okay, so now I'm concerned about the hair. God damn it. It's fine, it's fine. We can do this, we can do this. So this one's gonna stay for a while. We need to prepare extra little feathers. Let's make another set of 4. Well, maybe I could go for less if the other strands are much shorter. I could make them with maybe 2 grams of silicone. I'm not sure if that would be lazy. God damn it. I hate this thing. This freaking stand is so bad. Well, I'm trying to hold teeny tiny wires also, but I hate this thing anyway.
My sanity.
What's happening with your sanity? What? Is it because of the music? Or because I'm doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over?
Neuropuppet evil. Oh, Neuropuppet evil.
You're going to definitely break when you see them finished. They're gonna be the cutest little cookies you've ever seen. Blame the offline chat. Oh, I've never seen the offline chat. Don't know what happens there.
With more damage.
Messages there barely make sense. Just like evil so cute, neuro so cute, evil so cute, neuro so cute galore.
Buh, be huggies, buh.
I don't even know what be. I'm guessing those are freaking emotes.
Mass pings.
At least they're friendly. I'm like, I don't even know what that is. I'm a little afraid to ask. I'm not sure if that's something weird. Okay, I'm gonna lock in because I'm gonna mix this stuff. Oh god, I need something smaller. Supposed to be more silicone. Why am I running out of it? Did I just make 3 strands before? I'm making 4 now. Beep. Okay, that was the right amount of stuff. Barely made it. Everything was well covered, but very thinly covered at the same time, so I think that was great. It turned out great. It was 1.6 grams, so please take note that the right number for making 4 strands of hair. Kind of stressful, kind of very tight, but yeah, it's a very good number. It's 1.6 grams for 4 of these guys, for 4 hair strands, 4 feathers. Okay. There we go. So there go 4 of these. How's the other silicone going? Still still sticky, but almost done. Okay, should I apply another layer to the other one, to the hands? Or should I go straight for it? Just cast them already. Hello, hi. Sorry, I've been disconnected right now. Chat stats. Streamelements.com is my network, so those stats are concerning. Wait, what? What's the problem with those stats? Well, they are not stats, right? It's just stream elements. Dang, the Cupidile raid really made a mark on the emote stats. True. People have used the Honey Vettel Emperor emote 45 times. Wow, you're still here. Hello again. I'm not sure if you're saying hi to the chat or hi to me. What product did you make while I was asleep? Strands. We've made a lot of hair strands. We've got 4 hair strands ready and 1 more in the oven. And we're making more hair strands. I also got the edges of the fingers so that we can cast it. Yeah, I don't remember when was the last time you were here, like what was going on back then. Well, we made a bunch of hair strands since, John. And what else? So I could try and cast the hands, although I'm not sure if they will. Well, they're kind of test hands, so I think it would be okay. But there's nothing to be ashamed of. We've been around for 2 weeks. I think it's just that Blue Cloud has more messages than most of the other chatters combined. Well, yeah, like Blue Cloud, you've been here very consistently. When I left, you were gone for lunch. I don't remember what I was doing before lunch, but I think we hadn't even casted our very first hair strand. But now we've got 4, maybe 5 of them done, and we've prepared another 5, so we could have 10. We need 26. Look, there's a hair strand. They're all nice and glossy and delicious looking. We got 4 of these. We still need plenty more. And I also started casting or preparing the cast for the hands. Look, it's already got a little bit of silicone on the top of on the surface, and also the hands themselves have a little bit of silicone on them. And yeah, that's been about it. Honestly, it's not like it's been a slow day, but yeah, making the same thing 26 times. It's something. But yeah, I've been here 13 days. 13. What do you mean? I've spent almost 4,000 messages? What? No way. Yeah, it was me when I saw the stats, how many times I had posted the Neuro streams. The Blackburn. So yeah, that's what we've been up to. So right now we could make the other 5 strands. Well, I mean, wait, it still needs a little bit of extra time to congeal the first strand, but in the meantime we could make the hands, or I could at least prepare the color for the hands. Ironically enough, I am top 3 chatter by message count. I think it's probably because you often will break a sentence instead of a post. If we did a character count, I would probably have crazy high stats since so many of my posts end up essays like this. Well, I mean, if you added your YouTube messages from way back when, I think you would have a big advantage because you've been here since the ancient times, since the very first stream. Delphing's been there. Most likely, maybe I should just stick to paragraphs like you instead. You're just trying to not be the #1 chatter. However, I want to use this cup. That sucks. Sure, no one has Twitch that longer than those the same weeks. Well, yeah, we've only been on Twitch for a month and a little bit more, right? I started streaming on Twitch when? Around September 20th-ish? But I've been streaming on YouTube since April, I believe. 1 month after Evil's birthday. Around April 25th, I believe. That was our first stream, maybe? I'm not sure. We didn't even have an avatar back then. It was just my voice, my sweet voice in the background. But now we have this little guy in the corner saying hi. Hi. Oh no, you know what? I can use a bigger cup since we're gonna be doing a little bit more material now. Didn't know you were new on Twitch. Yeah, I'm fairly new. I first released the animated video. I released the Evil Neuro stop motion extravaganza video. And then I released the well, then I started streaming on Twitch. I spent so long trying. Senpai. Delphing Senpai. Flustered. Oh. Okay, so let me check something real quick. How much does a hand weigh? 5.6 grams. So we could make 10 grams and be safe with the silicone. That's great because we can make a lot of hands with that. I'm trying to leave it. Oh, there's 10 grams. Okay. 10 grams of silicone plus a little bit of color silicone on top. Let me get all the molds lined up here. 1, 2. Get these guys off your screen. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Observed law in linguistics?
What's the observed law in linguistics? Tell us. Please tell the class.
That for any natural language, the most commonly used word will appear about twice as much as the second used word and as much as the third used.
Oh, that's interesting. But what do you count as the most used word? Because does it have to be sort of like a noun or something like that? Or does the word a count? Like, I found a pen. Is that a considered a word? Or is that just like a... I don't even remember the type of word that is. It's like a conjunction or something, and those don't count. A counts, and which is the most used word? Functional words all count. And do you know in any language which one is the first word? For English, it's the. Makes sense. And that's used twice as much as the second one, which could be and, maybe? Okay, ready? This is gonna be an interesting move. I'm gonna go get a couple extra rubber bands because I'm not sure if the small ones will be enough for us. Maybe we'll use the second one. Oh, the second one is off. I screwed up there. Then and. Well, I was close. At least I got on the list. Now let's use these rubber bands. Okay, so 10 grams would need 8 drops of catalyzer. We'll be doing that. And praying for the best, I guess. It's okay, it's not a very important set of hands. It could not be used at all.
La sinistre exquise.
Okay. However, let's have this handy. Haha. Close by. All right, are you ready? This one's gonna be, well, I mean, we're gonna have plenty of time, but it's not gonna be less stressful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Also, I want to see if I managed to make the color the same, because they were different castings. Maybe one part of the hand will have one color and the other part will have another color. Like, they're both the same silicone diluted on the other silicone. So the base colors are the same, but maybe because of the proportions, they will look different, and it could have a high contrast somewhere. So I would like to see that too, if there's any difference. Because if there is, then I might need to prepare a big batch of hand silicone somewhere. By the way, this container is breaking. But it's fine. I think it will survive this casting, but maybe I'll throw it out right after. So yeah, the edge feels like something's very frail. Yeah, I see the broken piece. Anyway. All right, here we go. Okay, color-wise it looks about the same, maybe slightly more concentrated. Yeah, what I like about the silicone is that I can take it very easy with throwing it in here. I know it's gonna be very slow, there's no hurry. Everything's fine. Also, that lets me be very precise with the material. Oh god, no, forget it. Ah! Stop. It's all flowing down the thumb. No.
I love the fact that I'm just telling you, like, this is very relaxed now because there's no problem here. Everything's fine. Everything's cool. All of this is going to be very easy, and all of a sudden, no, it's all going backwards. I really love how little silicone the hands use. I'm very glad, because it's a piece that you end up casting many, many times. I'm very, very happy that it uses just this much silicone. Because yeah, then I feel okay if I need to cast it 1,000 times. Even with the expensive material. Like if this were big gorilla hands, I would be like, oh, I don't want to spend so much silicone. But because this thing's pretty easy, well, it's pretty small, I feel okay with, all right, let's do it. Let's repeat the hands a bunch of times. There's no problem with that. There's still plenty more to use. Now, because this thing is so thin, viscosity-wise, I'm not sure if I'm going to, well, if the fingers will go forward too much. So maybe, well, probably one finger will hold them together. But if the finger that goes forward doesn't have properly sealed the tip, then we'll probably have fingertips with uncovered wire. But yeah, no right way of knowing until I do the casting. But what I can do is, before doing that casting, I can just throw a little extra layer of silicone all over the hand and the fingers, just praying for the best. Still got plenty of material here, so yeah, there's no problem with that. I feel like if this was the final hands, I might have considered doing an extra layer of silicone. I'm not quite sure. Maybe I will get to use these in animation if they turn all right, but if they don't, I'll just use them for the costume department and keep them as emergency hands in case something breaks during the animation. And yeah, I think I can roll with that. Sorry, can't look at chat right now. I'm doing my thing here, you know. what's going wherever it wants. Okay, stay there. Everything's fine. Okay, okay. Oh, God. Okay, the only tricky part is that this thing flows very wackily. So it's a little bit hard to... It's fine. Okay. 3, 2, 1, Chicky Ricky. Ah! Okay, you can wait. Just wait. Wait for your turn. Oh, God. Calm down. We've got time. We've got time. What we need is to be careful. I'm too used to the other silicone, so I feel like I naturally just hurry a lot. But yeah, I need to get more in the zone and realize that I don't need to hurry. I can just be patient, take my time, and make this the right way. Said the man as he hurriedly tried to assemble the mold. There we go. Look at that. Looks beautiful. I can throw in a little bit of extra silicone. Ah, come on. Just need you to stay up. Okay, that'll work. There we go. Now it's your turn. Three, two, one, Chicky Bricky. So the other good thing about this hand is that I don't really need them to go all the way to the base of the hand. It's okay if they are not fully filled to the brim with silicone, because in the end, all I need is this thing to be properly covered on the fingers themselves. Everything else just extra, because the sleeve will probably cover most of the arm. Ugh. Especially because their sleeves are particularly long. They cover even most of the hand. I need more rubber bands. So the small ones did work. Oh, this one's one of the smaller ones. I think I'll use this one. Where did I put the other rubber bands? I brought some bigger. There they are. One, two, three, and four. This fourth I'll put somewhere around here. So the same with another one. One, two, three, and four. And try to see if we can set this up a little bit like this and that. Come on. Yeah, the interesting part is that whenever you're trying to make God.
when you're trying to close this mold, it's much trickier because this time the silicone flows down as soon as you turn the mold. So yeah, you need to be you must trust in your cheeky breekies a little bit more. It's interesting. I'm enjoying learning to use this thing. And this mold still turn going. Yeah. There we go. Okay, what have I missed in chat? Let's check. There we go. 07 cup, yeah, this cup's dead. I don't know why it's break. Well, I don't know. There's like some variations in the plastic, but some of them are just hold a little bit less than the others. This one, I think it did well, but yeah, the edge is starting to break. And I know if I keep mixing in this and applying a lot of pressure, the thing is, sometimes when you're mixing, the catalyzer could start piling up on the very edge of your material, and you want to make sure everything's well mixed. So it's very important when you're mixing that you scrape the surface or the side of the cup while you're mixing. And I feel like this is not going to hold to the force of me scraping the side for too long. So even if it's okay enough and it looks fine, it will break. So I would throw it out. However, it's got... Oh, nah, it's fine. Yeah, I'll throw it out. Because I could just keep it to see if the silicone's already hardened. Maybe I'll keep it around. And once I see if the silicone's already solid, then I can throw it out. But that way I can keep track of what the texture is like right now.
People don't think are too zoomed out to see easily, but there are definitely a bunch of good ones. So contexting, if you hear someone on pishk, then it's crazy. Medical term, then psycho. Okay. Wait. Chisai Furi Ki. Can read kanjis. Silicone Donald, translator, has difficult time with Japanese. Oh, but a lot of new emotes? Ooh. Translator is correct. That is indeed what I wrote. Recuérdame. Silicone doll translator has difficult time with it.
I see my name there. I see Mariano no Neri. Oh god. Shirikonu. Mariano no Shirikonu. Shite kudasai masu. Shite kudasai masu. Okay, so we got that, Let's open one more. Oh, let's open our current feather. Bold and never breath, where's the cross? Love how easily this mold opens. Like, whoop. And there's our new hair strand, number 5. Burger King foot lettuce. And that's what number is that? Just so I remember. It's number 15, right? Number 15. Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing somebody wants in their hamburger is someone else's foot fungus. Is Burger King good in Mexico? I mean, it's fast food. It's okay. Nothing special. I'll have 2 number 9s and number 9 large. Number 6 with extra dip. I remember that, how that one went. I mean, I know it's from GTA, right? With cheese and large soda. I would say that Burger King is really good. I think it has a very good price to quality balance. Like back when I was in the very, very depth of animator financial ruin, and I had to order food because I was working overtime in the movie. I could always order like 3 burgers for $1. No, not $1, for $5. GTA SA. Okay. San Andreas. This is copy pasta, make no sense to me. Are the actual numbers of menu in US? Yes, there is numbers for the menu. Yeah, 3 for $5. Was like this package.
3 burgers. They were very small burgers. They were like kid menu burgers. But either way, 3 burgers for $5, it's still a steal. But yeah, in the US, the combos do have numbers on the menu. Even in Mexico, we do have those. So yeah, you can say I want 4, 1 number 5, 1 number 2, 1 number 6 with extra cheese. I wish I could get 1 for $5. Well, that's what you get for living in a decent economy. I mean, if it was if the burgers had the same price that they have in the US and Canada, then it would be more or less the price of a restaurant here. Movie theaters here do that too. Oh yeah, also, so going to a movie theater here will cost me about, a single ticket will cost me about $7-8, maybe $10 if I go VIP.
Oh, combos, that makes sense. Yeah, something similar we're calling business lunch. Same thing. One solid name.
More solid name, business lunch. That sounds very executive for a hamburger.
The regular condition for a theater movie is basically the same as a minimum hourly wage.
So $15?
That's more or less that's a minimum, right?
Or well, I remember people were striving for that salary a couple of years ago. So maybe it's already more, maybe it's still less. I don't know. Or I'm thinking it's around $15.
Burgers. I miss Chipotle.
They're making me hungry. But yeah, we're also kind of close to probably ending stream. I think we can make another 2 of these. Like, well, this one, and then cast another one, and then call it a day.
But the Tuesdays get half price. Seniors get discounts.
Faye is streaming right now too. Yeah, I was planning to raid Faye later, but we'll see. I'm not sure. Sometimes she finishes early. It's a Spanish stream though. Meh.
We'll make do, maybe. Yeah, it went up where I am by either $1 or 50 cents a few months back.
Oh, that hurts. They've also gone up here, like way before. When I was a kid, well, I'm not sure the conversion rate because, you know, like time and the value of, like the compared value of the different coins can be weird. But back then, well, like when I was a kid, I remember one movie theater ticket would cost 50 pesos, which would be more or less about conversions like $2.50. However, back then the US dollar was a little bit lower compared to the peso, so it would have been about $5 also. Well, no, maybe a little bit more than $5, but no, a little bit less than $5, like $3.50 maybe. That's when I'm talking about when I was a child. Wasn't 10 years ago for a movie ticket. But also I feel like movie theaters must be struggling a lot. I mean, how can they keep stuff up if people are going to the movies less every single time? Because let's be honest, nowadays it's fairly easy to get like the quality of a theater in your living room, because buying a big TV or even a projector is not that impossible anymore. I mean, it's not a film projector, it's not like a theater projector, but something good enough for your wall. Overpriced popcorn and drink. Oh yeah, the popcorn and drink's also crazy, right? And also popcorn is like the cheapest thing to produce, isn't it? Costs like a couple of cents the ton. And it's pretty much just, I think the salt is more expensive than the corn itself. All right, so let's make our 3 grams. Okay, 3.5, there we go. Seeing K-pop Demon Hunters in theory reminded me how awesome the experience is, no matter how cracked your home setup is, though. That is true. It is a different experience. I will not argue with that. But I mean, with that price, like, yeah, I remember before, when I was young, it was like you would just go to the movies even if you didn't know what was out there, and you would just pick one and enter. But now I feel like I'll only go to a theater if there's like a really good movie that deserves my time and attention. 1, 2, 3. Seeing Micro will reinstate your hatred for humanity. I didn't get to see it in the theater for sure. Well, I haven't seen it. But at the same time, remember, I never played Minecraft at all. So I feel like I wouldn't even understand most of the jokes. Or the story in general, or anything. But I do remember people, like a lot of videos of people going very wild in the theater. The chicken jockey stuff. K-pop Demon Hunters? Yeah, K-pop Demon Hunters is really good. I haven't seen it in the theater, but I did see it on Netflix, and it's really cool. And Vettel's in there.
Forgot. This silicone is much slower and I completely forgot that I was mixing this. I was like taking it way too slow. And now maybe this will, I'm gonna have to pay the price. Oh god, it's starting to get thick. Ah! Come on, come on, come on. Oh god, I'm really gonna need a lot of enthusiasm in this cheeky breaky because I think I screwed up because I was just chilling too much. It's already kind of thick. It's okay, it's still liquid. But yeah, it's definitely kinda a little bit too much, too thin. Too thick already. It's okay, we can do this, we can do this. That's enough, yeah. Just gonna wing it, wing it, wing it, wing it. Okay, ready guys? 3, 2, 1, cheeky breaky. And let's just start. So yeah. I'll run low with material on this one. That's what I get for chilling my stream, not taking my work seriously. Ooh, Drizzy made popcorn, delicious. I haven't made popcorn in a while, and I've got plenty of packs in here. Maybe I should make some after stream. Okay, just threw a rubber band a mile away. All right. So let's wait for that one to be done. Hopefully it will not take that long because it's already going, yeah, like getting thicker. And what to do in the meantime? Make more feathers. Already got 4 in line. So that would be our 6th one, I believe. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5. So the one in the mold is the 6th one. And we can make... So I can cast this 3. Well, no, this one, this next one. And then we just need to do 19 more tomorrow. Yay! Runaway rubber band. Yeah, escape. Rubberway band. Ho, ho, ho. Okay. So what else? We could... I'm guessing these ones are already done.
Kinda. I think I'm gonna prepare more feathers. It's gonna be my life for now. Okay, so let's get more wires. Also, I need to buy more wires. Probably gonna be buying those after stream too. 1, 2, 3, 4. So another 5. Ah! Or maybe more. Just 6, okay. No, I didn't sneeze. I just screamed because I dropped the wires. It never ends, it never ends, it doesn't. Yeah, we did this already 20 times before, and I spent weeks doing those. The good thing is that now we found sort of a balance, because before it would take me like 5 hours to cast one. Now it's just taking less than an hour to make a strand. Buying wires after stream? Where can you buy wires at 11 p.m.? And Amazon.com. I mean, the website works 24/7. I'm not sure if someone will actually receive the order or if it's more of an automatic thing, but yeah, I mean, I can order it at 11 p.m. without a problem. Amazon for real will be the only 24/7 shopping place. Most likely. Well, there's other websites, right? Like eBay and that sort of stuff. I've also been considering to see if I can just buy a roll of wire. I just need to measure this with my calipers and see if I can find like I don't know what this is, probably a 0.2 millimeter caliber wire, and order that instead of buying this ones, because all I'm doing now is removing the paper. But they do have a very decent size, and I like the fact. The problem with having wire on a spool is that, especially this thin wire, it will keep the curvature. And the good thing about this is that they come in strands. They are not folded into a wire. And sometimes removing that bend from a wire can be very, very annoying, especially if it's this thin. There's 2. Man, if only their service isn't so good, I wouldn't have to pay Jeff Bezos money. Yeah, I know. But aren't you still paying Jeff Bezos money by using Twitch? Isn't he also... Well, isn't Amazon also owner of Twitch? Yeah. Isn't that the way you can use your Amazon Prime account? I thought that was the reason why you could use your Amazon Prime account to use Twitch Prime. No? No? Oh, sorry. Oh no. Blue cloud, sorry about that. I just broke reality for you. 2014, 2015, wow. It was that early, they probably paid so little for it. But like, maybe $2 million will do. I don't think this streaming thing is gonna go too far. Hey, everyone is having a crash out. Yeah, I'm sorry. Made a fraud ban system that kept incorrectly banning VTubers, got hit by the layoffs too. I didn't know how that went. I kind of heard that there was some sort of issue with VTubers and stuff, but I didn't understand what it was. Or how it worked, like what the problem was. So VTubers were getting banned? Maybe your patron will see use after all, Mariana. Sure, yeah. Patreon, YouTube Super Chats, anything helps. Whatever makes you more, how to say that? I don't know, whatever works for you morally, works for me. I honestly do Twitch mostly just because the streamers that, well, I mean, for starters, Neuro, but the streamers that I plan to make in the future, well, in general, like VTubers are easier to find on YouTube unless they're HoloLive. And I mean, HoloLive would be pretty good to work with, but I think that's a bit far-fetched considering they're such a corporate thing. But it would be really cool. Imagine making an official HoloLive music video or something. Man, that would be the dream. And that would probably have a decent budget. I mean, nothing criminal, but just something that will let me survive. Why so corporate, joke? Which one gives you the highest cut? I'm not sure what the cut in Patreon is, but YouTube certainly gives a higher cut than Twitch. But I can run the numbers later if you want that. I'll check it later. But from what I hear, like, YouTube is definitely a bigger cut than Twitch, because Twitch takes 50% of everything. YouTube takes, I think, 40% of everything. So YouTube is better. YouTube is definitely better. I mean, there's no need to pressure you. I know you. But at the same time, I feel like the audience I'm going for is mostly on Twitch. So it's just a bad idea to not do it on Twitch. And also, I feel like Twitch has helped me a lot. Like, I wouldn't have added Cupidile in Discord if it wasn't for Twitch. She started messaging us through Twitch, and I wouldn't be... Yeah, like Honey wouldn't have seen our video if we didn't raid her, all that sort of stuff. I feel like it's all about... It's helping me a lot with the networking kind of side of VTubing, which I'm not sure if I'm great at, but yeah, it's helpful too, you know? But yeah, I'm just trying to see. It's not that much better. Yeah, it's not incredibly better. It's not a great difference. I'm not sure Patreon. I'm not sure what Patreon does. I'll check that. but I think they do also take like a substantial cut. Twitch cuts 50%. Also, Twitch, you have 10 viewers. You are top 1.5 streamer. Yes. So more people should watch you on YouTube then? I'm not sure. I mean, I would go with wherever you're comfortable. In the end, the ad revenue is pretty much null, usually. So wherever you watch, I would just say watch wherever it's more comfortable to you. What I've heard is that YouTube runs wild with ads, so maybe it's not as much of a comfortable experience. I like the idea of believing that I'm not bound to any platform too much, because if someday YouTube decides to do any wild things, because that's something that always happens with big platforms and corporations, and it's like, oh well, guess what, starting tomorrow you will get 100% of the money and we'll pay everything after 1 year of after the upload of the video or something like that. Well, then I'll just go to Twitch and keep moving on Twitch, because that sort of stuff can and will happen anytime, and I'd rather think I'm not bound to any specific platform and I can just make my stuff anywhere. I just don't like to be on a chokehold with either or of the guys. So it's good to have options. YouTube streaming infrastructure is kind of trash though. It is. I mean, I think you could still use Twitch, but if you want to do any extra donations to the cause, you could consider, well, I mean, this is all coming from your despise to Jeff Bezos, so I'm not sure where you draw the line here. This is more of a personal stuff. Yeah, Patreon is the best place to get funding, but definitely it's the slowest one right now. Oh, we got a new subscription, Legendary. If you are here, hello, hi, welcome. If you are looking at the video and you are not here, well, then I'm not sure why I'm speaking to you, but yeah, maybe you're here. And if you're here, welcome to the channel. I hope you like what you see. Yeah, right now I've not been doing a lot in camera, but that's just because I'm stripping wires out of their thingy. But yeah, maybe you're here, maybe you're not. Anyway, welcome to the workshop. Legendary. It's legend with a well, and then it's like a C and then Ari. Legend C Ari. Legendary hype. Cool. Sup, new person? Legend cry. You see nothing because I am streaming. No. Stop. I'm stripping wires. Wires, I tell you. This wires I'm stripping. Da, 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 da. That's how yellow journalism works. Sure. Oh no, it got clipped. I want to watch myself make a clown out of myself. Interesting. Looking at the video and you are not here, well, then I'm not sure why I'm speaking to you, but yeah, maybe you're here. And if you're here, welcome to the channel. I hope you like what you see. Yeah, right now I've not been doing a lot in camera, but I didn't cut. It just says I'm not in camera, but not been doing a lot in camera, but ha. Wait. Got so right before ha ha ha. That's not where I cut it. Maybe there's some, I don't know, something weird on how Twitch does the cutting. Oh, don't tell me there's an AI fixer that makes Twitch clips better. That could be, I don't know, I think that sounds more like a, yeah, like an automatic remove, I don't know, 20 frames of wherever the user decided to make the cut. Which sounds stupid. Because I feel like if there was an AI fixer, it would take longer than a couple of seconds to process how to improve the video. Only YouTube does that. Oh yes, I hate YouTube's AI enhancing things stuff. It's so terrible. Whatever. Haha. You'll never catch me. Twitch clipping tool plays like a fiddle. That's the only one where I cut right after he says something sus either. I think there's a bunch of them, but I haven't seen them. I don't even know how to watch clips on Twitch. I'm so bad at this. I have to check the other ones too. Maybe. I haven't checked the other ones. Sometimes you send a lot, but yeah, I'm either fixed on something or struggling fighting with a boss in Silksong. Da 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 dum, da da dum. Which has good infrastructure, but the UI is horrible. Yes, it's very hard on grandpas to figure out the UI of Twitch. But yeah, I think it's got pretty decent infrastructure. You can do a lot of good stuff there, but yeah, the UI feels... It cut seconds before you intended. No, all of your clips. You've worked so hard on all those clips. Trying to edit it. Sure. Good luck. But it just perpetually loads. No! Dark. Imagine CC Cloud. It's good. Your clips. No. Sissy Cloud is real. Like decimal point problem. Oh, it's a decimal point problem. Twitch cut by exact seconds and not by frames? Wow, that's terrible. Like for any video editor, that's absolutely terrible. A lot can happen in 1 second, yeah. And how are you supposed to leave my sentences out of context if, yeah, you cannot cut right where I say the sus part. I didn't think this through. Nah, I can. Nah. Go. Two heartbeats could happen in 1 second, which is a lot of work. That's a pretty interesting, kind of poetic way to put it. I bet Nathan Webster would like to hear that one. Ah, we didn't see Nathan today. Well, it's a Sunday, so probably he had some stuff to do. There we go. Oh no. I'm missing another bend here. Oh god. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Yeah. Fun fact, did you know that people do have negative blood pressure in legs? Only because of that we can pump blood upwards. Oh, interesting. Yep, lowest pressure in the body. Not a vacuum, but something close for blood. Oh, interesting. If legs have lowest blood pressure, wouldn't blood from elsewhere get pushed primarily towards it? I think it gets counterbalanced by gravity then, right? That's the point. It's not it's on the way upwards, not downwards. Ooh. So that's why when you get a cut in one of the main arteries in the legs, it bleeds so much. Because I think you can bleed out from your leg incredibly fast, right? No. Just dropped my hair strand. Where are you, hair strand? Come on, it's like a freaking 30 centimeter piece of wire. It can be. There we go.
One want to find, the other stays beside. On this canvas, through it may not be real.
There we go.
We are battling for the fate we feel. Our draft goes
Okay. So we got 6 new strands. So 6, 7 on the ready to cast. Well, no, 6 ready to cover and 4 ready to cast. And we'll be using our first one right now. Just not sure if this is already done or not. Seems like it is, yeah. Pretty cool, pretty quick, awesome.
One fate's hearken to the distant dirge.
Okay, so tomorrow we'll be opening the hands. We'll be casting more and more hair strands. Probably gonna be needing some energy for all of that, but it's gonna be fun. And then we need to do that again for Neuro. Oh, we probably need to prepare some more caramel color for Neuro because I'm not sure it's gonna be enough for one set of hair strands. My iPad is dying. No, gotta go. Goodbye, Dressy. Take care. There we go. Ooh, yeah, this one's not great. Definitely not great. Shouldn't have fooled around so much. Look at that. It's okay because there's a bunch of strands that are much shorter, so I probably can use this one as one of those strands. And also on the other side, it's not that noticeable. Like, over here looks perfect, but over here it looks terrible. But yeah, there's a bunch of strands where I'm not gonna be using all of that because they're much shorter, especially the ones that go on the side of her head. So yeah, hopefully I can use those for this sort of stuff. Now, let's mix some more. So another 3 grams. Will keep telling me the negative blood pressure is impossible. So maybe just misunderstood the idea of negative. It's more like very low. Well, it could be negative relative to its surroundings, maybe. Not true negative though. So that was number 6, yeah, and now we're doing the next one, 7. Okay.
Oh god. Okay, 3 drops and we are good to go. 1, 2, 3.
Old friend, you've traveled miles, speeding in sea.
Oh yeah, I just remembered. I think it was Cloud who was asking about the possibility of recycling silicone, and I think something distracted me or interrupted me. But it's not really recycling, but what you can do is you can cut silicone into tiny pieces and use it sort of like a filler for more silicone, because silicone will usually perfectly bind to itself, even if it's a new batch. So that's the only way you could reuse it. You can like cut pieces of the silicone and then use them to fill another mold or another thing. But well, it's going to be a solid already, so you just need to use it less in a sort of an in-between piece rather than part of the very edge of whatever you're trying to cast. Yeah, I remember I was about to say something about that, but then I think I just got lost. Say never ramble about other things, right? Most laser focused streamer out there.
Notre voyage s'arrête, nos chemins divergent. Alors que l'un s'éteint, écoute le chant lointain. Laisse derrière nous ce cœur immortel. Dans ce monde peint, l'amour est artificiel. Dans ces mondes reculés, nos histoires se rejoignent, dérivant vers des toiles incertaines. Dans nos cœurs, un lien éternel brille. Nos dessins se confrontent. Pour nos âmes enlacées, pour nos cœurs déchirés.
Right, final hair strand of the day. Oh no. It's okay. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay. That's not okay. Oh. Could it be okay? Yeah, it can be okay. 3, 2, 1. This was clumsy one. Oh boy, that's bad. Okay, 3, 2, 1, Chicky Bricky, whatever. Have faith.
Hope this one doesn't turn out as bad as it looked before I closed it.
Depolymerization is a way to do that. Can you do that? Like to hydrolyze the silicone. I'm not sure. I don't even know if it's got anything to actually do with water, so I'm not sure if hydrolyze is the right term. I mean, I don't even know if I understand what the hydrolyze term, but hydro means water, so I'm guessing. Well, regardless, the words used, I think we have the same understanding of the mechanism. Depolymerization without the chem lab. Yeah, it sounds a little bit complicated, but maybe. I've seen that there's a lot of people who do that sort of stuff, for example, for resins. Like, more in an industrial context, you'll buy resin in the shape of pellets of plastic, and then you'll dissolve it with some sort of something to transform it into liquid resin, and then you convert it. You just have no idea how to do it. I know, it's so... I always find it interesting that it's very hard to find that information. I've tried to learn how silicone works, how the polymerization stuff works, and I've had such a struggle finding how it actually works. I don't know if it's like one of those trade secrets or just something that people don't like to learn about, and that's why you won't find it out there. But yeah, okay. So I think we can call it a day for now. It's been a long one. It was a lot of fun. Oh my god, we're reaching the 12-hour marks. I hope this stays. I hope this thing stays archived. All right. So let's finish up for today. Sorry, I'm gonna rush a little bit. Let's see who we can raid on YouTube first. I wonder if Shinma is online today. Yes, there she is. So yeah, let's raid Shinma. If you're on YouTube, tell her that we brought tomatoes. Hi Shinma, we brought tomatoes. And tell her that we brought tomatoes because she loves tomatoes very, very much. So yeah, if you're on YouTube, you're going with Shinma and you can tell her that we all brought her tomatoes everywhere. Let me see if... I don't know if she streams on Twitch. Shinma. No Shinma here. So, any suggestions for Twitch? Let me see. Twitch.tv. Cooking. Well, let's do fail. Oh, face playing Undertale. Ooh. And there's Moonvok VT. Yeah, let's do Faye. But I think she's playing in Spanish. Hope you don't mind. Just say hi. Right channel. So, I'm not sure if all of you know Faye, but Faye's a friend of mine. She's a really good friend of mine. We go way back. And she's fun. So yeah. Then Twitch, you're going with Faye. YouTube, you're going with Shinma. And remember, tell Shinma you brought her a lot of tomatoes because she loves tomatoes, all right? Anyway, so thank you for stopping by. Tomorrow it's gonna be a lot of casting hair strands. Very fun, very engaging, but please come because if not, I'm gonna go crazy. And yeah, I'll see you later then. Thanks for stopping by. I had a lot of fun today. And thanks for keeping me company in my Sisyphean adventure. So yeah, take care everyone. Thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow doing this stuff. Also, I want to hurry up a lot because next weekend I'm going to be off because I am going to a wedding. So yeah, no stream the upcoming weekend. So I'm going to try to work as much as we can this week. All right. Anyway, I'll keep saying that later, but yeah, see you guys. Thanks for stopping by. All right. Bye-bye.